Summit, co-presented by Dream Sports and powered by Pernod Ricard India. In its 5th edition, Times Now Summit continues to map out the path for India's progress and growth as we cement our position as a global powerhouse.
Well, absolutely, Madhav. In fact, this year, the summit shines a spotlight on India's extraordinary achievements, and also it is going to be navigating a rapidly evolving global landscape as well. In fact, from bold diplomatic moves to a thriving startup ecosystem and groundbreaking advancements in AI as well as space exploration, India isn't just keeping pace with the world, it's redefining the future.
Absolutely, Meghna. And despite global economic headwinds, India remains the fastest growing major economy, strengthening its manufacturing, digital footprint, and even self-reliance. With $279.4 billion in UPI transactions and policies driving Atmanirbharta, Bharat is a global investment magnet.
Well, absolutely. In fact, as the world navigates uncertainty, India is stepping up the game. Over the next 2 days, the Times Now Summit will be amplifying the voices which have been shaping our nation's future. Well, in fact, let's take a look at what is in store for you.
Is more than just another nation. Deep-rooted in heritage, culture, integrity. We are a force, a civilization. We are Bharat. An idea that shaped the world. For 20 years, Times Now is at the forefront of Bharat's journey. Telling the stories that matter. Asking the questions that shape tomorrow. Amplifying voices that drive change. And ensuring that action begins here. Today, Bharat cannot just compete at par. We need to lead. And to lead, we need a firm, infallible foundation. A foundation that is dedicated to keeping Bharat ahead. Welcome to the Times Now Summit, where ideas turn into action and vision shapes the future.
The actual action begins here.
Well, this year's Times Now Summit champions the theme, Keeping Bharat Ahead. Over the next 2 days, leaders from government, industry, sports and entertainment will share insights on how Bharat can not just stay ahead, but lead the way globally.
Absolutely. In fact, let's delve a bit deeper into this year's theme of Times Now Summit, Keeping Bharat Ahead. Well, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, this year's Times Now Summit, Keeping Bharat Ahead, as we were just discussing, comes at a pivotal moment as Times Now celebrates 20 years of keeping India at the forefront. For 2 decades, Times Now has shaped the narratives, sparked off impactful conversations, and even championed progress. As we embark on this journey, we invite you, our esteemed audience, to actively engage in these insightful discussions as well. You can join the Times Now conversation using the hashtag TN Summit 2025. This across social media. So remember to share your thoughts and keep the moments from the summit. Let's collaborate, engage, contribute to the vision of a stronger, more dynamic Bharat.
And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the day. May I please request our Managing Director, Mr. Vineet Jain, to come up on stage, sir.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, next up, we also are going to be calling in none other than our Honorable Minister, who has been instrumental in building India's digital and infrastructural transformation. His visionary leadership when it comes to technology, governance, public policy, all of it has, of course, propelled India to the forefront of the global digital scene and drives a Fintech revolution. So please join me in welcoming the Minister of Railways, Electronics, IT and INB, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav.
I would request our MD, Mr. Jain, to felicitate the Honorable Minister.
Well, Honorable Minister and Mr. Jain, we request you to please both take a seat. Well, today is, of course, more than just a summit, isn't it, Madhav? After all, it's a space where ideas are going to be colliding. It's where we are going to be assessing where we stand today and define the action plan for India's progress, taking it towards the leading economies of the world.
To give us a deeper insight into the vision that drives this year's Times Now Summit, we are honored to have with us the Managing Director of the Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage as well as sharing his thoughts and officially welcoming our distinguished gathering. Sir.
Distinguished guests and esteemed fellow citizens, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Times Now Summit, where ideas turn into action and visions shape the future. For over 20 years, Times Now has been your port of call for every milestone in our great nation's progress. This annual summit is the embodiment of our solemn promise to our viewers and the nation that whatever be the need of the hour, the action begins here. This year, I'm happy to welcome Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, our dynamic Union Cabinet Minister, handling some key portfolios: railways, information broadcasting, and electronics and information technology. Mr. Vaishnav, we are delighted to have you at the Times Now Summit. Bharat is not just a nation. We are an ancient civilization known for wisdom and resilience, shaping the world throughout history. As we step into an era of unprecedented global transformation, our challenge is clear. How do we ensure that Bharat doesn't just keep pace with the world, but leads it? In our resolute journey towards becoming an authoritative global superpower, it is important to strategize what will ensure that our trajectory remains steadfast. This year's theme of the Times Now Summit, Keeping Bharat Ahead, is therefore not just a topic of discussion, but a clarion call, a collective responsibility that unites 1.4 billion hearts and minds in a shared pursuit of excellence. Over the next 2 days, I look forward to the many speakers from multiple fields outlining fresh ideas around this theme, which can break new ground towards comprehensive policy making to take our nation to greater heights. It is important that each one of us ponders over our place in Bharat's growth and our role in making it Atmanirbhar, so as to progress faster towards a Viksit Bharat as envisioned by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, I was struck by PM's recent podcast where he outlined his vision of Bharat fusing tradition and innovation and progressing steadily while still being anchored to the nation's spiritual and cultural foundations. I'm also especially happy that Mr. Amit Shah, our Union Minister for Home Affairs and Cooperation, will be with us for the closing session of this year's Times Now Summit. And I expect that, as always, he will leave us with a riveting and thought-provoking keynote that gives us a clearer picture of his vision for keeping Bharat ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bharat's moment. Let us rise together, innovate together, and build a nation that doesn't just keep up, but leads, inspires, and defines the future of humanity. Thank you, and I look forward to interacting with all of you over the next 2 days.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Jain, for those words.
Yes, and may I please request both of you to proceed towards lighting the ceremonial lamp to mark the inauguration of Times Now Summit 2025. Thank you so much. Mr. Jain, may we request you to please remain on stage for a moment longer.
In fact, may we now request Shri Ashwini Vaishnav to please deliver the inaugural address on our theme, Keeping Bharat Ahead. A big round of applause.
These are yours. I thought it was an interview, but it's a sudden change, which is absolutely fine. Wish you all a very good morning. Hindi mein ya English mein? Times Now would prefer what?
Well, we are an English channel, but then we have a large audience in both. So, Honorable
Mix.
Minister, your pick.
Hindi and English mix. Friends, first of all, I would like to congratulate Times Now for having a summit, having a conclave focused on keeping Bharat ahead. I think that's the most apt and absolutely the right approach towards our journey where we are. I would like to make maybe 3 or 4 points. The first point that I would like to make is, today we are in a situation where our economy is going to grow consistently bring the per capita GDP of our, per capita income of our citizens in a very big way. And this has happened because of very clear policy framework that our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has placed before us. He has implemented it in a very systematic manner. If you look at it, it's basically built upon 4 pillars. The pillar number 1 is public investment in social, digital and physical infrastructure. Basically, it means building the foundation of the country, whether it is the foundation in education, whether it is foundation in healthcare, whether it is foundation in ports, in airports, in highways, railways. Close to 11 lakh crore rupees investment is being done, and the results have been phenomenal. The results have been, in a sense, sector after sector is getting fundamentally transformed because of this focus. Today we are the second largest 5G country in the world. Today our railways is becoming the second largest carrier at 1.6 billion tons this year. Today our highway network is among the largest in the world. Today our ports are growing at a pace which was unheard of. We have doubled the number of medical colleges in the 10 years. We have doubled the number of IITs in the 10 years. That's the pace at which things have changed in the last 10 years. Not only physical infra, but also social and digital infra. Our India stack is today seen as a global example. The entire global south as well as the rich countries are willing to take the payment system, willing to take the concept of India stack to their countries. In fact, the UPI has a Japanese patent now. So that's the change which has happened. The second big thing is massive focus on manufacturing. Our country missed out a big opportunity in the early 50s, early 60s. Almost 4 decades we missed out because there was no focus on manufacturing. Rule after rule and law after law was created to, in a sense, stop the production economy. Because of those lost 4 decades, the country really could not absorb the increased labor. It could not really make that big difference. But now that change is happening. Today manufacturing has come out very big. I'll give a couple of examples. Electronics manufacturing. It was practically negligible 10 years ago. Today it has become among the top 3 export items. I mean, this was unthinkable just 10 years ago that India will have a major electronics manufacturing industry. Semiconductor, we wanted to do semiconductor, our country attempted, the first attempt was in 1962. But there was a series of, in a sense, we just could not, the country could not really grasp the seriousness or the correct framework for getting the semiconductor industry in our country. And today, we are actually having 5 semiconductor units under construction, and this year we'll have the first made in India chip rollout. Today we have telecom manufacturing, telecom products being exported to the world. Close to 80,000 crore rupees of telecom manufacturing is happening in our country. Defense manufacturing, technical textiles, multiple fields. So that's the second pillar. The third pillar is very inclusive growth, very inclusive growth. Nowhere in the history of the world, in any country, have we seen such a massive level of inclusive growth where 80 crore people are getting, month by month, they are getting free ration. 14 crore people got their cooking habits changed when a gas cylinder entered their kitchen. 13 crore people got a toilet in their homes and changing the entire social and the entire social structure in the society. It's a phenomenal thing, parameter after parameter. Nowhere in the world have we seen where the people at the bottom of the pyramid have been able to get the basic facilities within a short time span of 10 years. The third part. The fourth is huge amount of simplification. 1,500 laws have been repealed from the statute book, and this is unprecedented. Governments and parliaments are known for just passing laws, new laws, but here is a case in 10 years, our Prime Minister has focused so much on simplification that more than 15,000 laws have been actually repealed from the entire statute book. Look at things like telecom. The sector, which is so high-tech, was governed by a law of 1885. 1885. Grandfather's grandfather. It was like, that was the pace. And today we have a brand new Telecom Act of 2023. Same is the case in our, the 3 laws for providing criminal justice system, for reforming the criminal justice system. That is, if you ask me, that is the biggest reform which has happened after independence. Biggest reform in our country is the 3 laws which are going to transform the way our society deals with the entire issue of justice. It's a very fundamental change.
So that's the change which has happened, and that gives the confidence that our country will basically keep on growing at a 6 to 8% growth rate consistently over the coming years. From this point, I would like to say that all the investors who are looking at their plans must accelerate their plans, because demand is going to pick up. Demand is picking up. Today, people say, so many people question the private investment. If you look at it, our 330 lakh crore economy, close to 32%, 31% is investment, total investment, which means around 100 lakh crore rupees is the investment happening in our economy. Out of that, government investment is about 11 lakh crore. If you add the state governments, that would be around 15 or going max up to 20 lakh crore. The balance 80 lakh crore is private investment. So people who question whether the private investment is coming or not, that's actually happening today. The numbers speak for themselves. So that's the pace at which things are moving. So time to take that opportunity and invest and grow and focus on technology, focus on productivity, focus on being prepared for the next 50 years. Friends, I thank you all for this summit. This theme of keeping Bharat ahead will be powered by our Prime Minister's clear economic policy, our focus on producing technology, creating technological products, focusing on becoming a product nation, making sure that our entire country grows together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashwini ji.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. May we request you to please stay on stage. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Jain, for sharing your valuable insights. We truly appreciate your time, sir. I'd now like to invite Group Editor, Times Network and Editor-in-Chief, Times Now Navbharat, Navika Kumar, for a fireside chat with the Honorable Minister. हेलो। जब हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं और देश को आगे ले जाने की बात करते हैं तो ये वैसे ही है जैसे चेहरा तभी चमक सकता है जब आपका किडनी, लिवर, हार्ट सब बढ़िया ढंग से काम कर रहा हो सर, और भारत तभी चमक सकता है जब राज्य जो है वो बेहतर ढंग से काम कर रहे हो। इसलिए आज इस सेशन में हम ये समझने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि राज्यों की भूमिका क्या है इंडिया की सक्सेस स्टोरी में। और हमारे साथ उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी मौजूद हैं। सर बहुत बहुत स्वागत आपका, जोरदार तालियों से सर का स्वागत कीजिए।
जी बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, सबको सभी को मेरा नमस्कार।
धामी जी, वैसे तो लोग आपको आजकल धाकड़ धामी भी कहने लगे हैं। एक लिस्ट मीडिया और लोगों ने बनाई है नरेंद्र मोदी के फैब 4 मुख्यमंत्रियों की, जिसमें योगी जी, फडणवीस जी, हिमंता जी और आपका भी नाम शामिल है। अभी आपकी सरकार ने 3 साल पूरे किए हैं। ये बहुत ही धाकड़ 3 साल रहे हैं। ये सोच समझ के आपने इतना धमाका किया है या होता चला गया है?
देखिए सुशांत जी, सबसे पहले तो जो 3 साल का अभी आपने जिक्र किया, मैं 3 साल जो पूरे हुए और अनेक अनेक उपलब्धियां राज्य को मिली हैं, इसके लिए मैं सबसे पहले उत्तराखंड की जनता का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि उत्तराखंड राज्य स्थापना के बाद पहली बार 2022 का आम चुनाव हुआ और उस आम चुनाव में एक मिथक टूटा, एक परिपाटी बदली। हर बार उत्तराखंड में 5 साल में चुनाव होने पर सरकार बदल जाती थी। राज्य स्थापना के बाद 2022 के आम चुनाव में हम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव में गए और उत्तराखंड की जनता ने 5 साल में सरकार बदलने वाला मिथक तोड़ दिया, परिपाटी बदल दी और एक इतिहास बना दिया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पहले भी थी, उसके बाद फिर से हमको सरकार बनाने का मौका दे दिया, अपना आशीर्वाद दिया और 3 साल में अनेक काम जो देवभूमि के लोग चाहते थे, जिसको बहुत पहले होने चाहिए थे, उन कामों को हमने आगे बढ़ाया है। कुछ पर ऐतिहासिक रूप से हमने निर्णय लिए हैं। देवभूमि का मूल स्वरूप बना रहे, उसकी पूरी देश के लोग भी चाहते हैं, दुनिया में रहने वाले लोग भी चाहते हैं कि आस्था श्रद्धा का केंद्र देवभूमि उत्तराखंड है। गंगा का प्रदेश है, यमुना का प्रदेश है, 4 धामों का प्रदेश है, आदि कैलाश है, हिम ग्लेशियरों से आच्छादित है, पर्वत मालाओं से आच्छादित है। हमारा 71% भूभाग 71% वो पूरा फॉरेस्ट है। तो हम सबको देखे जल, जीवन, पर्यावरण हर प्रकार से देने का काम करते हैं। तो इसलिए उत्तराखंड का अपना एक विशेष महत्व हमेशा से रहा है कि ऋषियों की भूमि है, आयुर्वेद की भूमि है, योग की भूमि है, देवभूमि है। तो उसका स्वरूप बना रहे, उसकी जो पवित्रता है वो भी बनी रहे, उसके लिए हमने काम किया है। अब मैं अपना ही बोलते रहूंगा तो मुझे लगता है कि जो आप मुझे सुनाना चाहते हैं, बोलना चाहते हैं तो।
लेकिन जब आप ये सारे काम कर रहे हैं, एक काम जिसकी सबसे ज्यादा चर्चा देश भर में है कि आपने सबसे पहले यूसीसी जो है यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड वो लागू कर दिया। क्या जो अभी चुनौतियां आप महसूस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है उसमें लिव इन रिलेशनशिप को लेकर, जो संपत्ति को लेकर उसमें व्यवस्था है उसको लेकर बहुत सारा विरोध भी झेलना पड़ रहा है, यूसीसी लाने के बाद आप कंफर्टेबल हैं कि राज्य में जिस तरह से चल रहा है और चेंजेस उसमें होंगे क्या?
ये देखिए, हमारे राज्य में एक तो सबसे बड़ी बात है कि उत्तराखंड बहुत शांत प्रदेश है। आपस में सारे लोग एक दूसरे के साथ बहुत भाईचारे के साथ रहते हैं, मेल मिलाप के साथ रहते हैं, प्रेम पूर्वक रहते हैं। और यूसीसी लाने का निर्णय भी हमने 2022 में जो हमारे असेंबली का आम इलेक्शन हुआ था, उस इलेक्शन में हम प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव में हम गए और हमने ये वचन उत्तराखंड की जनता को दिया कि हमारी सरकार आती है, हम सरकार में आते हैं तो हम सबसे पहले यूसीसी लाने के लिए हम जो है काम करेंगे, यूसीसी कानून बनाएंगे और हमने उत्तराखंड की जनता के साथ जो वचन दिया था वो हमने वचन निभाया है। और मैं कहूँ तो जिसके लिए उत्तराखंड की जनता ने हमको मैंडेट दिया था हमने वो काम कर दिया। तो यूसीसी लागू हो गया इस महीने की 27 जनवरी इसी साल पूरे राज्य के अंदर एक साथ लागू हुआ, जो कि एक बड़ी प्रक्रिया थी। एक बड़ी प्रक्रिया की जैसे नई सरकार का गठन होते ही हमने ड्राफ्ट कमेटी बनाई। ड्राफ्ट कमेटी ने 2,36,000 लोगों से अलग अलग प्रकार से संपर्क किया, सबके विचार लिए, राजनीतिक दलों के लोगों से भी बात करी, धार्मिक संगठनों के लोगों से भी बात करी और ड्राफ्ट बना। जस्टिस रंजना प्रकाश देसाई उनके चेयरमैनशिप में कमेटी थी, उस कमेटी ने सरकार को ड्राफ्ट दिया, हम उसको विधेयक के रूप में लेकर आए। राष्ट्रपति महोदय ने भी उसमें अपनी मंजूरी हमको दी, उसके बाद एक्ट बनाया गया।
नहीं, लेकिन अब उसमें चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं क्या? उसको देखिए, एक एक्ट लाना और उसको लागू करना।
अभी कोई चैलेंजेस नहीं है। देखिए, कुछ लोग भ्रम फैलाने का काम कर रहे हैं,
जैसे
जो हमेशा तुष्टीकरण की बात करते रहे, जिन्होंने कभी हमारी जो मातृशक्ति है, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा की चिंता नहीं करी। ये यूसीसी ऐसा है, एक तरह से मैं कहूं कि देश की जो हमारी 50% आबादी है, उस 50% आबादी का 100% का कानून यूसीसी है। उनके लिए संपूर्ण सुरक्षा का कानून यूसीसी है। तो
नहीं, लेकिन लोग कह रहे हैं,
मैं आ रहा हूं उस पर। देखिए, लोग बार बार लिव इन रिलेशनशिप हमारी संस्कृति का हिस्सा नहीं है। हमारी संस्कृति में कहीं लिव इन रिलेशनशिप का कोई भी उल्लेख भी नहीं है और हमारी संस्कृति में है भी नहीं। लेकिन माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय में कई बार ये प्रकरण आए और हम लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर विश्वास करने वाले हैं, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर चलने वाले हैं। तो लिव इन रिलेशनशिप में हमने प्रावधान किया है कि अब कोई भी लिव इन रिलेशनशिप में रहता है तो उसके माता पिता को उसकी जानकारी दी जाएगी। उनका एक कोई न कोई रिकॉर्ड बनाया जाएगा कि लिव इन रिलेशनशिप में ये लोग रह रहे हैं। क्योंकि बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि साथ में रहते हैं, आज संबंध अच्छे हैं तो साथ में रह रहे हैं, और साथ में रहते रहते संबंध खराब हो जाते हैं। कई बार जब संबंध खराब हो जाते हैं तो उन पर आपस में झगड़ा शुरू हो जाता है, मारपीट होती है, हिंसक गतिविधियां होती हैं और बहुत सारे मामलों में हत्याएं हुई हैं। सूटकेसों में काट काट के, बॉडी के टुकड़े काट काट के रख दिए गए, फ्रिजों में भर दिए गए। इसी दिल्ली में 2022 में सरदा बालकर और आफ्ताब का एक बहुत चर्चित कांड यहाँ दिल्ली में हुआ था।
पर सर, वो तो पत्नी भी कटवा दे रही है मेरठ में, तो लिव इन रिलेशनशिप से क्या है?
नहीं, देखिए, वो एक अलग विषय है, लेकिन हमने जो इसमें प्रावधान किया है वो प्रावधान हमने इसलिए किया है कि हमने उन बच्चों की सुरक्षा का प्रबंध किया है। क्योंकि माता पिता के पास उनके बच्चे अगर उनको जीवन से हाथ धोना पड़े तो पूरी जिंदगी भर उनके पास रोने के सिवा कुछ नहीं।
आप लिव इन रिलेशनशिप वाले इशू पर बैकफुट पे नहीं जाएंगे, कोई चेंज नहीं होना है उसमें, ये तय है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए, हमने एक अच्छी शुरुआत करी है और हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। हम अच्छे किसी के जिसके अच्छे सुझाव होंगे हम अपने सुझावों में सम्मिलित करेंगे, अपने कार्य में सम्मिलित करेंगे उनको।
ठीक है। एक दूसरा विषय जो आजकल बहुत चर्चा में उत्तराखंड को लेकर, वो है मज़ारों पर जो एक्शन हो रहा है, वो उसकी जरूरत क्यों पड़ी? और ये आप जो कर रहे हैं मदरसों पर भी अभी आपने एक्शन लिया, कई मदरसों की फंडिंग क्या है नहीं है उसकी जांच हो रही है, मज़ारों को वहां से हटाया जा रहा है, ये क्यों हो रहा है?
देखिए, मैंने जब यहाँ पर शुरुआत आपके साथ में यहाँ बैठा तो मैंने एक बात कही कि पूरे देश के लोग और दुनिया के लोग देवभूमि को बहुत आस्था से देखते हैं, बहुत श्रद्धा से देखते हैं। हर एक के मन में देवभूमि के लिए एक अलग श्रद्धा है। देवभूमि देवों के सबसे नजदीक, हर प्रकार से शुद्ध होगा, कहीं कोई वहाँ के लोग भी अच्छे होंगे, एक अच्छा संस्कार वहाँ पर होगा, अच्छा परिवेश वहाँ पर होगा। वो खराब नहीं होना चाहिए, उसका मूल अस्तित्व बचा रहना चाहिए। देखिए, जो मजारों की बात आपने करी, अनेक स्थानों पर अवैध मजारें बनी हुई थी और सरकारी जमीनों पर, कहीं पर वो फॉरेस्ट की लैंड है, कहीं एग्रीकल्चर की लैंड है, कहीं रेवेन्यू की लैंड है, कहीं पीडब्ल्यूडी की, मतलब जो भी सरकारी लैंड। और हमने कहा कि ये जितना भी ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, सुशांत जी, इंक्रोचमेंट तो किसी भी कीमत पर सही नहीं है ना। अतिक्रमण सही है कि मैं आप इससे पूछ रहा हूँ, आप बताइए।
नहीं, उसमें और हमने तो रिपोर्ट चलाई थी, उसमें हमने देखा कई जगहों पे जब वो मज़ारें हटी तो अंदर से कुछ निकला।
मैं उसी को बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि देखिए कहीं पर नीली चादर चढ़ा दी, कहीं पीली चादर, कहीं हरी चादर चढ़ा के एक तरह से लैंड जिहाद जिसको कहते हैं, वो पूरा घिरा हुआ था चारों तरफ से। जब उसको हटाया गया तो कहीं पर भी कोई अवशेष मजारों के नहीं निकले। लेकिन उसके लिए भी हमने जो है एक जो कानूनी व्यवस्था होती, कानूनी व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत हमने काम किया। हमने कहा कि जहां भी इंक्रोचमेंट है लोग खुद ही हटा लें, अपना नहीं हटाएंगे तो कानूनी तौर से हटाना हमने प्रारंभ किया। और हम अभी तक 6000 एकड़ जमीनें इस अतिक्रमण से मुक्त करा चुके हैं और ये अभियान हमारा रुकने वाला नहीं है। ऐसी जो आपने मदरसों की बात करी है, मदरसे भी इलीगल रूप से चल रहे थे, उसमें पढ़ने वालों की पहचान छुपाई जा रही थी, कोई असंदिग्ध है, इस प्रकार के लोग उनमें किसी न किसी रूप में निवास कर रहे थे। उनकी खोजबीन शुरू करी हमने सारे जिलाधिकारियों के माध्यम से, पुलिस के माध्यम से। जहां जहां भी ये अवैध रूप से पाए गए उनको सील किया गया है, उनको बंद किया गया है और ये अभियान हमारा चलने वाला है। मैंने कहा कि देवभूमि की पवित्रता बनी रहनी चाहिए, ये मैं ही नहीं चाहता, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के लोग तो चाहते ही हैं, लेकिन अगर पूरे देश के अंदर भी आप बात करेंगे तो हर कोई कहेगा कि नहीं अवैध अतिक्रमण हटाया जाना चाहिए, वो हटाया गया।
लेकिन इसका जो नैरेटिव गढ़ा जा रहा है वो ये है कि पुष्कर सिंह धामी मुसलमानों के खिलाफ हैं और आप जानबूझ के उनको टारगेट कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, ऐसा देखिए, एक भी मामले में आप बताइए कि अगर हम अवैध अतिक्रमण हटा रहे हैं तो हम किसी के खिलाफ थोड़ी ना काम कर रहे हैं। अवैध अतिक्रमण में कोई भी होगा तो हटाया जाएगा उसको। मैं समझता हूं अगर यहाँ पर ऑडियंस इतने लोग हैं, इनसे भी आप पूछ लें कि भाई अवैध अतिक्रमण हटाया जाना चाहिए कि नहीं हटाया जाना चाहिए, बताइए हटाया जाना चाहिए कि नहीं जाना चाहिए?
यहाँ तो समर्थन है, लेकिन आपके जो
समर्थन नहीं अभी कहाँ पूरे देश के अंदर कहीं भी आप पूछेंगे तो लोग कहेंगे कि नहीं कोई ऐसा गलत काम नहीं हो रहा। और हमारे यहाँ पर इस प्रकार का कोई वातावरण भी नहीं है। देखिए, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ मैंने पहले ही कहा कि आपस में सब लोग मेल मिलाप से रहते हैं। आप मुझे कह सकते हैं क्या कि मैं किसी को टारगेट करके काम करूंगा? ये हमारा बिल्कुल भी कार्य व्यवहार नहीं है।
लोग कह रहे हैं भाई उत्तराखंड में इतनी बार बीजेपी की सरकार रही, किसी ने मजारों पर एक्शन नहीं लिया, ये धामी साहब आके हटवा रहे हैं सबको।
अब देखिए, जो काम पहले नहीं हो पाए, अभी मैं विधानसभा में बोल रहा था एक दिन, उन्होंने कहा कि एनडी तिवारी साहब ने इस चीज की शुरुआत करी। मैंने कहा जी, एनडी तिवारी साहब हम लोगों के लिए बहुत हमारे प्रेरणा के वो हैं, उन्होंने बहुत काम किए, देश में भी किए, उत्तराखंड में भी किए। हाँ, लेकिन जो काम उन्होंने शुरुआत की है उन कामों को हमने आगे बढ़ाया है। जो काम उनके समय में या मेरे से पूर्ववर्ती वालों के समय में नहीं हो पाया है, वो काम भी मुझे करने हैं। तो जो काम पहले नहीं हो पाए उन कामों को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं।
सर, इसमें जो ऑपोजिशन है और जो आपके विरोधी हैं, उनका कहना है कि आपकी 3 साल की उपलब्धि यही है, थूक जिहाद, लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद, मदरसा जिहाद, इसको आप जो है मुद्दा बनाकर अपनी उपलब्धि बता रहे हैं।
नहीं, देखिए, ये उपलब्धि भी है, उत्तराखंड की जरूरत भी है, और देवभूमि के मूल स्वरूप को बनाए रखने के लिए जो जरूरी था वो इस अतिक्रमण को हटाना, धर्मांतरण का कानून लाना, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड से यूसीसी जैसे कानून की गंगा को प्रभावित करना। थूक जिहाद एक घृणित मानसिकता है, लव जिहाद घृणित मानसिकता है। इन मानसिकताओं के खिलाफ कठोरतम कार्रवाई करना, मैं समझता हूं कि ये इसकी शुरुआत देवभूमि उत्तराखंड से हुई है। आने वाले समय में ये कानून हमारे जो बनाए गए हैं, चाहे नकल का कानून भी है, अभी आपने उसके बारे में नहीं पूछा, उस नकल के कानून से समूल रूप से हमने जो है माफियाओं का वहां पर अंत कर दिया है। एक भी नकल माफिया नहीं है, एक भी नकल का प्रकरण नहीं आया है। अगर पिछले 3 सालों में देखेंगे तो 3 सालों में 20,000 से भी ज्यादा नियुक्तियां हम कर पाने में हमने सफलता प्राप्त करी है। और किसी भी मामले में न्यायालय नहीं जाना पड़ा, किसी मामले में कोर्ट कचहरी कुछ नहीं, कोई विवाद नहीं। गरीब माता पिता के बेटे और बेटियों को ये विश्वास हो गया है कि हम तैयारी करेंगे, मेहनत करेंगे, पढ़ाई करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा चयन होगा, हमारे को सिलेक्शन का अवसर मिलेगा। और पहले ये विश्वास टूटता जा रहा था। हमारे यहाँ बहुत सामान्य स्थितियों परिस्थितियों में रहकर लोग अपने बेटे और बेटियों को पढ़ाते हैं, उनकी तैयारियां करवाते हैं। कोई सब्जी की दुकान करता है, कोई चाय की दुकान करता है, कोई दूध बेचता है, छोटा छोटा कोई खेत का काम करता है, नौकरी करता है, लेकिन कोशिश करता है कि मैं अपने बच्चों को अच्छा पढ़ाऊं लिखाऊं, उनके लिए कोचिंग की व्यवस्था करूं, ट्यूशन की व्यवस्था करूं, उनके लिए कहीं पर शहर में ले जाकर उनके लिए मकान कमरा किराए में लूं। ऐसे माता पिता का, उनके बेटे बेटियों का विश्वास टूटता जा रहा था। ये नकल का कानून आने के बाद जिनका 5 सालों में 6 सालों में चयन नहीं हो रहा था, अब उन्हीं का चयन एक साथ 4-4 परीक्षाओं में हो रहा है।
सर लेकिन एक चीज ये बताइए, जब आप ये मजार हटाते हैं, मदरसों पे एक्शन लेते हैं, देश में किसी दूसरे हिस्से में ऐसा हो तो सड़क पे भीड़ आ जाती है, उत्तराखंड में नहीं आती, आपका विरोध नहीं होता, ये आपने क्या सेटिंग की हुई है?
देखिए इसके पीछे सेटिंग नहीं है। देखिए हम व्यवस्था के अनुरूप चलने वाले हैं। कानून जो कानून है उसके अनुरूप हम काम कर रहे हैं, और देवभूमि उत्तराखंड में रहने वालों को कानून से जीने की आदत, उसकी हमने शुरुआत की है कि सबको कानून से जीना है, चाहे कोई भी काम हो वो कानून से होगा। तो इसलिए कानून को सब मान रहे हैं।
नहीं, कानून तो एक वो वक्फ वाला भी आ रहा है, उसको लोग नहीं मान रहे, सड़क पर आ जा रहे हैं।
नहीं मानेंगे, देखिए हम लोग उत्तराखंड में उसको भी मनवाएंगे।
उत्तराखंड में कर देंगे,
मनवाएंगे जी।
लेकिन जब ये सारी चीजें हो रही है, और मैं वक्फ पर आऊं उससे पहले एक चीज जिसकी चर्चा होती है, आपको लगा जब आप मुख्यमंत्री बने और आपने ये सब काम शुरू किया, आप बार बार देवभूमि की पवित्रता की बात कर रहे हैं, क्या पॉलिटिकली देवभूमि की डेमोग्राफी चेंज करने का प्रयास हुआ है पिछले कुछ सालों में? क्या
ये बिल्कुल काफी परिवर्तन करने के प्रयास हुए और इस पर किसी का ध्यान नहीं गया, और इन सालों में हमने देखा है कि तेजी से डेमोग्राफिक जो चेंज हुआ, जिसके कारण से राज्य में असंदिग्ध लोगों की संख्या बढ़ी, ऐसे लोग बढ़े, रोहिंग्या बढ़े, तमाम प्रकार के लोग बढ़े जिनके आपराधिक इतिहास थे। हमने इसका वेरिफिकेशन शुरू करवाया है, और ये देवभूमि के मूल स्वरूप के लिए जरूरी था। और आज अब कानून का राज स्थापित हो गया है। आसानी से अब कोई ये नहीं सोच सकता है कि भाई हम अपराध करेंगे, हम गलत काम करेंगे और देवभूमि में आकर छिप जाएंगे, क्योंकि देवभूमि के अंदर देखिए हमने अतिथि देवो भव की तर्ज पर काम शुरू किया है। हमारा राज्य बड़ी संख्या में चारधाम यात्रा पे आने वाले लोगों का राज्य है। चारधाम यात्रा हमारी अभी अप्रैल माह से प्रारंभ हो रही है, तो पूरे देश दुनिया के लोग आते हैं, पूरे देश के लोग पर्यटन के लिए आते हैं, पूरे साल भर पर्यटन चलता है। हमने इस बार नया काम शुरू किया है, शीतकालीन यात्रा भी प्रारंभ की है, और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी हमारा प्रोत्साहन करने के लिए वो भी यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। इस बार मुखवा हरसिल में आकर, माँ गंगा का मायका होता है, आप जानते होंगे हरसिल में, तो 6 माह माँ गंगा की डोली वहाँ पर निवास करती है, पूजा पाठ वहाँ पर होता है। तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी वहाँ आए। तो इसलिए प्रदेश के अंदर कानून व्यवस्था अच्छी होनी चाहिए, लोगों को अपनी सुरक्षा की चिंता नहीं होनी चाहिए, किसी प्रकार का भय नहीं होना चाहिए। तो इसलिए हमने कहा कि नहीं भाई,
अब आपने ये चारधाम यात्रा जो शुरू हो रही है उसमें आपने कह दिया रील नहीं बनाने देंगे, अब जेनजी का क्या होगा?
किसका?
ये जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है रील वाली, आपने कहा चारधाम में जो लोग आ रहे हैं उनको रील नहीं बनाने देंगे।
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है कि यात्रा केवल शुद्ध रूप से यात्रा होनी चाहिए। मैं तो आज चूंकि यात्रा शुरू होने से पहले आपके इतने बड़े मंच पर आपके साथ हूँ, और पूरे देश भर के अंदर दुनिया भर के लोग आपको भी बहुत देखते हैं, आपका वो भी देखते हैं, सब देखते हैं, जो भी आपका सोशल मीडिया से सारे आपके क्रियाकलाप हैं उसको देखते हैं। तो मैं जरूर जानता हूं कि आप यहाँ बैठे हैं तो मेरी बात सब तक पहुंचेगी। देखिए यात्रा के कुछ नियम होने चाहिए। यात्रा के नियम हमारे पहले के समय से, ऋषि मुनियों के समय से, हमारे पूर्वजों के समय से यात्रा के नियम बने हुए हैं। यात्रा में साफ सफाई से रहना है, नियम संयम से रहना है। तो ये यात्रा धर्म के लिए है, ये हमारा तीर्थाटन है। तीर्थाटन और पर्यटन दोनों अलग अलग हैं। पर्यटन के लिए अलग स्थान बने हुए हैं और तीर्थाटन के लिए अलग स्थान बने हुए हैं। तो दोनों पर पालन करेंगे तो मैं समझता हूं कि कई बार देखिए ऐसा होता है कि एक छोटा सा रील बनता है, पता नहीं कितने साल पुराना रील, जब हमारी चारधाम यात्रा शुरू होती है उस समय डाल देते हैं कि यहाँ व्यवस्था हो गई, यहाँ पर ये हो गया। तो उसके कारण से पूरे देश भर के, दुनिया भर के अंदर लोगों में एक ऐसा संदेश जाता है, उसकी जो वेरीफाइड उस समय नहीं हो पाता है। तो इसलिए हमने एक प्रयास किया है कि भाई वहाँ पर पवित्रता बनी रहे, अच्छे से लोगों के दर्शन हो, लोगों की सुरक्षा का प्रबंध हो, उनको कोई परेशानी न हो। जो भी चारधाम यात्रा में आ रहे हैं वो अपनी यात्रा शांतिपूर्वक संपन्न।
रील कल्चर छोड़कर फील कल्चर के साथ आइए, फील कीजिए अध्यात्म को, सनातन को।
नहीं, सबका स्वागत है और अच्छी यात्रा करवाएंगे सबको।
लेकिन जब आप चारधाम यात्रा भी करा रहे हैं, अभी केदारनाथ में भी जो विकास हो रहा है, एक कंसर्न लोगों का है उत्तराखंड को लेकर कि डेवलपमेंट जरूरी है लेकिन किस लेवल पर जाकर, क्योंकि पहाड़ों को आप कितना खोदेंगे। क्या केदारनाथ में फिर से उस लेवल पे कंस्ट्रक्शन तो नहीं हो रहा जो कि समस्याएं खड़ी कर सकता है? उत्तराखंड में ऐसा तो नहीं हो रहा?
देखिए केदारनाथ पूरे दुनिया के लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ा आस्था और श्रद्धा का केंद्र है बाबा के, श्री केदार बाबा का धाम, बाबा का स्थान। और 2013 में बहुत बड़ी प्रलय केदारनाथ में आई थी और सारा तहस नहस हो गया केदारनाथ। उस केदार को भव्य केदार और दिव्य केदार बनाने का अवसर और मौका हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भगवान ने दिया और उसके बाद अब दिव्य केदार और भव्य केदार बन गया है। वहां पर नवनिर्माण हो गया, पुनर्निर्माण हो गया, कई सारे काम हुए हैं, लेकिन वो सारे के सारे काम इकोलॉजी को बराबर ध्यान में रखते हुए कि इकोलॉजी भी बनी रहे और उसका संतुलन भी बना रहे और उसके अनुरूप, क्योंकि हमने जो उत्तराखंड राज्य में विकास का मॉडल अपनाया है वो इकोलॉजी और इकोलॉजी दोनों में संतुलन का अपनाया है, दोनों में बैलेंस रहे। जीईपी ग्रॉस एनवायरनमेंट का हमने पहली बार वहां पर शुरू किया है और ये नए काम हम इसलिए भी शुरू कर रहे हैं क्योंकि जो हमारे धाम हैं उन धामों की एक बियरिंग कैपेसिटी भी है। उस बियरिंग कैपेसिटी से ज्यादा लोग आ जाते हैं तो लोगों को भी परेशानी होती है, वहां पर प्रबंध करने में भी दिक्कत होती है। तो आसपास के क्षेत्रों में कुछ ऐसे स्थान और डेवलप हों और स्थान बने, उसके लिए हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं अभी आगे।
अभी जब आपको याद होगा बीच में वो टनल हादसा हुआ था, आपको स्पेशली बहुत टारगेट किया गया, बहुत सवाल पूछे गए आपको और पीएम को दोनों को पहले दिन से। अभी तेलंगाना में एक हादसा हुआ है जो पिछले कई दिनों से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल ही रहा है और वहां मौत भी हो गई। मैं दोनों को कंपेयर नहीं कर रहा, टेक्निकलिटी कंपेयर नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि ये जानबूझकर किया गया था जो सवाल उस वक्त पहले दिन से डे 1 से आप पर पूछे गए या आपको टारगेट करने का प्रयास हुआ था?
देखिए, हमारे राज्य में जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है, मैं अभी आपके साथ यहाँ इसमें कार्यक्रम में आने से पहले बैठा था यहाँ, तो मुझे अभी प्रश्न किया गया एक कि आपके लिए चुनौती क्या है, आपके सामने चैलेंजेस क्या क्या हैं। तो हमारे सामने हर साल राज्य में होने वाली आपदाएं भी बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, चाहे वो लैंडस्लाइड के रूप में हो, चाहे वो एवलॉन्च के रूप में हो, चाहे वो अतिवृष्टि के रूप में हो, चाहे वो बादल फटने के रूप में हो। अब अभी हाल में फरवरी माह में बड़ा एवलॉन्च आ गया हमारे यहाँ माणा में। सिलकारा टनल का 17 दिन तक चलने वाला रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन केदारनाथ मार्ग पर अभी 2024 में बड़ी आपदा आई और इतनी बड़ी आपदा कि 29 स्थानों पर रोड जो है डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया, पुल ध्वस्त हो गए। ऐसे ही हमारा जनपद एक टिहरी है, 3 स्थानों पर लगातार सीरीज से वहां पर जो है बादल फटे। अनेक सीमांत क्षेत्रों में, हमारा धारचूला जैसा क्षेत्र है, चमोली का क्षेत्र है, अक्सर ये घटनाएं हमारे यहाँ होती हैं। और जो सिलकारा टनल था, वो सिलकारा टनल पर अब बहुत सारे वैज्ञानिक, बहुत सारे लोग शोध कर रहे हैं कि ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कैसे संपन्न हुआ। मैं आपको बताऊं, वो चैलेंज जो लोग मीन मेख निकालने वाले हैं, जिनकी बात आप कर रहे हैं, वो तो आपदा में भी अवसर ढूंढते हैं, जबकि अब आपदा तो कोई लाता नहीं है, आपदा तो आपदा होती है, किसी भी समय आ जाती है। लेकिन उसमें अवसर ढूंढने वालों से मैं यही कहूंगा कि ऐसे समय में राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए। और जो 41 लोगों को जो हम सुरक्षित रूप से सब लोग मिलकर, मैं कह रहा हूं कि हम लोग सशरीर वहां पर थे, लेकिन हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी लगातार एक दिन में कई बार उनकी जानकारी लेते थे। जिस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी की वहां पर जरूरत होती थी, अगर मशीन लानी हो, चाहे उसमें अच्छे टेक्नोलॉजी को जानने वाले वैज्ञानिक लाने हो, अनुसंधान करने वाले लाने हो, देश दुनिया के लोगों को बुलाना हो, ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भी जो है वहां पर इसके विशेषज्ञ आए, उन सबको करना हो, वो सारा का प्रबंध हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कारण ही हमको वहां पर इतनी बड़ी सफलता मिल पाई और हम 41 लोगों को बचा पाए। भारत सरकार की अनेक एजेंसियां और पूरे देश के लोगों ने, और मैं कहूं कि देश ही नहीं दुनिया के लोग दुआएं कर रहे थे उनको बचाने के लिए।
आपको उस वक्त याद है पीएम से जो आपकी लगातार बातचीत हो रही थी, कोई कॉन्वर्सेशन जिससे आपको लगा कि उसने बड़ा हौसला दिया इस पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को पूरा करने?
नहीं, मैं आपको बताऊं कि प्रत्येक दिन, एक दिन हो, 2 दिन हो, जब 60 मीटर का लगभग ऐसा रास्ता था जहां वो फंसे हुए थे और पाइपलाइन डाली जा रही थी जिससे उनको निकाला जाए। तो पहले दिन ये हुआ कि बहुत सामान्य हादसा है और जेसीबी चलेगी, पोकलैंड चलेगी, सारा मलबा हटा देगी और इन लोगों को हम बाहर निकाल लेंगे। दीपावली के दिन हुआ था, मुझे याद है, 12 नवंबर को। तो शाम को फिर वो मलबा हटाने लगे लोग, तो थोड़ा मलबा हटाते थे तो ऊपर से भयंकर रूप से चट्टान नीचे आती थी। फिर ये हुआ कि पाइपलाइन डाली जाएगी। पाइपलाइन 5-6 फुट गई, 5-6 मीटर। उसके बाद बड़ा रॉक आ गया, हार्ड आ गया। फिर रुक गया तीसरा दिन, चौथा दिन, 5वां दिन, 7वें 8वें दिन ऐसा लग रहा था कि अब जो है हम ये पाइपलाइन तेजी से अंदर डाल देंगे। तो 42-44 मीटर पर जाकर फिर पूरी मशीन फंस गई अंदर। जो आगर मशीन होती है, एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो मशीन अंदर जाकर पूरी बैंड हो गई। अब उस समय तक जो मजदूर लोग जो अंदर थे उनसे हम बात कर रहे थे, तो हमने उनको कहा था कि हम आपको जो है 1-2 दिन में बाहर निकाल लेंगे। जब मैं वहां पहुंचा कुछ काम करके, मैं रोज वहां पहुंचता था, रोज वहीं रहता था मैं भी। सारे काम मैंने अपना कैंप कार्यालय भी वहां पर खोल लिया था। तो जब हम वहां पहुंचा मैंने देखा कि सारे लोग बड़े निराश बैठे हुए हैं कि अब क्या होगा, कोई रास्ता नहीं है कि हॉरिजेंटल और वर्टिकल कहां से हम ड्रिल करें कि जहां से इनको हम निकाल पाएं, और रास्ते भी निकालें क्योंकि एक रास्ता बंद हो गया है। तो मैंने सभी लोगों से कहा, भाई देखो ऐसा है कि इसमें हम सब लोग एक साथ जब प्रयास करेंगे, ये हमारी कलेक्टिव बार्गेनिंग एक शब्द होता है, थोड़ा मैं मैनेजमेंट का विद्यार्थी रहा, तो मैंने कहा सबको कलेक्टिव बार्गेनिंग करनी है, इसमें एक साथ हमको प्रयास करना है, हमें अन्य रास्ते ढूंढने हैं। ये कोई एक व्यक्ति इसके लिए जिम्मेदार नहीं है कि ये आपदा आई हुई है, लोग फंसे हुए हैं। तो सबसे पहले हमको जो है, जो लोग अंदर जिनकी हिम्मत, अब 12 दिन हो गए, अब उनकी हिम्मत बतानी है पहले तो, कि उनको बताना है। मैंने कहा मैं पहले उनसे बात करने जा रहा हूं। मैं उनसे बात करने के लिए गया, वहां से मैंने कहा वो लाइन जोड़िए, क्योंकि उनको बताना जरूरी था कि भाई आप अभी टाइम, मैंने जब उनको बोला कि आप तो जानते हो कि भाई ये 56 मीटर पर, 57 मीटर पर ये हमको ब्रेक थ्रू मिलना है। हम अभी 47 पर पहुंच गए हैं, 10 बचा है, लेकिन ये मशीन यहां पर हमारी टूट गई है। अब इस मशीन को काट काट के बाहर निकालना पड़ेगा। वो कठिन काम था, पाइप के अंदर जाकर मशीन को काटना, और गर्मी हो जाती थी अंदर, हाथ से काट के फिर उसको बाहर निकालना, और 1 मीटर काटने में लगभग 3 घंटे का समय लगता था। तो उनको मैंने कहा कि भाई हम 10 मीटर दूर हैं आपसे, और अब ऐसी ऐसी स्थिति पैदा हो गई है, मुझे लगता है कि 2-4 दिन 5 दिन और लग सकता है। तो मैं सच में, मुझे अच्छा ये लगा कि जो हमारे श्रमिक भाई उसमें फंसे हुए थे, जो उनके लीडर थे, गब्बर सिंह नेगी, अखिलेश, एक सबा खान बिहार के थे, तो इनसे मैंने जब बात करी तो इन्होंने मुझे बहुत जोश दिलाया। उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हमें प्रधानमंत्री जी पर, आप पर बड़ा भरोसा है कि आप लोग हमको निकाल लोगे, और आप हमारी चिंता मत करिए। 5 दिन नहीं, अगर हमें 10 दिन भी रहना पड़ेगा तो हम 10 दिन यहाँ रह लेंगे, और आप हमको बस, आप अपनी चिंता करिए बाहर की, हमारी यहाँ की चिंता मत करिए, हमारे परिवार वालों को बता दीजिए। तो उनका हौसला था, और अगले 5 दिनों तक फिर चला, और भगवान की ऐसी कृपा हुई, वो सारे के सारे सुरक्षित निकल गए। मैं सच बताऊं, जब वो सबके सब बाहर निकल गए तो तब मुझे एहसास हुआ कि अब कोई दिक्कत नहीं, क्योंकि हर दिन सवेरे होती थी 8-9 बजे के बीच में प्रधानमंत्री जी का फोन आ जाता था। 8 से 9 के बीच में पर डे में खाली रहता था कि अब पीएम साहब का फोन आएगा। तो उनका फोन आने से फिर दिन भर काम करते थे। लेकिन कई बार ऐसी स्थिति होती थी कि आसमान को देखते थे कि भाई अब करें तो करें क्या, कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी लाएं, कौन सा काम करें, क्या कहें, किसको कहें। कहीं कोई जगह नहीं बचती थी, सब कुछ था, पूरा देश उनके लिए दुआएं कर रहा था। जब वो निकल गए बाहर तो मैंने आसमान को देखा तो मुझे लगा कि मेरे आंसू निकल जाएंगे। तो मैंने फिर अपने को संभाला, तो बाहर आया, तो फिर रात को लगभग 10-10:30 बजे का टाइम होगा, तो फिर प्रधानमंत्री जी का फोन आया। उन्होंने सभी को शुभकामनाएं दी और सबको बताया कि मेरी तरफ से सबको बता भी देना। उन्होंने फिर होटल में जो लोग हमारे जो श्रमिक निकले थे उन सभी से भी बात करी रात को ही।
जब ये 8-9 बजे के बीच प्रधानमंत्री का फोन आता था तो आपको तनाव रहता था कि अब फिर बॉस का फोन आने वाला है?
नहीं, उस समय तो उनका फोन आना माने कि एक तरह से हौसला बढ़ता था कि हमसे ऊपर वो हैं। नहीं तो वहां तो ऐसा लगता था कि कोई है ही नहीं, अब किसको कहूँगा मैं वहाँ, मैं खुद एक राज्य का मैं प्रमुख हूँ और उसमें मैं किसको कहूँ, क्या करूँ, कोई रास्ता ही नहीं सूझता था।
धामी जी ये भी बताइए, प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपका काम करने का अनुभव क्या बताता है? क्योंकि बाहर जो इकोसिस्टम माहौल बनाता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी बहुत ऑटोक्रेटिक हैं, सुनते नहीं, उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मतलब अपनी दुनिया में रहते हैं। आपने एज अ सीएम जब उनके साथ काम किया, आपका अनुभव क्या है?
देखिए, मैं आपको बताऊं कि मैं भी पहले ऐसा सोचता था।
अच्छा।
मैं अब चूंकि मेरा उधर देख रहा हूँ कि टाइम भी पूरा हो गया, लेकिन मैं आपने बताना जरूर चाहता हूँ, आपने मुझे कहा तो। मैं जब पहली बार इस जिम्मेदारी पर आया तो मैं उनसे मिलने के लिए गया, उस समय कोरोना चल रहा था। तो मुझे लगा कि एक कमरा खुला। मैं प्रधानमंत्री निवास में पहली बार गया था, एक बार अटल जी के समय में गया था पहले, लेकिन उतना अंदर नहीं गया था। तो इस बार मैं ये जिम्मेदारी मिलने के बाद लगभग 4 साल 3.5 साल पहले की बात है, मैं गया तो एक दरवाज़ा खुला। मैं जैसे अंदर गया तो मुझे लगा कि इसके अंदर प्रधानमंत्री जी होंगे या और अंदर होंगे। तो जैसे ही मैं पहुंचा तो आवाज़ आई, आइए आइए। तो मैं नीचे देख रहा था, मैंने सामने देखा तो मुझे प्रधानमंत्री जी दिखाई दिए। तो मैं बहुत संकोच कर रहा था, फिर थोड़ा आगे गया तो मैंने उनके लिए जो गुलदस्ता लिया था हाथ में, मैंने उनको गुलदस्ता दिया। तो उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि अपना मास्क हटा दीजिए। तो मैं उनकी तरफ देख ही नहीं रहा था, मैं देख नहीं रहा था, क्योंकि मेरा जैसा आप कह रहे हैं उसी प्रकार का था। लेकिन 2-3 मिनट में जो भी औपचारिकता होती है वो करने के बाद मैं सामने बैठा, और बैठते ही उन्होंने जब पूछना शुरू करा कि माता जी कहाँ हैं, गांव में हैं कि घर में हैं, वहाँ पर हैं। तो उनको पता था, जब मैं गया था तो उनको पता था कि माता जी गाँव में रहती हैं। तो मैं बात करते करते मुझे ये बताया गया था कि आपका आधे घंटे का टाइम है बाहर पहले से। तो बात करते, और पहली बार थोड़ी 5 मिनट के बाद सच में सुशांत जी मुझे लगा ही नहीं कि मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी से बात कर रहा हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं अपने किसी अभिभावक से बात कर रहा हूँ। उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं लगातार बोल रहा हूँ और वो सुन रहे हैं। मेरा 1 घंटा 20-25 मिनट तक मैं उनके साथ रहा। तो एक एक चीज पर वो इतना अवसर देते हैं, कभी जोर से नहीं बोलना, कभी ये नहीं करना, हर छोटी चीज पर भी उनका जो है ध्यान रहता है। और एक सामान्य से सामान्य व्यक्ति को कैसे उसके व्यक्तित्व को आगे बढ़ाना है, वो सच में भारत के तो शिल्पकार हैं ही हैं। वो भारत, आधुनिक भारत के विश्वकर्मा तो वो हैं ही हैं। लेकिन अगर व्यक्ति के निर्माण की बात करूं तो मैं बहुत बड़ा उनको मानता हूं कि वो व्यक्ति को कैसे आगे बढ़ाया जाता है, कैसे उसको सिखाया जाता है, कैसे उसके अंदर आत्मविश्वास पैदा किया जाता है, कैसे संवेदनशीलता से उसकी परेशानियों को समझना। ये कोई, अगर मैंने ऐसा व्यक्तित्व तो पूरे भारत में मैंने कभी, मुझे कोई दूसरा नहीं।
और सबसे बड़ी खूबी जो उनकी मानी जा रही है कि वो टैलेंट ढूंढ के निकाल के ले आते हैं। जैसे पुष्कर सिंह धामी को ले आए, उन्होंने आप पर विश्वास जताया। उत्तराखंड में सीएम जब एक के बाद एक चेंज हो रहे थे और आप आए थे तो लोगों को लगा था कि कहाँ से धामी जी आए, क्या करेंगे। लेकिन आज आपका नाम अगर धाकड़ धामी लोग बुला रहे हैं तो कुछ तो आपने किया है। बहुत सारी आपको शुभकामनाएं सर।
चलिए, बहुत।
और उत्तराखंड में आप इसी तरह से बेहतर काम करते रहे। मुझे लग रहा है पब्लिक का सपोर्ट तो आपको मिल ही रहा है।
जी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच। जोरदार तालियां पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के लिए।
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, and thank you so much, Sushant.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from someone who doesn't just imagine the future, he's actively creating the future. That's right. Well, he is actively creating it. He's an icon. And if you've been paying any attention lately, a man who's been sporting a rather interesting hat on the tennis court as well. Or should I say, tennis court, Madhav?
Absolutely, Meghna. A legend whose company's presence is felt in nearly every corner of the globe. His focus is now shifted to championing global welfare and tackling some of the world's most pressing challenges.
underestimated just how much India would accomplish in a single generation. By emphasizing technology and innovation, India has accomplished incredible things. Maternal and child deaths are less than a third of what they were just 15 years ago. Access to sanitation has increased dramatically. Deadly diseases have been largely contained. But what's even more impressive is that India has driven progress not just for Indians, but for the entire world. Today, 60% of the world's vaccines come from India, including affordable vaccines for meningitis, rotavirus, pneumococcus, and others. India's pioneering AI-powered climate-smart agriculture solutions are providing millions of farmers with real-time data to help them improve their yields. India's digital platforms, including Aadhaar, UPI, and MOSIT, have set the gold standard for digital public infrastructure, showing other countries how to deliver better services to their people. And India is driving these technologies. As one of the world's largest startup hubs and a major player in the global AI ecosystem, India is primed to drive game-changing innovations for the years to come. India's leadership is more important than ever. India is offering an inspiring blueprint, one that shows how innovation, ambition, and local leadership can transform millions of lives for the better while driving economic growth. In the coming years, this leadership and innovation will be instrumental in helping solve the world's most pressing challenges. Our partner, our foundation, has been privileged to partner with India for over 2 decades, and I know that partnership will only grow stronger. Thank you.
Big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Gates, for the special address at the Times Now Summit 2025.
Absolutely. In fact, moving on to our next session, Meghna, where he's known for his powerful discourses and deep knowledge of the Hindu scriptures. He has now garnered a massive following for his efforts in promoting Sanatan Dharma and addressing people's concerns through spiritual guidance. Now, his teachings, Meghna, have emphasized faith, devotion, and the cultural heritage of Bharat, making him a widely respected figure amongst devotees. Please join me in welcoming upon stage, and if I can request our colleagues to bring in to the hall as well, Dhirendra Krishna Shastri, also famously known as Bageshwar Dham Sarkar.
Well, let's get him up on the stage. Of course, he's been one of the leading spiritual lights. He is someone who's known to be an expert when it comes to what really Hinduism is about, and someone who's going to be joining us very shortly here, Mother.
deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what? Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions.
Partners, as far as Times Now Summit is concerned, it is co-presented by Dream Sports, powered by Pernod Ricard India, knowledge partner Amrita University, associate partner Ekam, luxury partner Da Milano, digital payment partner Paytm. We also have state partner Government of Punjab and state partner Government of Uttarakhand. We have the state partner of the Government of Uttar Pradesh as well. We also have the Government of Haryana and the Government of Goa as state partners as far as the Times Now Summit is concerned. Our tourism partner is Rajasthan Tourism, education partner Bennett University, outdoor partner Times OOH.
So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your meal. We'll see you after that.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't
Push
stop.
the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said said what? Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what.
By Dream Sports, powered by Pernod Ricard India. We hope all of you had a refreshing lunch and are ready for what's ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we resume the 5th edition of the Times Now Summit, where we focus on keeping Bharat ahead, we encourage you to be part of the conversation. Do share your insights, suggestions, and moments on social media using the hashtag TNSummit2025.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker turned a simple idea into a fintech revolution, proving that big dreams and bigger risks can actually change the game. You just need to dare to dream. As the founder and CEO of Paytm, Vijay Shekhar Sharma made digital payments, in fact, as easy as a tap, a scan, or a swipe, fueled by passion, persistence, and a little bit of jugaad. Well, you can't take that out of an Indian, isn't it, Swati? He is on a mission to make India the innovation capital of the world. Please join us in welcoming Vijay Shekhar Sharma, and we will also like to invite the Managing Editor, Times Network, and Chief Business Officer, Times Influence, Mihir Bhatt, to moderate.
Thank you, Swati and Hina. Sir, जैसे आपने देखा होगा, theme is keeping Bharat ahead. And you are, I think, a poster boy who has actually, I would say, realized this dream of keeping Bharat ahead, right? And I'll stress on word Bharat. So, first of all, what do you think of this theme, and what is your thought process about this?
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me here, Mihir. I do agree. जब मैंने भारत पढ़ा तो मुझे खुद समझ में आया कि we are talking now the India that goes beyond the top cities, and that is exactly the opportunity of India is, because it is continuously being proven that up till certain point of time, let's say last 10 years, 20 years, the big cities used to have large percentage of contribution of GDP, and now that has reached to the tier 6, tier 5 cities also, and there maybe the India is not the correct word to pronounce, but the Bharat is. And the good thing I want to also tell here is कि आपने ना इंडिया प्लस भारत अलग अलग नहीं कहा, आपने उसको ना भारत ही बोला. And this is what important thing is. I personally believe by calling that we are building for India and separately Bharat, you also sort of you become uninclusive, or it is not wholesome to call out that you're building two separate things, but it is rather your own customer that you are addressing in different geographies, if you will. So building for Bharat and keeping Bharat ahead for 2047, I truly admire that you could take a stand, and I'm sure a long term will go long. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. But Vijay, you will play a pivotal role in, keeping Bharat ahead. And I'm not making a rhetorical statement, but one thing is very clear, that agar Bharat ko aage leke jana hai, then there are a couple of engines, but the key engine is going to be innovation and technology. These twin engines can ensure that India continues to move forward. What is your take? Because you are considered to be a poster boy of innovation and using technology.
First of all, thank you. बहुत poster boy हो गया. Thank you for calling that out. I go to college, engineering college convocations, and I tell students that when you are recruited by, let's say, a company that is serving international customers, and there is a joy in that, you get a little more money than normal job. When you work for a country and companies belonging to that country, you're actually growing that country. When you solve your own country's problem, you're growing all of us together. So in your life, maybe 20 years back, it was not an option because the better option was inevitably in commercial sense and reward sense and many other fulfillment of self needs. You could say that I would go internationally. But I can say in the last 10 years, this country has dramatically changed. And we, as young Indians, should not just think of that we can have journey outside India, but we should think, what if I try to create an opportunity or solution to the opportunity in India that will do two things. You will get reward of the country's economy, and you will also be able to solve for what our country's needs are. And that, I believe, is the first and foremost element to it. That India, which traditionally was deprived of the talent to solve for India's problem, has now ample and enough of it. The very Startup India, the very Digital India initiative, our Honorable Prime Minister continues to pursue that, and then we continue to see every year more elements to show up, is a classic example of it, that government or the leadership of this country is able to respect and honor the people who are trying to solve bottom-up the problems that this country solved. And now, like you know it, every foreigner who comes in India sees the payment system, sees the digital infrastructure, even commerce elements that we are talking. जिस तरह से कोविड में हुआ कि आपका कोविड टेस्ट जैसे घर पे आके जाता था, लोग ट्वीट पे अपनी आप लिख रहे थे ऑर्गेनिकली कि यूएस में मैं हूँ तो मुझे मिलता नहीं है अपॉइंटमेंट और क्या पेन है यहाँ पे क्या होता है. So service deliveries, digital service deliveries, these are very phenomenal global experiences that we are building in India. So talent exists, opportunity exists, and now the viable business models and the companies that have been able to be successful with it are inspiring even a generation ahead of us, and even larger generation, I'd say, to solve for even further problems. So now you're talking about space startups, which was a very interesting thing to guess, because earlier you were building something very visible next to you. Food delivery, payments, these are very visible to you problems. Space is a little farther away in your thought process that you'll solve for it, but it is so good to see, it is so inspiring to see young generation of our country is able to see the problems which are long-term fruit bearing, not a short-term gratification only.
Right. Vijay, I want to understand on technology. There is this whole wave of revolution that's taking place thanks to artificial intelligence, and we have two superpowers almost at loggerheads about who will dominate this technology. India obviously is going to play a very crucial role because of the population, because of the demography, and because of our technological prowess, especially when it comes to IT and ITES. What is your outlook on AI?
Obviously, there is no doubt about it that AI's capabilities are so revolutionary, and more or less I would guess that they are underestimated by many, because not many are playing with it. Only a set of people who are like very early adapter, change agent sort of people, though, are using it. And to give you a clue, if you were using internet in 94, 95, 96, it is that era. It is not even 2000. It is 94, 95. Remember, some of you would remember the Lynx browser used to be, which was a text-only browser. So today's AI is a text-only AI. Literally yesterday, we saw the first image AI get launched, and look at this, the excitement the world is having. So the text AI was the 94, 95, 96 of internet. Now we are getting images, then we'll get videos, and then we'll get multimedia. Then we'll get the experience which is like, oh my God, how could I live without it experience? So right now it is fitting in to solve certain element of our work. Over the period, it will become a significant element of our work, meaning without it, it won't possible, like smartphone. We feel, oh, मैं जा रहा हूँ तो मुझे पता होगा, मेरा फोन लेके आना छूट गया. उस तरह से आपका login हुआ करेगा आपके agent stroke AI support system में. So this is revolution of our times. And just like internet or smartphone revolution, it will be bigger than the previous revolutions. And like you said it, the fight is going on between two countries right now. But at the same point in time, India has opportunity to build sovereign model, India Foundation model. But the challenge is the race is so fast right now. The race has accelerated for the features and nuances that maybe the open source revolution that is happening in both sides of the world, we would ride that to build a foundation model. So that is a lot yet pending to be done.
Right. But Vijay, are we doing enough in terms of innovation? And especially like you mentioned, the race is actually very fast and things are evolving on daily basis, sometimes on hourly basis. Are we doing enough, or are we keeping pace, or are we just waking up to it?
Okay, so I remember somebody tweeted on internet when R1 got released. R1 is DeepSeek R1 model, and the person said that, wow, we're busy delivering food while somebody is building R1. But this is exactly what I want everybody as an audience or innovators or the business player to know it. It's a state of life. When you are a teenager, you don't do the job that adults do. That ecosystem has continuously grown ahead of us in terms of timeline and maturity, resources and scale versus our ecosystem. The good thing is that you are expecting from us, we don't expect this from Europe. You don't expect this from, let's say, Turkey. You don't expect this from even nearest population, whether Indonesia or Pakistan at all. I mean, Pakistan to question hi nahi hona chahiye tha, ye kahan se aa gaya jawab? My point is that we are at least as a part of our global ecosystem of technology and capability on the back of the talent of India in the race. Yes, I can never be saying that we will do enough. If we were literally neck to neck with, let's say, China, which is the next port of milestone or thing to benchmark upon, then also we will not be satisfied because there is something called US ahead. If we were in US, then we will say the same thing that somebody is saying. So the race continues. At the same point in time, I'm happy that we are part of the race. And I'm sad that amount of things that we have to do to that milestone are so many that maybe in the AI race, we will have to be finding out our success in a way that this is the last frontier where we were number 3. In the next frontier, why not be the top spot and lead the world? So
Right.
That is what I believe.
Right. So now I want to come back to your business. And the reason I'm coming back to your business is because the way Google changed the entrepreneurial ecosystem globally, right, with their platforms. To a large extent, that's what Paytm has done in India, especially for smaller businesses in, let's say, tier 5, tier 6, right, like you mentioned. Now, that, and when you look at the technological revolution or change that is coming, how are you going to deal with it or cope with it?
Yeah. Thank you, first of all, once again, that we feel truly privileged that we can serve Indian small businesses. And coming from that family background, my father was teacher and we lived in Aligarh. So everybody around us was either a small business or a government job. The funniest thing I can, in hindsight, tell you is that somebody told me in engineering college that highest paying job is of a CEO. And I said, and how do you become the CEO? And who's CEO? Because I never had somebody who was around me till I reached engineering college who was CEO. Everybody was somebody in either government job, department or somewhere, but not CEO, right? Now, this is where the core of Paytm also originates from. We help the small business, we help the masses of this country, and the technology enability and capability that we are bringing in, I see our role not only as financial inclusion champion, also the technology inclusion champion. So you saw the sound box, which was something on the counter. We want to increase its capability, and we will increase its capability and add the element #AI into it expectedly so that it can try discovering some of the services and things that this small shopkeeper can get a better advantage of. If nothing, at least it has a memory towards के महीने का क्या बिल है और इसको बोल सकते हो कि मेरे इतने कैश आया इसको भी जोड़ दो तो मैं सब कुछ सोच सकूं और मेरे 4-5 लोग आए मतलब you know what I'm trying to tell you is that we continue to try out number of things within ourselves and then try figure out how we can build something which is the largest common denominator product that you deliver. Obviously we build invoicing system etc that we did, but they are not at scale large as visible impact. But I do believe AI will give us an opportunity to make lower cost, highly compliant technology systems for small businesses. And this will generate further formalization of economy because right now payment is the beginning and the technology will be the slope that it takes it off. So in my opinion, the number of services, just like I told you, that can practically an assistant, practically a business partner, practically a somebody whom you can call effectively co-founder of your business if you are a small business.
Right. But Vijay, I want to understand that, let's say, I mean, if you reflect on last 20 years, and I'm just taking 20 years as a sort of a sample because this is 20th year of Times Now. In next 20 years, where do you see your business in terms of the nature of services that it will offer? And the reason I am asking is because Paytm itself has actually revolutionized, we don't realize it, but the service industry to a large extent in a large country like India.
Thank you. 20 years forward, विकसित भारत के पास होंगे हम लोग, 2045 होएगा, तो मतलब 2 साल में ही हमारी सेंचुरी होने वाली होगी इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया की. I do believe that by that time we would have become, just like we were talking about some technologies right now, the use cases that would have worked. So whether it is payment would have extended to financial services. We've learned the extension of payment is in offering and giving many financial services companies an opportunity to serve these small businesses. And in my opinion, if we all are talking about GDP growth, it will happen when the small business contributes towards GDP way more than it does today. And it does in an informal sector in a way right now. It does recruit local people. It does create the job, but they are not identified or they are guessed on a percentage basis or a number basis. By bringing formal into it, the government, the regulation, the entities or rest of the business ecosystem can support them. So we will in next 20 years be, I believe that the person at the company identified as, oh, these guys changed the small business industry sector of this country, starting from payment, giving them financial services, giving them technology, the world never looks same. And today, if we are example of our countries or our country example for the world in, let's say, payment extending towards now in financial services as we are working on, that time it can be like, छोटी कंपनियों को अगर किस तरह से देखना है, इनसे सीखना चाहिए. And that way, I do believe that we will be able to bring literally contributions in the ranges of, I'm talking about 20 years forward, in trillions. Because these small businesses that we will serve, they will bring trillions to the economy. And in my belief, the Viksit Bharat, the developed India dream is going to be possible because small will become big or beautiful that we expect it to be.
Right. You have a large play in financial services and transactions, payment systems. When you look at it through AI lens, is it safe to say or assume that 20 years down the line, a lot of these critical financial decisions, stroke transactions, will be actually automated? Like you won't have to think, maybe you will enter some goal or something like that and then it will take care of it?
अच्छा, मैं थोड़ा practical example देता हूँ and it is inevitably, तो होगा ही होगा कि जैसे कि हम कभी अगर मैं आपको 25 साल 20 साल पहले बोलता आप सड़क पे चलते हुए किसी से भी लंदन में बहुत लो कॉस्ट पे वीडियो दिखा सकते हो, बात कर सकते हो, तो आप सोच रहे होगे ये क्या मतलब है तुम्हारा, मतलब वायर फोन थे और वीडियो था भी नहीं और आईएसडी कॉल जिसका नेटवर्क का लेटेंसी बहुत था, बट वो हुआ, राइट? इट इज पॉसिबल. सो ये जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, वी विल इंटरेक्ट विद फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम इन वेरी नेटिव वर्ड्स एंड इट विल स्पीक दैट. इट इज तो इनएविटेबल. We have something soon to be coming in public and market also, but I want to give you something even bigger, deep, foundational to it. अभी आप लोगों को पता होगा कि जब बैंक से कोई स्मॉल बिजनेस और कोई इंडिविजुअल लोन फाइल करता है तो उसको एक बैंक की क्रेडिट पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत एक अंडर राइटर चेक करता है. क्रेडिट पॉलिसी हेडक्वार्टर में बनती है, वो डिफरेंट चीज़ों को कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लेके बनती है, आपकी क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी है, क्या रिस्क है, क्या आपका कॉस्ट है वगैरह, और उसका एक इक्वलेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव जिसे हम कह सकते हैं कि वो पॉलिसी के विद इन ही काम करता है. बट आपको पता होता है कि ये चीज़ ना दिल्ली में चलती है, अगर आप उत्तर प्रदेश में जाओगे तो ये नहीं होता, महाराष्ट्र में जाओगे डीप हिंटरलैंड में तो ये नहीं होगा, मध्य प्रदेश में ये नहीं होगा. वो नॉलेज बहुत टफ होता है एक ग्लोबल सिंगल पॉलिसी को इनहेरिट करना. तो वहाँ का जो हेड होता है उसको चीफ रिस्क ऑफिसर बोलते हैं. तो अगर सीआरओ का ब्रेन एंड कैपेबिलिटी हर इंडिविजुअल लोन के आगे उपलब्ध होता तो और हर इंडिविजुअल पॉलिसी के आगे उपलब्ध होता, क्योंकि सबकी पॉलिसी की कॉस्ट सेम होती है। हम तो बहुत सीरियसली सही तरह से चलाते हैं, हम चलाते भी नहीं इतना कार को, हमको कितना क्यों देना पड़े कॉस्ट। ये सारे जो एलिमेंट फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज के पर्सनलाइजेशन के होते हैं, n इक्वल टू 1 लेवल पे फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज का पर्सनलाइजेशन, जिसमें रिस्क एलिमेंट, पर्सनलाइजेशन, सर्विस कॉस्ट एलिमेंट्स कैन बी फैक्टर्ड इन, will be in next 5 years a expectation. So n equal to 1 priced credit, n equal to 1 priced insurance, n equal to 1 priced or featured wealth or deposit services, ये सारी चीजें n equal to 1 पे आ जाएंगी. And that I believe will give a next level of growth opportunity for country and individuals and companies, that they will be able to leverage the power of AI in a practical sense. So financial services system can get advantage of itself because it inherits with tons of data and capabilities, that it will be able to run AI models on top of it. They'll give opportunity to have all financial services being personalized to a person, taking care of the institution which is working for, and the risk, etc. element of that. So I think that's a very big advantage, because as you know, ultimately, formal financial system is where the economy has to head towards and gets the growth of. And customization, n equal to 1 on a billion level, possible.
I remember in one of the off-record conversations, you had mentioned something which stayed with me, that the key to success is you should never have plan B. आपका plan A होना चाहिए और आपको उसी को pursue करना चाहिए. At this point, which is that plan A in terms of expansion, launching new services, which you are pursuing, let's say in next 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, I mean, looking at the pace of technology, which will change the face of Paytm?
Look, like I said, we truly are privileged that we have opportunity of India. Our company is built in an era and age where the consumers, the businesses use technology at that depth, and the opportunity of serving brand and reach is phenomenal. So in next, whether you talk about 3, 5, 7, 10 years, whether you talk about further year, we will continue and remain committed to serve our country's population, country's small businesses. And like I said, the business doesn't require the new thing to be done, because the needs are simple. It's like saying that you need payment, you need insurance, you need wealth services, and so on. So those services will become, how do they become and how do they serve, even to the corner case of the corner case. It's easy to give a credit to, let's say, a large company whose data is publicly available, but it is tougher to give to a person who's like, let's say, a auto rickshaw driver or a normal rickshaw driver or a mazdoor or a person whose data and inherent elements don't exist. Our success will be that we will be able to bring at least 50 crore Indians to the mainstream economic benefit. And I think that is what our continuous commitment and goal remains, and we'll remain committed to it.
And do you have any timeline in mind to hit this milestone?
2030s is, I think, is the first milestone that we should be able to cross this. And when I say this, it is in payments we did and have our customer base very large, but I'm talking about financial services because mainstream of economic benefit comes with these other services that you're talking.
Right. I want to understand, there is this fear mongering, but I'm afraid of actually using the term fear mongering because we don't know what is true. But there is this constant chatter of, job losses, the way skill sets will change or the requirement of skill sets will change thanks to AI.
Correct.
What is your view on that?
Well, it's no secret. अभी आप अगर देखो तो STD PCO बूथ अब नहीं लिखते हैं, क्योंकि एक टाइम पे दिखते थे तो जॉब चेंज हुआ उनका. आप देखते होंगे कि जो लोग रोड साइड पेंट करके कुछ होर्डिंग से बना रहे होते थे, जो रोड्स पे चल रहे होते थे, नॉट नेसेसरली जस्ट द होर्डिंग, कुछ पोस्टर बनाने वाली कंपनियां खत्म हो गई, कुछ PCO वगैरह खत्म हो गए, पेंटर उड़े, ऐसे करके बहुत सारी जॉब्स चेंज हुए. एंड सम ऑफ अस डिड नॉट रियलाइज इट डिड चेंज. And now you are expecting that some jobs will go. Answer is yes. ये तो प्रकृति का नियम है ना. तो आपका कहना है कि लोग मरेंगे. या हाँ वत्स, जब तक पुराना नहीं जाएगा नया नहीं आएगा. तो ये तो भगवान कृष्ण भी कह के गए थे. मैं क्या बोलूँ? तो क्या आपकी जॉब, करंट वाली जॉब्स चेंज खत्म होंगी? हाँ वत्स, तभी तो नई जॉब आएगी. तो अगर आप ये याद रखो, तो ये तो भगवान कृष्ण गीता में लिख के गए थे, आप मेरे से क्या पूछ रहे हो?
नहीं मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा था बिकॉज आपको कई लोग टेक्नोलॉजी का कृष्ण
होगा,
मानते हैं
इट इज इनएविटेबल और अच्छे के लिए होगा. जो नया होता है वो पुराने की स्किल, एबिलिटी, गुडनेस को इनहेरिट करके आगे बढ़ता है. सो इसलिए अच्छा होगा.
Right. So, while we are on this subject, and like I mentioned in the beginning, there is a serious technology war going on between two superpowers, China and US. We are somewhere in the middle, holding our own ground. Ek to wo, and the other macro headwinds which are there, especially on the technology front, because the way I look at it, all countries are trying to figure out how to regulate or govern AI or how to govern the evolution of technology. Iska impact kya hoga on a country like India, which is innovating, developing at a rapid pace, but just to create enough jobs and looking at the size of population, we need to innovate much more and probably on a much larger scale.
तो पहली बात ये बहुत क्लियर है कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल चाइना इज सुपर पावर, ये एक्नॉलेजमेंट हो गया इस सवाल में, which is a very interesting thing. In AI age, the US tried everything to stop it, but it has been able to do a good job of what models have come out. At the same point in time, I do believe as a country, we could be the capital of what AI can do to the world once again. I mean, हमें प्रोग्रामिंग समझ में आ गई, हमारे कंट्री में मार्केट नहीं था, तो हमने दुनिया के लिए कर दिया. इसी तरीके से मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देने वाला हूं. इमेजिन अ पोर्ट बीइंग मैनेज्ड ऑन पनामा, जिसको कि आजकल बात हो रही है हचिंसन सेल करेगा नहीं करेगा, उसको रिमोटली मैनेज करने के लिए, उसका रिमोट वॉच रखने के लिए, चाहे वो कितना भी ऑटोनोमस हो जाए, ह्यूमंस की जरूरत होती है. और यहाँ पे कुछ लोग तो उसको मैनुअल भी ड्राइव करते हैं. आई एम श्योर इफ यू जस्ट गो नुएंसिंगली देयर विल बी अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ ह्यूमन. सो एक 1% लिवरेजेस ऑफ 5% ऑफ जॉब, that is the efficiency and so on. So there are more kind of jobs will come our way. I totally believe through AI, India will have a larger role to play in global economy, and like we've done in services, and if we extend only in the services, there will be a great opportunity, because in this case there is no infra that has got built to be sent. It is rather the services. And as you are aware, the developed countries are not getting trained in even the services, further services. So for me, I do believe that India will have larger percentage of contributions to global GDP by virtue of having skilled, young, demographic, skillful, capable to learn people. आप खुद देख के देखो ना, अगर टिकटॉक गया और इंस्टाग्राम का रील का प्लेटफॉर्म आया, तो इंडिया का कंटेंट प्रोडक्शन कितना ड्रामेटिक बढ़ा है. The amount of content it can produce. So can you produce content for that country where the population does not have people to serve? Answer is yes. And can you translate now lip sync into their local language? Answer is yes. क्या हम उस कंट्री की सिटीजन गवर्नेंस सर्विस डिलीवर कर सकते हैं जो एक टोटल डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज की कंट्री में? आंसर इज यस. सो इट विल रिक्वायर द ब्लाइंडर्स टू गो अप and then see a wider horizon of opportunity. What we have done has enough credibility on the table. We've delivered in IT services, we have built in startup ecosystem, and we have a skillful demographic. I think it's a lethal combination. I'm very, very positive on the number of jobs AI system will create for India, even though it looks like that it will eat into some jobs, but it will rather open the job opportunity for Indians to take a larger level. So that's what India did.
Absolutely. Since we are talking about keeping Bharat ahead, और कितना इंतजार करना पड़ेगा before India produces, let's say, a Google or a Meta equivalent, a global, full-scale, super-sized company?
I still remember मैं यहीं पे था और ये टाइकॉन दिल्ली था उस टाइम पे, 2008 की बात है ये. टाइकॉन दिल्ली, टाइकॉन ग्लोबल was in this room, and this question came, when will India produce the Google or Facebook of it? I said, I don't know when India will produce Google literally or Facebook, but I can commit in this room that some of the services, and I literally took the name of payments that time, will be built by an Indian for India. So I'm going to say that India is building the services based on the large potential market that we have. Look, US and China have produced for the world, and we know Japan and Germany produced in case of mechanical and manufacturing stages, because they always had a local large market to first try out. So all these economies were large in dollar value and ability to serve. The lucky thing that has happened in the last 10 years is that India is able to build a local large market. And that means it is up to us, the local entrepreneurs and businesses, to build for India built in India. And once you build for India, built in India, you are a global player of a size and repute. And then you have a chance on the international market. Just like growing up, अभी तो आप 18-20 साल, अभी तो हम वैसे भी 10 साल के हुए हैं क्योंकि स्टार्टअप इंडिया 2014 में चालू हुआ था. तो उस तरह से देखें तो अभी जब हम एडल्ट बनेंगे 18-20 साल के होंगे तो हम बाहर घूमने भी चले जाएंगे, हमारे वीजा और पासपोर्ट लग जाएंगे. So, मेरा कहना ये है कि अभी आप ये मत कहो कि क्या इंडिया ने गूगल और मेटा प्रोड्यूस किया, नहीं किया. इंडिया ने इंडिया का पेटीएम प्रोड्यूस किया, इंडिया ने इंडिया का जोमेटो प्रोड्यूस किया, इंडिया ने इंडिया की दसियों कंपनियां प्रोड्यूस करी हैं जो दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां आके उनसे लड़ नहीं सकती. So let's just agree on that, number one. Number two, now the inherent intent of your question is, when will we produce something that will be world-class, known in the world? I mean, people like us built something in Japan. PayPay is our claim to fame that we could build payment system in Japan and made in India, runs Japan's payment system. Now, we will be the operator in global geographies. Inevitably, once the next phase of our all expansion shows up. First, we are, as they call it, farming, holding up yourself and building something for India market at a scale. Companies $1 billion revenues करने लग रही हैं, which is global size. आप multi-billion dollar revenue करोगे, global जाओगे. तो मेरे को इसमें ये नहीं लगता कि कब होगा का क्वेश्चन है. मेरे को लगता है कि inevitable है, किस किस क्षेत्र में होगा, किस किस सेक्टर में होगा, ये इंटरेस्टिंग होगा देखने के लिए.
राइट. यू थिंक ये जो ग्लोबल ट्रेड वॉर जिसकी आजकल इतनी बातचीत हो रही है, इज इट अ रियल थ्रेट और is it a passing phase? Because a lot of it is actually rhetoric, probably jingoism. And secondly, if it turns out to be true, or if the worst case scenario plays out, what is your sense on the funding scenario? Because we did see a long funding winter, especially for startups, and it was pretty bad.
आपने सही बोला कि I should be sectored into a young startup ecosystem, and that is what I will use this context for. हम लोगों को फर्क नहीं पड़ता ग्लोबल वॉर हो रहा हो ना हो रहा हो, हमें फर्क पड़ता है कि इंडिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा हो, यंग कंपनीज में आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा. दैट आई बिलीव इज समथिंग बिकॉज ऑफ यूएस ट्रेजरी यील्ड्स बीइंग हायर, द मनी जस्ट सक्ड बैक. So once the US treasuries yields go low, the money comes back to the emerging markets, including India. So as an entrepreneur in the technology space or young startup space in India, while it is, whether you talk about real war or trade war, which are happening, both are visible and seen, I would say anything that tilts the money flow back home, and that too in a startup ecosystem, is good. So maybe some of our policies, some of our international inter-country geopolitics or something restricts or limits that opportunity. The real thing that we should be, मतलब अर्जुन की आंख की तरह हमें सिर्फ एक ही काम करना चाहिए कि पैसे कैसे आएं, और बाकी सब कुछ सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा. क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो लोग हैं, जैसा आप जानते हो, एज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी वी आर एबल टू टेक केयर. एंड आई थिंक इट हैज बीन टॉक्ड मच अबाउट, आपने भी बोला हुआ है कि एटलीस्ट स्टॉक मार्केट को तो इंडिया इन्वेस्टर मिल गया है ना. मतलब अब हम वो ऑर्फन नहीं रहे जो कि अगर बाहर चले जाते हैं, इंटरनेशनल इन्वेस्टर चले जाता है तो डोमेस्टिक मार्केट के बहुत सारा इन्वेस्टमेंट आ जाता है. एंड दैट्स आई थिंक इज अ मैच्योरिटी. वंस अगेन, लाइक आई सेड, इट इज इनेविटेबल टू हैपन. ये होके रहेगा, हम ही तो यही होके रहेगा.
Right.
So that is what it is.
Absolutely. Somebody, let's say a youngster or a kid who's watching you right now, उन्हें आप कौन सी 3 चीजें कहना चाहेंगे? Because I think the current generation of kids or youngsters are actually they are born in a golden era because जैसे सब लोग मानते हैं कि भारत का actual जो सबसे अच्छा दौर है, that lies ahead of us and not behind us. उन्हें आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
Well, सबसे पहले किसी चीज की रिस्पेक्ट और वैल्यू करने के लिए आपको कॉन्टेक्चुअल नॉलेज होनी चाहिए. तो मैं पहले उनसे कहूंगा, जाके देख के आओ आपके ग्रैंडफादर, फादर और उस जनरेशन में किस तरह से लाइफ थी. लाइफ इंक्लूड्स वेदर लोकल सर्विसेज, लाइफ इंक्लूड्स लोकल अपॉर्चुनिटीज और इवन द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू क्रिएट अ बिजनेस. मेरे फादर के जमाने में, मैंने आपको बोला, मेरे फादर के जमाने में, मतलब व्हेन वी वर किड एंड ही वाज इन द प्राइम एज दैट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट इट, एक बिजनेस करना पाप माना जाता था. मतलब बिजनेसमैन को ऐसे देखा जाता है, चोर है ये आदमी, जरूर मिर्ची में मिट्टी का वो क्या ईंट का पाउडर मिलाने वाला व्यक्ति बनेगा. एंड आई वाज लाइक, ये क्या जवाब पूछ रहे हो मेरे से, मैं बिजनेस करूंगा मतलब ये थोड़ी करूंगा. एंड आई रिमेंबर दैट द सोशल एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ इवन अ बिजनेसमैन वाज सो ऑकवर्डली बैड. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट वी हैव कम फ्रॉम सो दैट यू कैन एक्नॉलेज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. क्योंकि अपॉर्चुनिटी उसी को समझ में आएगी ना जब पता चले कि अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं थी. तो मेरा मानना है सबसे पहला रोल होना चाहिए कि जाके आप थोड़ा सा कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज करिए अपने आप को, हाउ इट डिड नॉट हैपन. एंड लिटरली 10 years बिफोर अस, वी आर टॉकिंग 2014 एंड कंपनीज. आप उस टाइम पे देखो, नौकरी हमारे संजीव बिखचंदानी थे और उस टाइम पे मेक माई ट्रिप वगैरह सब कंपनियां थी 2004, 6, 8, 10 में. वो लोग बोला करते थे कि हमारा बिजनेस तब बड़ा होगा जब लोकल मार्केट बड़ा होगा. इफ यू रिमेंबर, ब्रॉडबैंड पॉलिसी के ऊपर डिस्कशन हुआ करता था स्टेज पे कि कब इतने कितने मिलियन लोग इंटरनेट कनेक्शन लेंगे. इफ यू रिमेंबर ऑल दैट. सो माई continuous acknowledgement is towards what India has got built in last 10 years. It is extraordinary, it is phenomenal, it is underestimated, it can't be said enough, and it is not understood enough by the people who have just sailed through. उन्हें पता नहीं हम कहाँ से आए थे. So पहला ये. And second, I'll say that India is not just the greatest of the opportunity, it is also greatest of the opportunity for outside in the world. Because the world is shattered at different layers. India is the only peaceful large economy where you can walk in to build something of a size. When we thought about international diversification, my board said कि अब आपका कहीं यही है आपका, मतलब यही मस्जिद, यही मदीना, यही भगवान, यही सब कुछ है आपका. बाहर कुछ नहीं मिलेगा तुम्हें, क्योंकि बाहर वाले लोग यहाँ आना चाहते हैं. So ये क्लैरिटी मैं बताना चाहता हूँ that India's opportunity is what we are, some of us are able to see, many of us are still continued challenge. और कुछ ना कुछ तो बुरा तो होता ही है. देखो, हर चीज़ के साथ बुरा होता है. आप यूएस में चले जाओगे तो वहाँ पे भी बहुत कुछ बुरा होता है, और आप अगर एक किसी और कंट्री की बात कर लो वहाँ का बुरा होता है. तो बुराई तो एम्पलीफाई होके पब्लिश हो सकती है, बट आपका जो रियल सेंस ऑफ व्हाट इंडिया अपॉर्चुनिटी इज, इट्स फिनोमिनल. एंड थर्ड इज, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इंडिया की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करो. व्हेन द रिवर गेट्स लॉट ऑफ वाटर, जब आप प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते हो तो सबके लिए दरवाजे खुलते हैं, तो हम सब ऊपर बढ़ेंगे. जब हम सब मिलके बढ़ेंगे ना, तो हमारा देश वो बनेगा जिसको कि हम ड्रीम करते हैं. अगर आप क्रिप करते रहोगे तो यार फिर तो कुछ होगा ही नहीं ना. आप बोलते रहो कि क्रिकेट में खेलता नहीं है, ये नहीं करता, या फिर ये क्यों नहीं करते, ये क्यों नहीं करते. व्हाई बी एन आर्म चेयर क्रिटिक व्हेन यू कैन बी अ गेम प्लेयर? कम बी अ पार्ट ऑफ इट. दिस इज द इंडिया अपॉर्चुनिटी.
That came from the heart. Thank you so much, Vijay, for joining us on this brilliant conversation. Very interesting as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Swati, as well as Hina. And the topic that we have today, in fact, thank you so much for Sudhanshuji and Varisji for joining us, is that why is politics polarized? Now, this is a huge topic. It has multiple issues covered over the next half an hour. Some of the current issues that we are facing in the country that are being talked about in the news. And of course, we've seen various political parties also talk about this. But I'm going to begin with you, Varis Pathan. Your political party, the MIM, and your leader, Mr. Owaisi, is often accused of using the politics of polarization. You know, whether it is Sambhal, whether we're looking at the current controversy surrounding Chhawa, of making certain statements that are aimed at polarizing. Is that a fair accusation?
Well, this is totally a false and baseless allegations against us for polarization. You, me, everybody knows who's master and who's PhD in polarization. That is the BJP. So you should not say that we polarize. Yes, we talk about the minorities, we talk about the Muslims, and see what is happening in the country, Madhav. Since the last 10 years, what we have been seeing is only polarization by the BJP. The BJP is totally lost on its priorities. There is no word for development, there is no word for employment, there is only one word, hatred towards the Muslims, spread hatred, do polarize, take our two votes, and enjoy the seat. This is what the BJP government is doing. What have done for the development? Today also what we see in the country, the BJP, since they have come to power, is they hate our hijab, they hate our food habits, they don't like our mosque. Now the thing which they have gone ahead is that now the eyes are on our Waqf land. The Waqf land is our own land. It belongs to our orphans and to our poor people. This was donated to us as a private property, but the BJP wants to usurp that. And why? Just to see to it that, oh, our other people are happy. To polarize the situation. They're making the amendments to the Waqf. So this is okay. Polarization. And why to create hatred? When we live in democracy, when there is a law, there is an amendment to it, there is no need for getting this law.
Let's get in Sudhanshuji in this. It's not us.
Let me complete in 10 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, complete your point. 10 seconds, complete.
मैं सुधांशु जी आपसे ही पूछूंगा वफ का जो कानून लाने की जरूरत क्या थी बताइए आप मेरे को। आपको तो पता है खुद को कि समझो 9 लाख एकड़ है या 9.5 लाख 10 लाख जो भी है हमारी जमीन है। आप ये अमेंडमेंट ला के हमको पता है कि बीजेपी की नीयत में ही खोट है। नीयत उनकी है कि हमारी जो वफ की जमीन है इसको यूसर्फ कर दे। अभी आपके पास हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड है, बताइए आप मुझे वहां पे आप किसी मुसलमान को एंट्री देंगे? आप नहीं देंगे। तो हमारे वफ बोर्ड के अंदर आप नॉन मुस्लिम को एंट्री देके क्या बताना चाहते हैं? क्यों आप उसको एंट्री देना चाहते हैं? वफ यूजर का क्यों आप हटाना चाहते हो? तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो आगे अपन बातचीत के अंदर बताएंगे, मगर पोलराइजेशन पे बात है तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी का फोटे है कि पोलराइज करो फॉर देयर ओन पेक्युलर बेनिफिट्स।
Sudhanshu.
I would like to respond on the starting of the polarization and on the Waqf board what he has said. From where this issue started, it was Abu Azmi of Samajwadi Party has unnecessarily raked up the issue of Aurangzeb. It was not us. Then followed by Mr. Rashid Alvi of Congress Party, followed by Imran Masood of Congress Party. Then Imran Pratapgarhi, who was a member of Parliament of Congress Party, has gone to the Aurangzeb's grave and Fatiha Padha Sahib. Then Ramji Lal Suman unnecessarily brought the dastardly comment of Babar ki aulad and Rana Sangare, etc. Is it we are doing? Then what's the sort of allegation? It's non-substantive and ridiculous. And if somebody is saying, now coming to the next aspect, if somebody is saying that because of the Chhawa movie, the polarization has started, I am unable to understand that if the Schindler's List and Saving Private Ryan has become an internationally acclaimed movie on the atrocities on Jews, none of the German got offended. When we talk about that the Clive has done so much of atrocities, Hastings has done so much of atrocities, if the General Dyer has done that type of thing, if Bhagat Singh's movie was done and shown that how brutal the Britishers were, none of the Christians wrote up, oh, it is hurting our sentiment. Then how come the Babar Tughlaq Aurangzeb has become connected with the Muslims, and what is the logic of polarization in the modern world, I want to know. That is the mindset which is being built up inside, that you remain connected, or rather than set in the hundreds-year-old background and forget about the modern age of cyberspace, AI and other things which the world is marching ahead. So this is the fundamental problem. And that's why I would like to see one more thing, that if you look in the present politics, it's a food for thought all the Indians, that for Aurangzeb, cutting across the party line, all the Muslim leaders were standing. I'm not saying the Muslim society, but all Muslim leaders standing. Whether it is a Congress, Communist, Samajwadi Party, or his party MIM, Muhafiz-e Majlis, Muhtarme Ittihadul Muslimin, Siyasat-e Secular Siyasat, He's having double M in that. But for Hindus, cutting across the party line, Hindu leaders were not standing for their Bhagwan. Now it has to point to think about it. For a tyrant ruler cutting across the party line, the Muslim leaders are standing, and for our God cutting across the party line, the Hindu leaders were not there. On the Waqf, I would like to say, it's not the issue. If it has been your land, it could have been a logical. But आपकी जमीन पे कोई क्लेम कर दे, आप जमीन ऐसे ही दे देते हैं, कोर्ट में जाते हैं ना। 120 प्रॉपर्टीज दिल्ली की क्लेम की वक्फ बोर्ड ने, 2014 में जाते आते कांग्रेस ने सब दे दी, गवर्नमेंट ने। Can government claim a single instance in which the government has given away the property without contesting in the court? That's why we are saying it's not the property of any person or community, it is the properties of the government which has been claimed, and that's why even the claim was done on the parliament. And one more thing, he's a lawyer, so he will be able to understand better. There is a time bound for the claim on the property, that is 12 years. If more than 12 years have gone to the possessions, nobody can claim. But in the Waqf Board case, it has been removed. Then, in the case of Places of Worship Act, the time was fixed on 15th August 47, but in the Waqf case, it is also removed. Means the Tiruchirappalli temple in Tamil Nadu was claimed on the basis of some order from Arcot Nawab in 1572. What sort of logic it is? And even if you consider that this is a Waqf land, so Places of Worship Act, what says? It says that no places of worship can change the status in 15th August 47. So Tiruchirappalli ka mandir pe claim jo hai, it is in contradiction to the Places of Worship Act. It should have been withdrawn. No, wo bhi nahi karna hai. Places of Worship Act ka bhi wahi use karna hai. जहां पे हिंदू समाज को डैमेज हो, वक्फ को भी वहीं करना है जहां डैमेज हो. और लास्ट में कहूंगा, इट्स अ वेरी पिक्यूलियर लॉजिक. At 1947 there were 30,000 acre land with Waqf Board. Now it is 9,60,000. ये कहते हैं हमने दी. साहब वो सोसाइटी इतनी प्रॉस्पेरस है कि 9,30,000 एकड़ तो दान दे दी है, और फिर कहते हैं साहब हम तो इतने गरीब और मजलूम हैं कि हमें रिजर्वेशन चाहिए. Such a dialectic logic, have you ever heard? Nobody can believe this. तो इसलिए मैं सिर्फ कहूंगा, ये just one line. मरीजे सेकुलर सियासत पे लानत खुदा की, मर्ज बढ़ता गया जो दवा की. इस सेकुलर मर्ज ने ही इस देश को ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम.
All right. Waris Pathan, I'm coming back to Aurangzeb in just a minute, but one of the points that he made, and you mentioned Waqf by user. Now the committee has made it very clear that as far as the bill is concerned, Waqf by user is only going to apply prospectively, it's not going to apply retrospectively. So some of the concerns that you are expressing right now are not factually completely correct. Your response, and also response to what Mr.
The concerns which we have been showing is truly, they are true. See, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has taken out a website that whosoever objects this amendment bill, they can raise it. And you won't believe what the crores of Muslims have objected to this. So when the Muslims have totally rejected the Waqf bill, why does Modi want to get it? The moot question is that. That is why we said, they will say, okay, this property is under dispute, now you cannot go there, they go into the court. These things are going to happen in the country. So why do they want to get into all this kind of thing? Now Sudhanshu ji spoke about Aurangzeb. मैं सुधांशु जी आपको एक बात बताना चाहूंगा. ये पोलराइज का ही टॉपिक चल रहा था. औरंगजेब का नाम लिए बिना आप लोग सियासत नहीं कर सकते. 300 साल बाद भी आज औरंगजेब आपकी मदद के लिए आ गया. अरे भारत के मुसलमान को क्या लेना देना औरंगजेब के साथ में, बताइए. वो चले गए. अब 1788 के अंदर 1788 में औरंगजेब का डेथ हुआ. 111 साल उसके बाद तक मराठाओं ने रूल किया. आपने जब कबर नहीं खोदी उसकी, वो मराठाओं ने कबर नहीं खोदी 111 साल. अब आपको क्यों खोदना है कबर? चलिए कबर खोदने चलते हैं. अगर कबर खोद के ले जाने से देश का विकास होता है, मैं आपके साथ चलता हूं, कुल्हाड़ी लेके हम दोनों जाके मिलके खोद के आएंगे. अगर कबर खोदने से मेरे युवाओं को रोजगार मिलता है, चलिए अपन कबर खोदते हैं. अगर कबर खोदने से ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमिक बन जाती है अपनी, चलिए कबर जाके खोद के आते हैं. अगर कबर खोदने से 15-15 लाख रुपए सबके अकाउंट में जमा हो जाता है, मैं आपके साथ चलता हूं सुधांशु जी, अपन कबर खोद के लेके जाएंगे. अरे कबर खोदने से कुछ फायदा नहीं होना रहा, सिर्फ आपके सेटिस्फेक्शन ही को. आपने बता दिया, देखिए हम हिंदुत्व के चैंपियंस, हमने क्या करके दिखा दिया. जबकि ये ऐसा प्रोटेक्टेड मॉन्यूमेंट, फिर आप बोलेंगे नहीं भी वो वक्फ की जमीन आ गई. तो आपको पोलराइज करना है तो कुछ अच्छी चीज पे लाइए. खाली हिंदू मुस्लिम. पिछले 30 दिन से आपने सही कहा, एसपी ने आपका काम कर दिया, उसके एक एमएलए ने आपको बराबर झुंझुना दे दिया, औरंगजेब का नाम लेके आप बजाते जा रहे हो। अभी उसके एमपी ने परसों एक झुंझुना दे दिया, आप बजाते हो रंगा संगा का। तो मतलब एसपी ही आपकी बी टीम है, तो आप भी मानते हो कि उसने आपको एक मौका दे दिया, आपने पूरे विकास से, डेवलपमेंट के तमाम मुद्दों से लोगों का ध्यान भटका दिया। आज युवा पूछ रहा था महाराष्ट्र में, खास तौर से माधव, जब बजट सेशन चालू होने वाला था, फर्स्ट डे उन्होंने धमाका कर दिया। आज महाराष्ट्र के अंदर पूना का रेप केस के ऊपर बात होने वाली थी, मुंडे के ऊपर जो मर्डर का चार्ज लगने वाला था उसके ऊपर बात होने वाली थी, किसान फार्मर जो हर दिन आत्महत्या कर रहा है उसके ऊपर बात होने वाली थी, मगर तमाम बातों से ध्यान भटका दिया और पूरा बजट सेशन खराब कर दिया, जिसका पूरा कसूरवार एसपी का एमएलए था, जिसने बीजेपी को मदद
जी, एक सवाल, अगर
अब सुधांशु जी उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे।
बिल्कुल पूछूंगा, बट आपसे एक सवाल मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं, यू कैन अक्यूज बीजेपी ऑफ प्रैक्टिसिंग पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ पोलराइजेशन, दैट इज परफेक्टली फाइन, बट व्हाई डिड यू विजिट द ग्रेव ऑफ औरंगजेब along with your leader Mr. Owaisi then, sir?
देखिए माधव, इट इज ASI प्रोटेक्टेड मॉन्यूमेंट. Visit a grave, okay, we've been there, we went there, remove the ASI protection, we won't go there. But on the other hand, Advani ji, he visited the grave of Jinnah. Prime Minister Modi visited the grave of Bahadur Shah Zafar. You won't call them anything. Why? What is the harm in visiting the grave?
Aurangzeb is a tyrant by any stretch of imagination, sir. Aurangzeb is a tyrant. I hope you agree to that. So why are you venerating such a person? Why are you respecting such a person?
I go with the history. Now you cannot change the history. If you want to dig up the grave, I will tell Sudhanshu, okay, let us go and dig up Taj Mahal as well, Red Fort as well, because they are also built up by the Mughals. You hate Mughals, but you love the Mughlai dishes.
Okay.
They love it very much. They love butter chicken. They love Mughlai dishes.
You are practicing the politics
of Mughals. But from 15 August, 26 January, from the Prime Minister unruffles the flag. That won't touch anything. But you want to dig up the grave after 300 years?
I'm asking him
after 300 years. Why? I thought the country is going forward. I wanted the country to go forward, have bullet trains, employment. Like China has gone so forward, but we have gone 300 years back.
Okay,
Every day since 30 days we are talking about 300 back history. And second one, just 10 seconds. Why don't we talk about the Britishers? एक मिनट सुधांशु भाई, आप मुगलों की बात कर लेते हो, रंगा संगा की आपने बात कर लिया, आप अंग्रेजों की बात क्यों नहीं करते? जनरल डायर ने अच्छा काम किया था, जलियांवाला बाग मैसेकर कर दिया था, उसकी बात नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि उसकी आप बात करोगे तो आपको उसके चमचों की बात करना पड़ेगा, आपको उसके बुट लिकर्स की बात करना पड़ेगा, उनकी बात करना पड़ेगा जो माफीनामे पे माफीनामे दे रहे थे अंग्रेजों को, इसलिए आप हिस्ट्री में वहां नहीं जाना चाहते.
One by one, let's go one by one, Varis Pathan. The money issues that you have covered, but I want to ask you on the first question that he raised, that by removing the grave, will we be undoing history? Shouldn't the grave be there so that we know this person is a tyrant? What is the BJP's position?
First, I will take out the mask from his face. इन्होंने क्या कहा कि मुस्लिमों का औरंगजेब से क्या मतलब है? इन्हीं के नेता गुरुद्दीन ओवैसी बोले थे ना, हमने 800 साल इस मुल्क पे हुकूमत की. ये हम कौन थे और 800 साल हुकूमत करने वाले कौन थे? अभी इनके मुंह से निकला, इनके नेताओं ने बोला था आगरे का ताजमहल तुम्हारे बाप ने बनवाया, लाल किला तुम्हारे बाप ने बनवाया. मेरे भाई, ये बाप कौन बना रहा है? आप बना रहे हैं, हम नहीं बना रहे हैं. और अभी राणा सांगा वाले स्टेटमेंट में याद करिए, रामलीला सुमन का स्टेटमेंट क्या है? कोट अनकोट, मुसलमान बाबर की औलाद हैं, तुम राणा सांगा की औलाद हो. अखिलेश जी ने भी अपोज नहीं किया ऑन द फर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट ऑफ रामजीलाल सुमन. ना ये बोल रहे हैं, इसका मतलब फर्स्ट पार्ट इज एक्सेप्टेड. आप बोल रहे हैं, हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं.
आप समाजवादी पार्टी को सवाल करो कि उनका क्या रंगा है. हम तो सिर्फ इतना बोल रहे हैं कि वायलेंस नहीं होना चाहिए, तोड़बाजी नहीं होना चाहिए.
मैंने तो आपको कोट किया. अब दूसरी बात, इन्होंने कहा उखाड़ने की क्या जरूरत है. हम भी मानते हैं, मगर मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, जब ये देश आजाद हुआ, हर बड़े शहर के हर बड़े बड़े चौराहों पे किंग जॉर्ज, क्वीन विक्टोरिया, फलाने फलाने वॉइस रॉय मूर्तियां लगी थी कि नहीं? उखाड़ी गई थी कि नहीं? क्यों उखाड़ी थी कांग्रेस ने? ये गुलामी के प्रतीक हैं. ये खड़े होकर भारत की को सम्मान नहीं देंगे. 1968 तक दुख की बात थी, किंग जॉर्ज की मूर्ति इंडिया गेट पे लगी रही थी. उखाड़ी गई थी कि नहीं? तो मैं तो सिंपल सी बात कह रहा हूं भाई, जो पॉजिटिव देता हूं इंस्पिरेशन, उसको अब मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, औरंगजेब से तो इन लोगों को बड़ी मोहब्बत है. एक से एक बड़े
इसको मोहब्बत है, बताओ मुझे. यहाँ पे औरंगजेब को कौन सी मोहब्बत है?
मैं प्रूव कर रहा हूं, अभी सुनिए ना. औरंगजेब की एक कब्र पे जाते हुए इनका और ओवैसी जी का फोटो है. सैयद इब्राहिम रसखान की कब्र पे गए हैं? नहीं. आलम शेख की कब्र पे गए हैं? नहीं. मलक मोहम्मद जायसी की कब्र पे गए हैं? नहीं. अब्दुल रहीम खान की कब्र पे गए हैं? नहीं.
नजीम कब्र पे भी नहीं
गए? नहीं.
यहाँ पे मोदी जी गए थे, अडानी जी गए
थे. अब मैं बताना चाहता हूं, आगे ले जाओ, पीछे क्यों ले जा रहे हो? हमने डॉक्टर कलाम को प्रेसिडेंट बनाया, आलम इस्लाम में पिछले 300-400 सालों में कोई इतना बड़ा साइंटिस्ट पैदा नहीं हुआ, नॉट अबाउट इंडिया, इंटायर इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड में। जो बैतुल हिकमत था ना 10th सेंचुरी का, उसके बाद से पैदा होने बंद हो गए इस्लाम में साइंटिस्ट लोग, वो कलाम साहब को बनाया। मगर मैं आप लोगों से कहता हूं, कलाम साहब का नमाज जनाजा और याकूब मेनन का नमाज जनाजा एक दिन हुआ। कितने लोग गए कलाम साहब के नमाज जनाजा में और कितनों ने स्टेटमेंट दिया याकूब मेनन के लिए? बस ये साफ है कौन किसके साथ जोड़ना चाहता है। और आज के वर्ल्ड में मैं आज की पॉलिटिक्स में कहता हूं, मैं मुल्ला मौलवी मुफ्ती मुकर्रम बारी और हाफिज की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं। पॉलिटिकल क्लास में आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब बिहार के गवर्नर से बड़ा आलिम फाजिल मुसलमान दिखा दीजिए जो कुरान से लेके हदीस तक कोई कोट कर सकता हो। हमने उसको गवर्नर बनाया, मगर आपको वो अच्छा नहीं लगता। कलाम साहब को प्रेसिडेंट बनाया, वो अच्छा नहीं लगता। वीर अब्दुल हमीद की शहादत की 50वीं वर्षगांठ 2015 में हुई, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने उनके फैमिली, उनकी पत्नी को बुला के सम्मानित किया, वो अच्छा नहीं लगता। आपके प्राइम मिनिस्टर यासीन मलिक को बुलाते थे जिसने 3 एयरफोर्स ऑफिसर्स के मर्डर का जिसके ऊपर चार्ज था। इसलिए कौन आगे जा रहा है और कौन पीछे ले जा रहा है।
20 मिनट हो गई। Number of questions have been asked. But I want to ask you one simple question. आपके जो लीडर मिस्टर ओवैसी, उन्होंने recently 2 statements दिए which are extremely polarizing. In the context of Sambhal, he said that the police chowki that was made, it was made by land from Muslims. That was proved to be wrong. After a sensitive issue like Nagpur violence, he made a claim about certain religious verses being burnt that was denied categorically by the government. The point is, anybody can make any claim in a democracy, but a leader of a political party like yours should be a little responsible. Is it not the case that he has made irresponsible statements which are polarizing in nature, which also have the potential to generate conflicts and violence in society?
Allow me. I understood your question. Now, how did the Nagpur started? You have to go to the root cause of it. Since several days, we have been telling the Maharashtra government, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Fadnavis, they said that you have let loose some of your people who are just going ahead every day and using such kind of unparliamentary language against the particular community. आपने अपने नफरती चिंटुओं को छोड़ दिया है जो हर आए दिन आकर मुसलमानों के खिलाफ अनाप शनाप बकवास करते हैं। उनके ऊपर लगाम लगाइए, उनको रोकिए। जैसे कि नीतीश राणे ने आके कहा कि मस्जिद में घुस के चून चून के मारेंगे, आपने उसके लिए कुछ नहीं किया, उस पर FIR आपने उसको अरेस्ट नहीं किया। रामगिरी, उसने आके हमारे हुजूर मोहम्मद मुस्तफा सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में गुस्ताखी की। हमने उस वक्त भी कहा कि आप FIR है उसके ऊपर, उसको अरेस्ट करिए। मुसलमान हर चीज बर्दाश्त कर लेगा लेकिन हुजूर की शान में गुस्ताखी किसी भी कीमत पे बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। आपने नहीं किया। आए दिन ये जो नागपुर का इंसिडेंस हुआ, उसके 3 दिन पहले हैदराबाद से आया हुआ तेलंगाना से बीजेपी का MLA पूना में था। पूना में उसने भड़काऊ भाषण दिया, उसके बाद में देखिए नागपुर जल गया। तो आपके लोगों के बयानबाजी की वजह से, हेट स्पीचेस की वजह से ये हुआ। और वहां भी क्या हुआ, आप जो बोल रहे हो ना माधव कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं, देयर आर विजुअल्स। हम तो घर में बैठ के नहीं बनाते, वीडियो है, विजुअल्स है जो सब दर्शाता है कि नागपुर क्यों हुआ। महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री फडणवीस जी ने फ्लोर ऑफ द असेंबली में खड़े होकर कहा कि नागपुर हिंसा की मेन वजह थी छावा फिल्म। छावा फिल्म की वजह से काफी औरंगजेब के खिलाफ और नफरत पैदा होने लग गई। आपने वहां आया, लोगों ने देखा कि कोई चादर पे लिखा हुआ था, क्या था, मैं तो नहीं बना रहा था वहां पर, मगर उसकी वजह से भड़का। और होता क्या है बाद में, आप देखिए, आप बोलोगे वारिस पठान का गला भी दबा और मेरी आंख भी बाहर नहीं आए, ऐसा हो रहा है। आपने एक FIR रजिस्टर किया जिसमें से 7 से 8 बजरंग दल विश्व हिंदू परिषद के लोगों को अरेस्ट किया। उनको कोर्ट में आप ले गए, 5 मिनट में 3-3 हजार रुपए की बेल पे सब बाहर आ गए। वहीं पर 52 ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके ऊपर FIR हुआ है जो मुस्लिम समुदाय से ताल्लुक रखते हैं, आज भी वो जेलों के अंदर है। इतना ही नहीं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने गाइडलाइंस दिया नवंबर के अंदर, स्ट्रिक्ट तौर से बुलडोजर के ऊपर कहा था कि अगर यदि एक एक्यूज आपको लगता भी है आदमी के ऊपर कोई क्राइम किया है इसने, तभी भी आप उसका घर को बुलडोजर से नहीं उड़ा सकते, क्योंकि आप बुलडोजर से एक आदमी के घर नहीं उड़ाते, उसके पूरे परिवार को आप नुकसान देते हो। ये सरासर अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, ये असंवैधानिक है, अगेंस्ट द लॉ है। फिर भी उत्तर प्रदेश में तो हो ही रहा था, महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जाके आपने वो फहीम का घर को बुलडोजर से उड़ा दिया। ये तो बाद में महाराष्ट्र के अंदर कोर्ट ने रोका आपको, यदि नहीं तो आप तो संविधान की भी धज्जियां उड़ा रहे हो, कायदे कानून की भी धज्जियां उड़ा रहे हो। लॉ का प्रोसेस होता है। सुनिए माधव, अगर आपको लगता है कि ये इलीगल स्ट्रक्चर है तो उसमें कानून है, उसके अंदर आप उसको नोटिस दो, नोटिस का वो रिप्लाई देगा। उसके बाद अगर कोर्ट बोले कि ये क्या इलीगल स्ट्रक्चर है, आप जाके तोड़ दो, इलीगल अतिक्रमण है आप तोड़ दो। बट हु हैज गिवन यू द पावर्स टू गो देयर विद द बुलडोजर एंड बुलडोज somebody's family? And it takes years to build a house and you take just 10 minutes to remove the entire demolition.
You have asked 3 questions, sir. Let him answer those 3 questions.
Is this law? Is this justice? Is this humanity?
No, those 3 questions that you have asked. One is the polarizing atmosphere, statements made. Why no action against Nitesh Rane? And not just his party, other political parties are also saying that. Number 1. Number 2, the very fact that the High Court had to intervene to stop bulldozer action in the case of some of the accused raises questions about whether, the kind of politics that has been played out in UP is now repeating in Maharashtra. Your response?
If he is saying that the reaction from the Muslim community was spontaneous, तो ये छत पे पत्थर कहाँ से आ गए? वो spontaneous आ गए? मतलब वो कोई आसमान से यूं किया spontaneous और आ गया? साहब, this is the proof. Otherwise मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, how come the bricks come on the roofs of the houses? That shows that this is an alibi, that it is spontaneous. It is being well mastermind and planned. That's the things are coming in the investigation. Now coming to the provocative speech. Sir, if party like them are giving, it's like the devil is giving a sermon. 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटा लो, सब देख लेंगे. ये सेकुलर सॉन्ग था, ये थोड़ी हेट स्पीच थोड़ी थी. 20 करोड़ 50-100 करोड़ पे भारी पड़ेगा. ये तो सेकुलरिज्म का सॉन्ग है, इसको कैसे हेट स्पीच कह सकते हैं? असदुद्दीन ओवैसी ने बोला था, जब मोदी पहाड़ पर चले जाएंगे और योगी मठ में चले जाएंगे, तुम्हें बचाने कौन आएगा? ये सब तो सेकुलरिज्म के सॉन्ग होते हैं, इनको हेट स्पीच थोड़ी कहते हैं. सरतन से जुदा, अरे ये तो सेकुलरिज्म का सॉन्ग है, इसको हेट स्पीच थोड़ी कहते हैं. This is the dichotomy of the character, and the intellectual establishment of India has been totally captivated and perverted by these type of arguments, that their view has become so much lopsided that has created this type of situation. Otherwise, if a justifiable approach has been there, I think this type of discontent in the society and reactions in the society would not have been there.
Okay.
And one more thing.
अभी जवाब दे रहा हूँ आपको. आपने क्या बोला? पत्थर आसमान से टपके, जमीन से उगे. मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ सुधांशु जी, आपका पुलिस प्रशासन क्या कर रहा था? पुलिस क्या कर रहा था? इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर रहा है? ये क्या पुलिस प्रशासन इंटेलिजेंस का फेलियर नहीं है? अगर इतने पत्थर जमा हो रहे, आप अपने आप को, अपनी सरकार को गुनहगार नहीं करोगे?
ये कह रहे हैं कि बुलडोजर एक्शन, तो मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ, यूपी में जितने बुलडोजर एक्शन हुए, एक डिमोलिशन को कोर्ट से गलत सिद्ध कर पाए? नहीं. All were illegal constructions, duly notices were served. अब आप ये कह रहे हैं कि साहब एक गलती की वजह से दूसरा पूरी बात है. एक दिखाइए ना जहां कोर्ट ने कहा डिमोलिशन गलत है.
आपने एक व्यक्ति का घर तोड़ दिया, इसके नाम पे घर ही नहीं था, वो घर उसकी बेटी के नाम पे था. आपने जाके उसका घर तोड़ दिया.
ये भी रीजन जो ये लॉजिक दिया जाता है कि एक अपराध के लिए दूसरी सजा कैसे दी जा सकती. मैं आप सबसे कह रहा हूं, आप कार चलाते हुए जा रहे हो या बाइक चलाते हुए, ओवर स्पीडिंग हो, पुलिस वाला रोके, फिर वो कहे गाड़ी कागजात दिखाओ. अगर कागजात नहीं है, डीएल नहीं, तो आप ये थोड़ी कह सकते नहीं सिर्फ ओवर स्पीडिंग का चार्ज करिए, कागजात नहीं है तो कहे गाड़ी जमा हो जाएगी. कागजात नहीं है, रजिस्ट्रेशन इज नॉट देयर, then your vehicle is seized. You cannot say it is just the case of over speeding. So when a crime is committed, the entire background of the criminal is scanned, and wherever it is found, it is given. That's why they haven't got a single cancellation from court. This is again, and camouflage has been set, try to put up the things in a different perspective. और हकीकत जानते क्या है? इनके साथ यही प्रॉब्लम है. जिन लोगों ने पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, जब कभी मोदी जी की सरकार नहीं थी, ये बताइए, ये पत्थर की बात कह रहे हैं, ये कश्मीर में पूरी भीड़ निकलती थी कि नहीं? जुमे की नमाज के बाद पत्थरबाजी करते हुए किसी इंस्पेक्टर अयूब को मार देती थी. अब दिखती है भीड़ पत्थरबाजों की. कश्मीर में बंद हो गया कि नहीं? कोई स्पॉन्टेनियस नहीं था. एवरीथिंग वाज मास्टरमाइंडेड.
23 मिनट हो गए. 23 मिनट हो गए. अब मैं आप लोग सब यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, आपको बीजेपी का हकीकत चेहरा बताना चाहूंगा. 23 मिनट हो गए, जिसमें 15 मिनट सुधांशु जी ने भाषण दिलाया, चिल्ला किया. मुझे बताओ, इनकी बात में एक भी बार इन्होंने डेवलपमेंट, विकास की बात की, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, जॉब की बात की? एक भी मर्तबा बात नहीं की 23 मिनट में भी. ये असली चेहरा है बीजेपी का. बात है कि पत्थरबाजी, मुसलमान, हिंदू, इसके सिवाय
टॉपिक ही पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ पोलराइजेशन है.
अरे अभी तो सौगातें ईडी आ रहा है. सुनिए, आज तक तो ये सौगातें ईडी दे रहे थे. ईडी जा रही थी सबके, आप सौगातें दिया. अरे सुधांशु भाई, 25 करोड़ की आबादी है, 32 लाख लोग को देके क्या करेंगे आप? बाकी के सब कहां जाएंगे? और आपको क्या लगता है मुसलमान आपके 32 लाख के लोग ये क्या भूखे हैं क्या? आपके मोहताज है क्या आपकी ईडी? अरे नहीं चाहिए हमको ऐसी ईडी. आपने हमको बहुत सौगातें दे चुकी. आपने हमको दिया गोदरा. अरे बिल्किस बानो के बलात्कारियों को आपने छोड़ दिया. कितनी बड़ी सौगात आपने दी. जकिया जाफरी बेचारी इंसाफ की गुहार लगाते लगाते इंतकाल फरमा गई, उसको आपने इंसाफ नहीं दिया. उसको इतनी बड़ी आपने सौगात दे दी. आज भी आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ बिहार इलेक्शन के पहले एक ये सौगात का एक छिपछुरा छोड़ के ये करो, कोई मुसलमान नहीं लेने वाला. अगर देना है मुसलमानों को, हमारी वफ की जमीन के खिलाफ जो आपने बिल निकाला है, विड्रॉ करो. चलो मानेगा वारिस पठान, क्या आपके अंदर वाकई में 56 इंच का सीना है? मैं आके आपको सलाम ठोकूंगा. मोदी जी, आप हटाओ वफ का बिल, आप इंसाफ करो मुसलमानों के के साथ, इंसाफ करो उन लोगों के साथ जिनको आए दिन आप उठा के जेलों के अंदर बेकसूर लोगों को बंद करते हो। अगर आपको कुछ सौगाती देना है, रोको नफरती चिट्टू को जो हमारे भारत देश में हर आए दिन मुसलमानों के खिलाफ अनाप शनाप बकवास करके देश का, राज्य का माहौल खराब करते हैं। तब हमको लगेगा कि आप इंसाफ कर रहे हो। ये रेवड़ी बांटने से क्या होने वाला है?
मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूं। I just want to read out your own statement to you. You have talked about, I'm quoting you, today I met actor Akshay Khanna, who portrayed the role of Aurangzeb in the movie Chhawa. Akshay is a wonderful person. If a Muslim actor had played the role of Aurangzeb, the situation might have been entirely different. What kind of comment is this?
Yes, of course.
Is this not polarizing?
See, I met Akshay Khanna. We met. It was nice in talking. And we just spoke about certain topics. And I said, sir, आपने तो छावा फिल्म कर ली, आपको तो कुछ नहीं होगा क्योंकि आप तो अक्षय खन्ना हो, विनोद खन्ना के बेटे हो। लेकिन यकीन मानो अक्षय, अगर आपकी जगह पर कोई और मुस्लिम ने ये रोल कर दिया होता, आपकी जगह कोई भी मुस्लिम एक्टर होता जिसने रोल किया होता, तो अब से क्या हो जाता उसके साथ। अरे आप तो उसको औरंगजेब समझिए, उसका मॉब लिंचिंग।
बट ऐसे कैसे कह सकते हैं? शाहरुख खान है, आमिर खान है,
क्या मॉब लिंचिंग याद आता है आपको? ट्रेन में आपको दाढ़ी टोपी वाला दिखा नहीं, मॉब लिंचिंग। रस्ते पे आपको दिखा मुसलमान, इसने कुछ भी बोला, मॉब लिंचिंग। गाय की तस्करी के नाम पे झूठी बेबुनियाद मॉब लिंचिंग। अरे कहां तक देश को ले जाएंगे? हलाल हराम औरंगजेब, इसी के ऊपर पूरे देश को आप खत्म कर दोगे।
You have to be responsible in your commentary, sir. You have to be responsible in your commentary also, both you and your leader, because this is the kind of statement that can evoke some strong reactions. But you want to respond to that?
अब मैं बताना चाहता हूं, सुनिए, अब मैं बताना चाहता हूं फिल्मों में एजेंडा क्या चलता था। ये कह रहे हैं चलो एट्रोसिटीज वाली फिल्म अलग, मैं मोहब्बत की फिल्मों की बात कर रहा हूं। फ्रॉम दी एज जनरेशन ऑफ अवर ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स टू प्रेजेंट जो फिल्में बनी हैं मोहब्बत की, उसमें क्या है? सलीम अनारकली, जोधा अकबर, शाहजहां नूरजहां, यही सब है ना। लैला मजनू। आई चैलेंज कि एक मुगल बादशाह बताइए इसकी एक बीबी रही हो। दर्जन दर्जन भर ऑफिशियल बीबियां, हरम में 200 300 औरतें और एक स्त्री के प्रति समर्पित निष्ठावान प्रेम के प्रतीक सिर्फ मुगल नजर आए। ये है एजेंडा, ये है एजेंडा। वो अकबर, इसलिए मैं बताना चाहता हूं आपका नफरत में भी एजेंडा है और मोहब्बत में भी एजेंडा है।
एक एजेंडा है मोहब्बत
से एकदम।
हम सिर्फ मोहब्बत फैलाने में मानते हो और आप सिर्फ नफरत फैलाने में मानते हो। आप मुझे बताओ 10 साल में आपने मोहब्बत फैलाई है नफरत? 10 साल में क्या फैलाया मोदी ने? सिर्फ नफरत नफरत नफरत।
जवाब
के सिवा कुछ नहीं फैलाया।
एक मुगल बादशाह बताओ जिसकी एक बीबी रही हो, हरम में कोई औरत न रही हो। मगर सारा सलीम अनारकली, जोधा अकबर, शाहजहां नूरजहां, यही है एजेंडा दिमाग में बनाया गया है। और आज भी ये 4 बीबी के साथ है, ये 4 बीबी के साथ है और एक स्त्री के प्रति समर्पित निष्ठावान प्रेम की प्रतीक की शेरो शायरी इनकी एक एक्सक्लूसिव कॉपीराइट है। समझिए एजेंडा, समझिए एजेंडा आप अच्छी तरीके से। आप सुनिए, अब मैं बताता हूं
कि किसी भी तरह देश में नफरत फैलाना है, पोलराइज करना है।
अब जवाब दे दीजिए। आप सुनिए, इन्होंने कहा डेवलपमेंट की खाली बात की और फिर धीरे से हट गए। अब मैं बताना चाहता हूं, एक दौर था जब भारत की ग्रोथ रेट 2% रहती थी, 1.8 और 2% इन द डिकेड ऑफ 80s। जो लोग यहां होंगे सबको पता होगा उसका क्या कह के मजाक उड़ाया जाता था कि इंडिया कभी 2% से आगे तो ग्रो ही नहीं कर सकता। अच्छा, रेट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन कितनी रहती थी? 10%, 12%, 15%, 16%। तो उसे कहा जाता था ये 2% तो हिंदू ग्रोथ रेट है। आप सबने वो टर्म सुना होगा, इट इज 2% हिंदू ग्रोथ रेट, और महंगाई की दर 10% रहती थी। और जब से हिंदुत्व वाले आए हैं, अब ग्रोथ रेट क्या है कि आईएमएफ की चीफ क्रिस्टीना जॉर्जिवा ये कहती है, एक दौर था इनके दौर में, जब याद करिए वो पुरानी फिल्म का गाना है ना, फिल्मों की बात हुई है, जब जीरो दिया मेरे भारत ने दुनिया को तब गिनती आई। उससे पहले प्राण क्या कहता है? क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है तुम्हारे कंट्री का? इंडियाज कंट्रीब्यूशन टू द वर्ल्ड इज 0, 0 एंड 0। उसके बाद गाना शुरू होता है। ये इंदिरा गांधी के जमाने की फिल्म है। और अब क्रिस्टीना जॉर्जिवा आईएमएफ की चीफ कहती है इंडिया मैक्सिमम इट इज गोइंग टू बी 15%। इंडिया इज गोइंग टू बी द ग्रोथ इंजन इन द ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड। क्या बात कर रहे हैं? अच्छा सुनिए, अरे अब यही होता है जब फैक्ट खराब आया तो आगे लेके जाने के पीछे ले जाना। मैं चाहता हूं कि इसको आगे ले जाना, आप पीछे लेके जाना चाहते हो 300 साल पुराने। आप ये गाने गा रहे हो, गाने में
10 seconds सुधांशु कंक्लूड and then you can come in.
इन्फ्लेशन रेट क्या है?
10 seconds.
अरे बताइए इन्फ्लेशन रेट क्या है, ग्रोथ रेट क्या है?
$1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी
कुछ नहीं पता।
बताइए मेरे को, 2 करोड़ युवाओं को रोजगार मिल गया, बताइए मेरे को, पन्ना लगा के अकाउंट में आया कि नहीं आया? अरे कुछ नहीं आने वाला है, आप पूरा एक्सपोज कर दिया मैं आपको। तो अब आ गया हमारा एक ही पोलराइजेशन मुद्दा, मुसलमानों को गाली दो।
अरे भाई
बताओ मुझे डेवलपमेंट में क्या किया आपने? बुलेट ट्रेन आने वाली थी, किधर है बुलेट ट्रेन? कहाँ घूम रही है? मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ दूरबीन लेके, कहाँ घूम रही है बुलेट ट्रेन? 2 करोड़ युवाओं को रोजगार मिलने वाला था, मैं रस्ते में पकड़ के पूछ रहा हूँ, बताओ तेरे को रोजगार मिला क्या? युवा बोलता नहीं मिला वारिस भाई, एक एक को पकड़ पकड़ के पूछना पन्ना लगाया तेरे अकाउंट में, बोलता नहीं मिला वारिस भाई। ये जुमला 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 है सुधांशु भाई, जुमले के सिवा आपके पास देने के लिए कुछ है तो बोलो, पब्लिक को दे दो ना। अभी आप सौगातें ईदी बांट रहे हो, मैं सौगातें जुमले बांट बांट के 10 साल आपने देश को बेवकूफ बना दिया। पहली बार ईद आई क्या? 10 साल से आप सत्ता में हो, 20 ईद आके चले गई। 19 ईद में आपने सिर्फ नफरत बांटा, ईडी बांटा, ये ईद में आप सबको किट बांट रहे हो। क्यों बिहार आ रहे हो? बिहार गया, खसक गया, पैदल गया, बोल सकता हूँ।
अब मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ जैसे मैंने शांति से सुना है वैसे आप सुनेंगे, आप डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगे, बीच में नहीं बोलेंगे। अब मैं बोलता हूँ, इन्होंने कहा 20 साल, हैदराबाद में आज तक एक दिन के लिए हमारी हुकूमत नहीं रही है। सिर्फ हैदराबाद से वो बातें क्यों आती हैं कि मुस्लिम बच्चियां 8-8, 9-9, 10-10 साल की बेच दी जाती हैं, मिडिल ईस्ट में लोग चले जाते हैं, आप ही लोगों की हुकूमत है वहां। क्यों इतनी गरीबों गुर्बत है? हैदराबाद के तो निजाम थे, निजामुल मुल्क थे, हुक्मराने वक्त थे, पैसा बह रहा था, क्यों इस मुकाम तक पहुंच गए? एक दिन बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं रही है। और डेवलपमेंट और उसकी बात करो तो मैं बताना चाहता हूं, हम 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था हैं, 4थे बड़े स्टॉक एक्सचेंज हैं, 3रे बड़े ऑटोमोबाइल के मैन्युफैक्चर हैं, 2रे बड़े मोबाइल हैंडसेट के मैन्युफैक्चर हैं, और डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन में भी इन द वर्ल्ड।
फर्स्ट नंबर नफरत फैलाने में, फर्स्ट नंबर नफरत फैलाने में आप
फिर बीच में बोलने लगे, डिस्टर्ब करने लगे,
नंबर नफरत फैलाने में, फर्स्ट नंबर जुमला में, फर्स्ट नंबर झूठ में, ये भी आप रिकॉर्ड बता दो बीजेपी का रिकॉर्ड पता तो सबसे अव्वल नंबर नफरत फैलाने में अगर विश्व में कोई है तो ये बीजेपी वाले हैं। फर्स्ट नंबर अगर कोई सबसे बड़ा झूठ फैलाने में विश्व में कोई है तो बीजेपी वाले हैं। फर्स्ट नंबर अगर सिर्फ और सिर्फ जुमलाबाजी देने में कोई पूरी दुनिया में तो बीजेपी वाले, इनके पास जुमले के सिवा कुछ नहीं है। देश को पूरी
भाई आप बहुत बोलिए, आप कृपया मुझे बोलने दीजिए, तरीका वारिस भाई ठीक नहीं है, आप लगातार बोल रहे हैं। अब मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, एक मिनट, नफरत क्या है? इरेडिकेशन ऑफ सनातन धर्म नफरत नहीं है, हिंदू धर्म में चाहिए नफरत नहीं है, हिंदू धर्म वायरस है, बैक्टीरिया है, नफरत नहीं है। और ये झूठ बोल रहे हैं,
देश का प्रधानमंत्री IAS ऑफिसर हिंदू, सारे हिंदू, फिर भी हिंदू खतरे में कैसा?
You got a chance to respond,
मुसलमान वाले टोपी वाले खतरे में है भाई।
Okay, आपने वारिस पठान, let's not do this. We have to wrap the debate now. We have to wrap the debate. We have very limited time. 30 seconds. Sudhanshu, closing comments.
व्यूअर्स देख रहे होंगे, सब समझ रहे होंगे कौन फैक्ट पे है, कौन हड़बड़ाहट बौखलाहट किसी हाट में जारहियत कर रहा है।
सिर्फ सुधांशु त्रिवेदी में
दिखाई पड़ रहा है। अब मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, नफरत ये नहीं है कि जब राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ हम जीते तो कहा गया बीजेपी सिर्फ गोमूत्र वाले राज्यों में जीत सकती है। आज अखिलेश यादव जी का बयान है कि वो साहब गौशाला में से दुर्गंध आती है, और हलाल होते हुए बकरों में से सुगंध आती है। मैं बताना चाहता हूं, जो कहते हैं गोमूत्र वाले राज्य में जीत सकते हैं, तो वारिस भाई कान खोल के सुनिए। अमेरिका
वारिस पठान, one second. Let me come in here. No, this is not correct.
कहीं पर यम्मी, कहीं पर मम्मी, ऐसा चलता है क्या?
Gentlemen, we
अब
have
सुनिए,
run out of time.
मैं कहना चाहता हूं, सुनिए, एक लाइन
10 seconds.
और कान खोल के सुनिए।
10 seconds.
गोमूत्र का एंटी फंगल, एंटी बैक्टीरियल, मेडिसिनल पेटेंट है यूएस में, एंड पेटेंट नंबर इज 6410059। कान खोलो अपने,
समझ में
On that note, gentlemen, we have to wrap the discussion. The next session has to begin. Waris Pathan, Sudhanshu Trivedi, thank you so much for joining us. And if anyone wanted the answer of why is politics in India polarized, you have a live demonstration in front of you today. Thanks so much for joining us.
Polarization without substantive argument.
All right. That is from Sudhanshu.
Debate over, sir. Debate over. Please. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that rather fiery discussion. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
सबसे पहले तो मंत्री जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अपना समय निकालने के लिए एंड वेलकम टू टाइम्स नाउ समिट।
थैंक यू।
अभी रिसेंटली कैच द रेन 2025 इस अभियान को आपने लॉन्च किया था। इसको लेकर बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी है, बहुत उत्सुकता है लोगों में कि इसके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्या हैं, उद्देश्य इसके क्या हैं और किस तरह के आउटकम्स एक्सपेक्ट आप खुद कर रहे हैं।
अभी तक आपको अगर उद्देश्य पता नहीं है तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारी कुछ कमजोरी है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने मार्च 2021 में कैच द रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग की बात की थी। 6 सितंबर 2024 को सूरत के कार्यक्रम में वर्चुअल जब जुड़े थे तब उन्होंने 2 बात के ऊपर आह्वान किया था। एक कहा था जल संचय जन भागीदारी से जन आंदोलन में परिवर्तित होना चाहिए और दूसरा उन्होंने कहा था कि कर्म भूमि से मातृभूमि के लिए कुछ लोगों ने कुछ काम करना चाहिए। उन्होंने कर्म भूमि से मातृभूमि कहा, जन्मभूमि नहीं कहा, क्योंकि अभी तो कई लोग अलग अलग स्टेट में कई सालों से रहते हैं, उनका जन्म भी वहीं हुआ है और मातृभूमि अलग अलग स्टेट में है, तो रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के लिए वो काम करें। ये जब आह्वान उन्होंने किया तो सबसे पहले सूरत में जो प्रवासी व्यापारी है राजस्थान के, उन्होंने राजस्थान के 40,000 गाँव में हर गाँव में 4 रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग का स्ट्रक्चर बनाने के लिए उन्होंने 1,60,000 स्ट्रक्चर के लिए उन्होंने कमिटमेंट किया। मध्य प्रदेश के जो व्यापारी सूरत में थे उन्होंने 35,000 स्ट्रक्चर बनाने के लिए कहा और बिहार के व्यापारियों ने 10 जिले के सभी गांव में 4 बोर बनाने का उन्होंने कमिटमेंट किया और ये चल पड़ा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आह्वान के ऊपर 6 सितंबर से हमने जब ये काम शुरू किया, मैं सबका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ और विशेष रूप से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब का कि उन्होंने आह्वान करने से हमारा काम बिल्कुल इजी हो गया। आज सुबह तक ये 4 महीने में 9,10,000 स्ट्रक्चर जन भागीदारी के साथ ये बने हुए हैं। इसका फायदा क्या है आप जानना चाहोगे? तो थोड़ी बात आपको करनी पड़ेगी। हमारे देश में 4,000 BCM बारिश होती है, हमारी आवश्यकता होती है 1180 BCM की और 2047 से 2050 तक हमारी आवश्यकता हो जाएगी 1250 BCM की। जल संचय अगर नहीं करेंगे, बारिश तो है मगर जल संचय की व्यवस्था नहीं है। अब सब यहाँ पर बैठे आपको लगता होगा इतने बड़े बड़े डैम हैं हमारे देश के अंदर, इतना जल संचय होता है, तालाब है, नदियां हैं। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि जो पूरे डैम, सरदार सरोवर हो, उकाई हो, ब्रह्मपुत्र हो, कावेरी हो, कैन बेतवा हो, सभी डैम की टोटल जल संचय की जो कैपेसिटी है वो कैरिंग कैपेसिटी सिर्फ और सिर्फ 250 BCM की है। नदी तालाब या अन्य जो व्यवस्था है उसमें अंदर हम करीब 500 BCM पानी बचा सकते हैं। अगर ये बारिश होने के बावजूद अगर पानी की किल्लत है, उसके लिए हम जवाबदार है कि हमने आज तक कभी सोचा नहीं कि पानी की बचत करनी पड़ेगी, पानी को सेव करना पड़ेगा। और इसी बात को आने वाले दिनों में क्या प्रॉब्लम आएगा उसकी जो दूरंदेशी के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने इसी का आह्वान करते हुए लोगों को इसमें जोड़ने का एक आह्वान किया और लोग जुड़े और उसका परिणाम भी आया। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि मोदी जी ने जो बात कही है उसको गौर से सबको सुनना चाहिए। उन्होंने कहा था कि गांव का पानी गांव में, सिम का पानी सिम के, यानी खेत का पानी खेत में होना चाहिए। अगर एक डैम हम बनाते हैं तो उसके अंदर करीब 25,000 करोड़ रुपया कम से कम लगता है। वो डैम बनाने में हमें 25 साल लगते हैं। किसानों की जमीन जाती है, उनका विरोध होता है, गांव के गांव शिफ्ट करने पड़ते हैं, उनका विरोध होता है, कोई ना कोई पर्यावरणवादी आ जाएगा, कोर्ट में जाएगा, उसके वजह से भी प्रोजेक्ट लेट होता है, उसके वजह से और ज्यादा कीमत बढ़ती है। और 25 साल के बाद अगर एक डैम बनेगा तो उसकी जो कैपेसिटी होगी जल संचय की, उसकी हमारी आवश्यकता जब तक उससे ज्यादा बढ़ गई होगी तो तुरंत अगर हमें पानी का जल संचय करना है तो गांव में जो घर का पानी बहकर खड्डे में जाता है, खड्डे से नाले में जाता है, नाले से नदी में जाता है और नदी से दरिया में जाता है।
हमें उसको गांव में ही रोकना चाहिए। और इसीलिए हमने हर गांव में करीब 4 रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर बनाने का शुरू किया। और उसका पानी अगर गांव में रहेगा तो कोई भी खेत में, कोई भी कुएं में या बोर में पूरा पानी आपको मिल जाएगा। खेत के लिए भी हमने एक स्ट्रक्चर नए डिजाइन बने, हमने करीब 12 डिजाइन बनाई थी। 4x4x6 का एक खड्डा बनाकर उसके अंदर 1.5 ब्रास बड़े बड़े पत्थर डाल दिए। 1 बीघा में, जैसे हमने नौसारी में पीएम साहब आने वाले थे तो 1100 स्ट्रक्चर एक दिन में खड़े किए जी। तो उसका पानी कितना अंदर जाएगा? तो नौसारी साउथ गुजरात में करीब 3000 मिलीलीटर पानी बारिश होती है। और 1 बीघा में उस पर से जो पानी गिरेगा, वो पानी अगर उस खड्डे में जाएगा तो करीब 8 से 8.5 लाख लीटर पानी वो जमीन में उतर सकता है। और ये जमीन में जो कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है वही हमें बचा सकती है। और आज तक हम लोगों ने बहुत पानी यूज किया, अंदर से जितना पानी निकाल सकते थे निकाल लिया जी। उसके वजह से पूरा लेवल पानी का नीचे चला गया है। तो उसको पुनः भरण के लिए, पानी का लेवल ऊपर लाने के लिए ये रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहा है।
उसके साथ साथ आपने ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीशन का भी जवाब दे दिया। अभी थोड़ा नल से जल को लेकर क्रिटिसिज्म बीच में हमने देखा कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की जो गति है, पेस है, वो काफी धीमी है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद अगर आप डेटा देखें तो 15 करोड़ घरों में लगभग नल से जल पहुंचाया जा रहा है, विच इज कमेंडेबल। काफी सराहनीय काम हो रहा है। क्या इससे हमारी जो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर प्रॉब्लम है इसका आप लॉन्ग टर्म सोल्यूशन देखते हैं या अभी और चैलेंजेस हैं जिनको पूरा करना है?
नल से जल नाम से ही पता चलता है कि नल से घर में पानी देने की योजना है, मगर उसके पीछे क्या है? माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब का विचार क्या है? उन्होंने देखा कि करीब WHO का रिपोर्ट कहता है कि नल से जल आने के पहले पूरे देश में जो महिलाएं दूर तक पानी के लिए जाती थी, बोझ उठा के लेके आती थी, तो उनका आने जाने में 5.5 करोड़ घंटा रोज का उसमें खर्च होता था। आज उनका ये समय बचा है, और समय अपने बच्चों के लिए, अपने फैमिली के लिए, अपने आर्थिक उपार्जन में वो उसका यूज कर रही है। दूसरा जो हुआ सबसे बड़ा काम कि जो नल से जल देने से शुद्ध पानी हर व्यक्ति को मिला। पहले तो जो पानी मिलता था उसकी क्वालिटी क्या है वो पता नहीं थी। सबसे ज्यादा रोग भी पानी में से ही होते हैं। तो ये पानी की क्वालिटी के साथ शुद्ध पानी देने की जो योजना बनी, उसके कारण करीब जो 5 साल के नीचे के बच्चे हैं, 5 साल की उम्र से कम उम्र के जो बच्चे थे, वो जो यूनिसेफ का रिपोर्ट कहता है कि करीब हर साल 60,000 से 70,000 बच्चों की मौत होती थी। वो पहले 5 साल के अंदर ही करीब 3 लाख से ज्यादा बच्चों की मौतों को बचाया गया। जो गंदा पानी आता था, यार अशुद्ध पानी आता था, उसके वजह से जब सभी फैमिली को एवरेज 50,000 का खर्च वो हर महीने करना पड़ता था सरकार के खर्च के ऊपर। आज वो बचा तो करीब 8.4 लाख करोड़ रुपया ये आरोग्य के ऊपर जो लोग खर्च करते थे उसमें बचता ही। बिना वजह से मानव शरीर में जो दवाइयां जा रही थी, इंजेक्शन जा रहे थे, उसका रिएक्शन 10 साल के बाद भी आने की संभावना थी, उससे भी मानव शरीर को बचाया गया। तो एक नल से जल एक योजना के कारण कितना बड़ा काम हुआ है वो आप देख सकते हैं। 15 करोड़ घरों में नल का कनेक्शन पूरी दुनिया में कोई देश में कभी हुआ नहीं और कभी होगा नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे देश में जितना पॉपुलेशन उतना तो और कहीं है नहीं, और हमें जो पानी की किल्लत है और देशों में भी नहीं है। और इसीलिए कहता हूं कि मोदी साहब के लीडरशिप में पानी की समस्या से हम जरूर बाहर आ जाएंगे।
मिनिस्ट्री तो अपना काम कर रही है, जन भागीदारी भी बढ़ रही है क्या? वो थॉट प्रोसेस जिसकी बात अभी आप कर रहे थे कि हम पानी खर्च करते हैं, उसको बचाने के बारे में बहुत कम सोचते हैं, तो वो थॉट प्रोसेस लोगों का बदल रहा है क्या? और उसमें अवेयरनेस बढ़ाने के लिए मिनिस्ट्री क्या कर रही है?
देखिए, पहले ऐसा था कि पानी की कोई कीमत नहीं थी, कोई कितना भी पानी यूज कर ले तो उसको कभी चिंता नहीं थी। आज सबको लगता है कि पानी का सेविंग करना चाहिए, और उसके लिए हर तरह से प्रयत्न होता भी है और लोग भी आगे बढ़ते हैं। पहले कहा जाता था आज की तारीख में भी क्या पोजीशन है वो भी मैं एक बार आपको बता दूं। एग्रीकल्चर के लिए हम करीब 83% पानी एग्रीकल्चर में यूज होता है, 14% पानी कम्युनिटी के लिए यूज होता है और सिर्फ 2.5% पानी वो इंडस्ट्री के लिए जाता है। मन जनरल इमेज है कि इंडस्ट्री बहुत पानी यूज कर रही है, तो जहां इंडस्ट्री है वहां पर वो बहुत यूज कर रही है, मगर टोटल और हमारे पास पानी कितना है, हमारा पूरे विश्व के सामने 18% हमारा पॉपुलेशन है। हमारे पास पूरे विश्व में जो पशुधन है उसका 18% पशुधन वो हमारे पास है, और पूरे विश्व में जो शुद्ध पानी है उसमें से सिर्फ 4% पानी हमारे पास है। तो अगर उसको ठीक से हम प्लानिंग नहीं करेंगे तो कहीं पानी यानी बाढ़ से प्रॉब्लम आ सकता है, कहीं सूखा से प्रॉब्लम आ सकता है, तो दोनों जगह पानी का ही प्रॉब्लम है। तो ये पानी को संभालना, उसका प्लानिंग करना, उसी के ऊपर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी काम कर रहे हैं।
जी, भारत में विभिन्न विभिन्न प्रांत हैं और वहाँ पे टेरेन अलग है, कहीं बहुत ज़्यादा नदियाँ हैं और वहाँ पानी की कमी नहीं, तो कहीं बहुत ज़्यादा किल्लत है। तो नदियों को जोड़ने का जो काम शुरू हुआ उसका स्टेटस क्या है? और अभी आपने पार्लियामेंट में कहा था कि कंसेंसस बनाने की कोशिश हो रही है, तो राज्यों के बीच में कंसेंसस बनाना कितना मुश्किल साबित हो रहा है?
रिवर लिंकिंग की बात, नदियाँ जोड़ने की बात हम कई सालों से सुन रहे थे। माननीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने भी अपने समय में रिवर लिंकिंग के लिए बहुत जोर भी दिया था। लोग कहते हैं ना कि कुछ लोग बहुत अच्छा सोचते हैं और कुछ लोग बहुत अच्छा करते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अच्छा सोचते भी हैं, अच्छा करते भी हैं। उन्होंने सबसे ज्यादा अगर अपने देश में पानी पे काम किया होगा तो मोदी जी ने किया है। सरदार सरोवर की योजना कई सालों से निलंबित थी, वो मुख्यमंत्री होने के समय में उन्होंने पूर्ण कर दी, बाकी काम था वो प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद किया। उन्होंने जो अभी अमृत तालाब बनाए, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 75 तालाब उन्होंने नए निर्माण किए। प्रश्न क्या था कि जो नए नए मकान बने, सिटी डेवलप हुई, कई लोगों ने मकान बना दिया जहां से पानी निकल रहा था, उसको रोका गया। तो उन्होंने कंप्लेंट नहीं की या कारण नहीं बताया कि क्या हो रहा है। उन्होंने और जहां जगह है वहां पर हर जिले में 75 तालाब बनाने की कोशिश की और सफलतापूर्वक तालाब बनाने के कारण बहुत बड़ा पानी का बचत वहां भी हुआ है। और इसी के कारण रिवर लिंकिंग की जब बात आई तो केन बेतवा मध्य प्रदेश की केन में से बेतवा नदी में पानी गया। 10,62,000 हेक्टेयर जमीन को वहां पानी मिलेगा खेती के लिए। 62 लाख लोगों को पीने का पानी मिलेगा। राजस्थान और मध्य प्रदेश का जो पीकेसी योजना बनी उसके अंदर भी 10 लाख हेक्टेयर और 50 लाख लोगों को पीने का पानी मिलेगा। यानी दोनों मिला के करीब 20,62,000 हेक्टेयर जमीन और 1,12,000 लोगों को पीने का पानी मिल रहा है। 1,12,00,000 लोगों को पानी मिल रहा है। अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा काम है। 70,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा की योजना उन्होंने राजस्थान मध्य प्रदेश के लिए बनाई और 44,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा की बड़ी योजना केन बेतवा में बनी। तो ये इसके कारण अभी काम बढ़ा है और 2030 तक में केन बेतवा का काम संपूर्ण हो जाएगा। उसकी जो मेन डैम बन रहा है उसका भी काम 2.5 साल पहले शुरू हो गया है। तो ये जो तमिलनाडु और कर्नाटक का प्रॉब्लम है, तेलंगाना और कर्नाटक का प्रॉब्लम है, आंध्र और तेलंगाना का प्रॉब्लम है, हम सबसे बात कर रहे हैं और मुझे विश्वास है कि जिस तरह से सबका पॉजिटिव रिस्पांस आ रहा है तो मोदी साहब के लीडरशिप में ये काम जरूर हो जाएगा।
क्लाइमेट चेंज का बहुत इम्पैक्ट होता है। कई बार हम देखते हैं कि कम बारिश होती है, उसकी अपनी दिक्कतें हैं, कई बार बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होती है और अर्बन सेंटर्स पर इसका असर पड़ता है, फ्लडिंग देखने को मिलती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करता है। लेकिन आपकी मिनिस्ट्री का इसमें क्या रोल है?
क्लाइमेट चेंज बहुत बड़ा विषय है। वो कभी एक मीटिंग में या कुछ डिबेट के समय में उसको पूरा नहीं कर सकता, मगर मैं इतना कह सकता हूं कि सब लोगों में जो जन जागृति आई है तो उसके लिए सभी लोग अपनी ओर से कोशिश कर रही हैं। सरकार की ओर से भी उसके ऊपर बहुत काम हुआ है। मेरा सब्जेक्ट मेरे मंत्रालय का नहीं है, इसके लिए मैं उसको क्या काम हुआ वो बताना नहीं चाहूँगा। मगर सब मिलकर जिस तरह से जागृति लाते हुए उसके ऊपर कंट्रोल करने की जो कोशिश हो रही है, तो हमारा देश का डेवलपमेंट भी ना रुके और पर्यावरण का भी चिंता करने की जो बात है वो दोनों साथ में बढ़ रही है।
जल शक्ति मंत्री होने के नाते वाटर सिक्योरिटी को लेकर के लॉन्ग टर्म विजन आपका क्या है? कोई ऐसे और एक्साइटिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स आ रहे हैं जिनसे हम इसको और ठोस बना सकते हैं?
देखिए, प्रोजेक्ट तो बहुत से आ भी रहे हैं, बहुत से चल भी रहे हैं, मगर सबका साथ नहीं होगा तो ये प्रोजेक्ट पूर्ण करने के बाद भी पानी की किल्लत रहेगी। क्योंकि हमने पूरे देश का एक जो नक्शा बनाया है कि ऊपर गंगा है या ब्रह्मपुत्र है, उसका जो पानी उनके पास सरप्लस है, उसको हम नीचे कैसे ला सकते हैं, उसके लिए हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आप गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र की जो बॉर्डर देखो, वहाँ भी बारिश है, पानी है, तो उसको हम आगे कैसे बाकी लोगों को दे सकते हैं। और इसी के ऊपर उसको क्या करना चाहिए, डैम बनाना है, नदियों की कैरिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़ानी है, नदियों को रिवर लिंकिंग में लेके जाना है, उस सब के ऊपर पूरे प्लानिंग के साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एक बार आपको एक बात भी बता दूं कि अटल जी, उन्होंने एक बार कहा था कि तीसरा विश्व युद्ध होगा वो पानी के लिए होगा। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि हमें जो लीडरशिप मिली है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब की, और जिस तरह से वो पानी के लिए या सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए काम करते हैं, पानी के लिए जो विशेष वो काम कर रहे हैं, उसके आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं कि तीसरा विश्व युद्ध हो, पानी के लिए हो, उसमें भारत कहीं नहीं होगा, क्योंकि मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में हमारी पानी की व्यवस्था वो बिल्कुल पूरी हो जाएगी, ऐसा मुझे विश्वास है। मेरा आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट भी है कि आप लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, सभी लोगों ने 7 पीढ़ी तक का धन संग्रह कर लिया होगा, उससे भी ज्यादा करने की कोशिश भी कर रहे होंगे। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि अभी 8वां पीढ़ी का जो आप धन संचय करोगे वो आपके आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए पानी के लिए कीजिए, उसमें अभी से इन्वेस्ट करिए, उसमें खर्च करिए। उससे पानी अगर आप धन संचय करोगे और जल नहीं होगा तो आपकी आने वाली पीढ़ी या हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ी हमें माफ नहीं करेगी। पानी कभी भी इंडस्ट्री में बनने वाला नहीं है, ये खून और पानी दोनों ये मानव सर्जित हो ही नहीं सकते, और इसीलिए पानी का जल संचय करना उसको प्रायोरिटी देनी चाहिए। उसके लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं वो करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। जो मोदी जी का भी आह्वान है कि मातृभूमि के लिए कुछ करिए, आप जहाँ रहते हो वहाँ करिए। हम तो इंडस्ट्री के लोगों को मिलते हैं तो उनको यही कहते हैं कि आपका बंगला, आपका ऑफिस, आपके प्रोजेक्ट, हर जगह पे रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग आप पहले कीजिए। और आप ज़्यादा कुछ कर सकते हैं तो आपके गांव में, जो आपका गांव है वहाँ में, उस गांव के तालुके में सबसे ज़्यादा आप कर सकते हैं। मैं किसी का नाम लेना नहीं चाहूँगा, मगर मुझे कल एक सज्जन मिलने आए थे परसों, और उन्होंने कहा कि जल संचय के लिए मुझे भी कुछ करना है। तो रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग की जो अलग अलग डिज़ाइन है, हमने उनके साथ बात किया। उसमें से एक डिज़ाइन जो बोर करते हैं, उसके ऊपर टांके वगैरह बनाते हैं, कुंडी बनाते हैं, उसमें हम सबमर्सिबल पंप नहीं डालते हैं। तो वो जो बताया उनको, उसका खर्च होता था एवरेज 30,000 का, और उन्होंने उसी टाइम कहा कि मैं 1,000 बोर ऐसा स्ट्रक्चर बना दूंगा, करीब 3 करोड़ का। तो ये लोग सामने से आते हैं, उनको लगता है, मैंने कहा हम तो कभी किसी से उसके लिए पैसा हम नहीं इकट्ठा करते, हम बताते हैं, उंगली निर्देश करते हैं कि यहाँ आप करो, ये डिजाइन के साथ कर सकते हो, आपकी मर्जी से जहाँ करना है कर सकते हो। तो इस तरह से जो लोग जुड़े हैं, तो आज सुबह तक 4 महीने में 9,10,000 ये स्ट्रक्चर बनाना, ये बहुत मुश्किल बात है। खेतों के लिए भी हमने छोटा स्ट्रक्चर बनाया, उसके अंदर भी करीब 4,000 का खर्चा होता है, पर बहुत पानी उसके अंदर भी बचता है। मैं आपको एक और बात बता दूं, अगर हम आपको लगता है कि इंडस्ट्री में से बहुत पोल्यूशन आता है, मैं आपको बताऊं, एयर पोल्यूशन या वाटर पोल्यूशन आता ही है, मगर एग्रीकल्चर से कम नहीं आता है। क्योंकि हम खेत में जब यूरिया डालते हैं या कुछ ना कुछ केमिकल डालते हैं, वो केमिकल जब बारिश होता है तो बारिश से वो मिट्टी के साथ वो नाला नदी में जाकर हमें पीने के लिए हमारे पेट में आता है, हम ट्रीट करते हैं, मगर सब ट्रीट संभव भी नहीं है और उसके कारण कुछ न कुछ अंश उसके हमारे शरीर में जाते हैं। उसी के कारण आप देखते होंगे कि कैंसर का प्रमाण भी बढ़ा है। और अगर ये शुद्ध पानी नहीं होगा, यानी खेत का पानी अगर नदी में जाने से रोका नहीं जाएगा तो हमारी प्रॉब्लम और बढ़ सकती है। और इसीलिए खेत का पानी खेत में होगा और वो खेत के लिए ही काम आएगा, तो बहकर वो नदी तक नहीं आएगा तो हमें अच्छा पानी मिल सकता है।
जी, क्योंकि पोल्यूशन का आपने जिक्र किया, इसलिए मैं यमुना का मुद्दा जरूर उठाना चाहूंगी। दिल्ली चुनाव के वक्त बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा था, अब आप लोगों की सरकार आ गई है, तो ये काम पूरा होते हुए हम कब देख पाएंगे? इसको लेकर कोई टाइमलाइन सेट है? क्योंकि काम तो शुरू हो गया, ये तो तस्वीरों में हमने देखा, काम शुरू हो गया।
काम शुरू हो गया, आपको विश्वास है? तो काम पूरा हो जाएगा, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ। बहुत जल्दी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब भी उसमें अंदर पूरा हमको गाइड कर रहे हैं। माननीय अमित भाई शाह साहब HM वो भी उसमें जुड़कर वो काम कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली की सरकार, उसके मुख्यमंत्री और सभी लोग मिलकर NGO, कई लोगों की बहुत सी ऑफर है, कोई हमें टेक्निकल गाइड कर रहा है, कोई अलग अलग ऑफर कर रहा है, सफाई के लिए मशीनरी प्रोवाइड करने की बात कर रहा है। हम सब मिलकर बहुत जल्दी पूरे देश की जो इच्छा है कि यमुना शुद्ध हो जाए, हो जाएगी।
ये हमेशा कहा जाता है, कहावत है कि द ग्रास इज ऑलवेज ग्रीन ऑन द अदर साइड, और एक थोड़ी हमारी भारतीय होने के नाते कभी माइंडसेट भी होता है कि अच्छा विदेश में ये अच्छा है, विदेश में वो अच्छा है। और कई सारे हमने देखा इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशंस भी होते हैं बेहतरी के लिए, देश में डेवलपमेंट के लिए। आपकी मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से कोई ऐसे इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशंस लाइंड अप हैं क्या, स्पेसिफिकली वाटर सिक्योरिटी को लेकर के?
देखिए, कोलैबोरेशन की आवश्यकता इसके लिए भी कि ज्ञान का वर्धन होता है, टेक्निकल सहायता मिलती है और फंड भी मिल जाता है। एक समय ऐसा था कि भारत को अन्य देशों के ऊपर डिपेंड रहना पड़ता था, न हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी थी, न में उसके लिए और कोई जानकारी थी, तो हम दूसरे देशों के साथ कोलैबोरेशन करते हुए यहाँ कॉपी करने की कोशिश करते थे। मैं आज आपको विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि आज अन्य देश हमारे ऊपर डिपेंड होने लगे हैं। हमारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग है उसकी वो कॉपी भी कर रहे हैं, उसको समझ भी रहे हैं। मैं अभी WF गया था, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में, तो वहाँ पर जो एक्सपर्ट आए थे, कंसल्टेंट आए थे, तो उन्होंने ओपिनियन दिया था कि आज पूरे विश्व में पानी के लिए अगर कोई देश में टोटल जो खर्च हो रहा है उसका 40% सिर्फ भारत वो अकेला कर रहा है। तो इतना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ लोगों का कोलैबोरेशन भी करते हुए, साथ लेते हुए ये प्रोजेक्ट को आगे बढ़ रहा है, जो हमारी समस्या का हल होगा।
पानी एक ऐसा मुद्दा है जो आपके लिए, मेरे लिए, हम सबके लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। पूरा विश्व ही इससे जुड़ा हुआ है और भारत में खासकर ये हमारे सेंटिमेंट से और आस्था से भी जुड़ा हुआ है। नमामि गंगे प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में भी आपसे बात करना चाहूंगी। न सिर्फ मिनिस्ट्री बल्कि लोगों की भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है टू एंश्योर कि पानी में, नदी में खास करके जिसकी पूजा हम करते हैं उसमें हम खुद गंदगी ना डालें। और कई जगह पे मैंने देखा चेक भी होता है, बट कई बार स्लिप अप्स भी हुए हैं। लोगों की कितनी बड़ी भागीदारी आपको लगता है? एंड एट द सेम टाइम आपसे मैं नमामि गंगे प्रोजेक्ट के प्रोग्रेस पर भी पूछना चाहूंगी।
गंगा नदी एक हमारी आस्था का स्थान है। पहले से ऐसे तो नदी को माँ ही कहते हैं, मगर गंगा के लिए तो माँ का प्रयोग बहुत ज्यादा उसका यूज होता है। गंगा को स्वच्छ करना चाहिए, उसके बजाय गंगा मैली हो गई है, गंदी हो गई है, इस बात से हम दुखी थे। पहली बार लोगों को विश्वास हुआ कि गंगा साफ भी हो सकती है और साफ हुई भी है। महाकुंभ इतना बड़ा हुआ, कोई कहता है 60 करोड़ 65 करोड़, जो भी करोड़ों लोग आए, मेरे सहित हमने उस पानी में जब डुबकी लगाई तो मुझे लगता है कि बिल्कुल पानी नहाने जैसा था। उसके ऊपर जो क्वालिटी, मैं तो 2014 से बनारस जाता था, मैं वहाँ देखता था कि पानी में हाथ डाले तो भी कीचड़ जैसा पानी पूरा आता था। हम आराम से, और इतने लोग एक साथ आने के बावजूद पानी की क्वालिटी वो ठीक रही। तो नदी, मोदी साहब ने जो गंगा नदी को साफ करने के लिए जो प्रोजेक्ट दिए हैं नमामि गंगे का, उससे के कारण हुआ, बाकी सभी लोगों ने उसके अंदर काम किया। उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार ने, केंद्र की सरकार ने, बाकी लोगों ने जो सहयोग दिया, नहीं तो इतने दिन में इतने 7 लोग आ जाए तो गंदी और ज़्यादा नदी गंदी हो सकती थी, मगर नहीं हुआ। और आने वाले दिनों में और ज़्यादा पानी, हर नदी को स्वच्छ करने की कोशिश, नमामि गंगे में भी हमने 6 नदी को लिया है पहले प्रोजेक्ट में, उसको पहले कर रहे हैं जी।
रिवर्स के प्रिजर्वेशन को लेकर के खास तौर पर क्या कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने कहा आस्था से तो जुड़ा ही हुआ है, लेकिन अगर रिवर लिंकिंग प्रोजेक्ट के जरिए हमें उन इलाकों तक पानी पहुंचाना है जहां पर अभी लोगों को दिक्कत है, परेशानी है, प्रिजर्वेशन के लिहाज से अगर आप उस पर कुछ बता पाएं, क्या कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं
रिवर लिंकिंग के बारे में?
रिवर लिंकिंग और साथ ही नदियों की हेल्थ को लेकर।
देखो, रिवर लिंकिंग का प्रोजेक्ट आने के पहले मैं आपको अभी उदाहरण दूं, मैं तो अभी आया, 9 महीने हुए। हमने जब पीकेसी की बात की तो मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब को मिला था और मैंने कहा कि दोनों सीएम आपके नेतृत्व में तैयार हो गए साइन करके इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। तो उन्होंने पॉलिटिकल जो निर्णय होता है उस तरह से नहीं किया कि चलो बुला लो, जल्दी से कार्यक्रम कर लेते हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि पहले दोनों नदियों को जोड़ने से उसके अंदर जो जीव जंतु हैं, पानी की क्वालिटी है, जो वनस्पति है, उसको क्या इफेक्ट होगी उसका पहले रिपोर्ट मुझे दो। और सभी एक्सपर्ट के पास से दोनों नदियों का जल मिलने के बाद आगे क्या होगा उसका पूरा रिपोर्ट उन्होंने देखा, एकदम पॉजिटिव था कि कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा। जब जाकर उन्होंने प्रोजेक्ट के लिए मंजूरी दी। तो रिवर लिंकिंग हम कहते हैं उतना इजी नहीं है। रिवर लिंकिंग करने के पहले इतनी सभी समस्याओं का सामना करने की तैयारी करते हुए, क्या समस्या आएगी उसको पहले आइडेंटिफाई करते हुए बाद में ही प्रोजेक्ट हो रहे हैं, तो इससे आने वाले सालों में कोई बड़ी समस्या हमारे लिए नहीं होगी, उसका भी ध्यान रखा जा रहा है।
वेल, जिस हिसाब से आपकी मिनिस्ट्री काम कर रही है और आप कह रहे हैं कि जन भागीदारी बढ़ी है, लोगों में अवेयरनेस बढ़ी है, उम्मीद हम करते हैं कि हमें पानी को लेकर युद्ध जैसी स्थिति का सामना ना करना पड़े। पाटिल साहब, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर स्पीकिंग विद अस। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस मुद्दे पर बात करने के लिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप सबका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Swati. So, welcome to Times Now Summit. Always a pleasure to have you here. So, for those of you who are waiting to hear from Mr. Prahlad Joshi, let's also tell the audience here that apart from being the minister of two very, very important ministries, he's also considered as the blue-eyed boy of the BJP. We'll talk about it in just a bit. But talking about the issue that we have gathered to discuss here today, need to keep Bharat ahead. And in this, renewable energy as a sector plays a very, very important role. And we know India has an ambitious target as well, Mr. Joshi. Our target is 500 gigawatt capacity by 2030. We've crossed around 200 gigawatt already. To achieve this by 2030, we need at least 50 gigawatts per year. Are we on track? Do you think we'll be able to meet the target on time, before it? What is the status like right now?
We are quite on track, and already bids which are out is around 169 gigawatt. And you said we have crossed 200 gigawatt. It is not so. We have crossed 223 gigawatt as of now, non-fossil fuel, and 103 gigawatt of the solar energy, nearly about 50 gigawatt of the wind, and we have also moved with viability gap funding as far as this offshore wind is concerned. Many things are moving as per the plan, and 169 gigawatt as on date, it is under implementation. तो इसमें अगर इधर कुछ होता है तो भी I am quite confident we will achieve 500 gigawatt by 2030. And as you may be knowing, we are the third largest producer of the renewable energy generations country in the entire world today. We are the third now. So 10 years back, if you look at it, 2014, the solar energy was 2.82 gigawatt. Today, we have crossed 103 gigawatt in 10 years. And people are also, the industry and manufacturers, they are able to understand and they are able to guess that this is the energy which is going to be the future energy of this country and the world. And people are accepting it, and technology is also changing, and we are also moving fast ahead with that new technology.
2024 specifically, Mr. Joshi, turned out to be an unprecedented year as far as the renewable energy space is concerned, not just for India but across the world. For India also, it was a remarkable year. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the key projects, or rather key policy initiatives that helped India achieve this feat in last 1 year? Any out-of-the-box ideas that you are now implementing so that we are able to achieve this goal? Like you said, we've already crossed 220 gigawatts. So what's really the reason behind this growth?
2024, if we can say, we have achieved almost in 2024 nearly about 27, 28 gigawatt in the last year itself. And in the pipeline, as I already said, many projects which are in the pipeline, which are bidders already out, they are already, very shortly we are going to commence the production in that. So green hydrogen, we are moving ahead. And transmission line, we are, except in Great Indian Bustard, everywhere, we are moving fast. It is moving as per we are moving as per our expectation. तो थोड़ा कुछ जब भी एक नया टेक्नोलॉजी आता है, नया विषय आता है, एक तो समस्या तो आता है. मैं ये नहीं बता रहा हूँ कि कोई बिना समस्या के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. I am not going to say that. But at the same time, every problem we are addressing, we are every month, I am personally sitting with the stakeholders, the manufacturers, and other manufacturers who are using the power. We are sitting with all those people and we are working out. I'm quite confident that even 2025 we will be achieving good, and by 2030, as expected, we will reach 500 gigawatt.
आपने समस्याओं की बात की. Would you like to talk to us a little bit about the challenges? Because Prime Minister Modi often talks about converting a challenge into an opportunity, a crisis into an opportunity. So what are some of the challenges that you're seeing right now, and what is being done to deal with it?
The basic challenge is here one of the important raw material apart from module, apart from cell, ingots, polysilicon. Apart from that, the land is the major problem for us. And we are continuously addressing, we are talking with the state governments to address it. And apart from that, we are going for the rooftop solar. Rooftop solar, we are expecting to achieve 30 gigawatt. And PM Kusum, which is almost decentralized power generation of the RE, there we are going to achieve 34 gigawatt. And now it has picked up very well, which you may be knowing. Every state chief minister is meeting almost every alternative week and requesting for the further allotment of the under PM Kusum. This shows that states are also now they are convinced without RE we will not be able to meet our power requirement. And I would also like to tell you, by 2032, according to an assessment of the assessment of our own country and the world standards also, we are going to our demand is going to be doubled by 2032. Okay. So for 2032, double the demand of the power, we need both, of course, we cannot say that conventional energy within 6 or 7 years or 10 years, we are going to stop it. We can't say that. But at the same time, the conventional, along with the conventional energy, renewable energy also equally required. And our commitment is that 50% of energy requirement will be met by the renewable energy that we are going to meet.
You said states are also cooperating. Are you getting cooperation from opposition rule states as well, or it's a little difficult dealing with them?
Some of the states, they are not able to understand. I don't want to name any state, but many other states, there are not only BJP or the NDA route, opposition rule states also, they are cooperating, they are doing well. Recently, Telangana Chief Minister, because they did not do well all these years, we have withdrawn their allotment, and he came and met me, and he requested within 6 months we are going to see that it is progressed well, kindly reallot it. And many chief ministers are coming, but some of the states still they are, I think, they need to understand what is the importance of the renewable energy and overall energy. Because some of the states are like that. I don't want to name any states because I don't want to sit here and do any politics. But of some of the states where there is abundance of coal, there even today there is a power crisis.
Eastern part of India?
Sorry?
Eastern part of India?
I don't want to name anything. I said to you because I don't want to do any politics in this summit. But I can say there is a very good amount of the iron ore, but there is no manufacturing capacity there. These things are happening, but some of the states, irrespective of the party which is ruling, if I can say, I come from Karnataka, but relatively Karnataka is doing well as far as the renewable energy is concerned. Their solar parks have come up well. Of course, previous government has also done. This government is also trying to do it. That is a different issue. Some of the states, they are doing well. They have understood what is the future energy. They are able to assess it. They are able to understand it. Some of the states are not doing it.
Okay. Now, Mr. Joshi, these are capital-intensive projects when we talk about renewable energy space. Finance Ministry recently mentioned that to achieve that goal of 500 gigawatt by 2030, you would require around 33 lakh crore rupees. Is that a challenge, or do you think it's sort of under control?
One is, as far as financing is concerned, recently we had a detailed workshop with all CEOs and the MDs of the bank, both the PSU banks and the private sector bank, NBFCs. Many had participated, and I think we are able to convince them कि अगर इसको आप फाइनेंस नहीं करते हैं तो आगे आपके जो ऑफिस में एसी चलता है और आपको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चाहिए, घर में अगर ठंडे के मौसम में हीटर चाहिए, ये सब भी अगर आरी नहीं है तो वो भी नहीं चल पाएंगे क्योंकि 50% ऑफ द एनर्जी will be from the renewable energy, whether you wish or not. This is I have convinced. Another thing is, India is going to become the third largest economy very shortly. So much of investment. And we want, Honorable Prime Minister wants that India should become the manufacturing hub. The requirement of energy is quite going to be huge. To cope up with that, every source of energy we should tap. That is the intention. With that intention, we are working. This is number one. Number two, many pension funds of not only India, foreign pension funds, foreign investors. See, in our RE investor meet, where many chief ministers participated for the first time, more than 12 chief ministers, many delegations from the entire world, even Japanese minister, Germany's minister, many ministers had come. They had come with a big delegation. They know that this is the place where we can invest and ROI will be quite good. This is world has also understood, because India is growing, India is the fastest growing economy of the world, and people are coming, and there is a commitment. हम उधर शपथ पत्र भी लिया, जिन्होंने इसमें इंडस्ट्री लोग हैं उनसे भी शपथ पत्र लिया, राज्यों से भी लिया, और बैंकों से भी, फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशंस में भी बैंक से लिया. ओवरऑल हमने जब इसको सिंक्रोनाइज करके, तो जब बातचीत करके फॉलो अप किया, we have received a commitment of almost 32 lakh crores, and I am quite confident this will be realized. Banks are also now enthusiastic, because banks, ultimately any business person, he looks at his profit. Here it is a profitable business as far as financing in the energy and especially in renewable energy sector is concerned, and India is going to be the number one as far as the renewable energy concerned in coming days.
Okay. Sir, in the audience, we sensed some bit of interest as far as green hydrogen is concerned. You recently flagged off trials of hydrogen-powered heavy-duty trucks. You also said you want to see India leading the world in green hydrogen. Where are we right now? What's the outlook? Any numbers, any targets that you can share with us?
No, we have planned 5 million ton by 2030. For that, overall, nearly about more than 20,000 crores is the viability gap funding. One is for the electrolyzers, another one is for the manufacturing of the green hydrogen, and out of that, 412,000 lakh tons of the green hydrogen which we had gone for the bid, that has gone out well. Bids have been already finalized. And out of that, more than 12,000 metric ton, it has been, we have an MOU with the other countries, the foreign countries, for the export of the green hydrogen. That is its derivatives. We cannot transport the green hydrogen, which we know all very well. We have to transport the derivatives. But as far as green ammonia is concerned, that is almost 50% of the whatever we have allocated in our PLI. That has been accepted. There is a MOU with us today for the purchase of this green hydrogen.
Okay. Now, among many hats, like I mentioned in the beginning itself, you also wear the hat of Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Distribution. And before I talk to you about what's keeping you busy in that ministry, I want to ask you, which portfolio do you like more? Which one is more challenging? Renewable energy or this one?
See, if I can say, I have come to political field accidentally. So I have not come with a choice. First of all, I would like to tell you. मैं तो लड़ते मैं तो पहले संघ में काम करता था, बाद में हमने a flag movement में भाग लिया, which was of course very non-political. Then I became MP in 2004, most unexpectedly. Then 2019 I became MP, because 2014 I was state president of the party. 2019 I became first time MP. At that time I was not knowing what is coal, what is mining. But everybody in the sector, in the thermal sector, they say that whatever under the guidance of the Prime Minister, whatever the changes we brought, reforms we brought, that is remarkable. Today there is no shortage of coal, that we did it. Whatever Prime Minister assigns me job, I will do with utmost confidence and utmost passion, and we will achieve the target, whatever is decided by the country and the Prime Minister.
Interesting. You said accidentally you entered into this field. So how did that accident happen? Because I remember 1996 was when you made your debut in electoral politics from Karnataka.
I directly contested Lok Sabha election in 2004. Before to that, I did not contest any election. I joined Bharatiya Janata Party only in 1996. I participated in agitation when there was a Lal Chowk where the Honorable Murli Manohar Joshi wanted to hoist the national flag, where there is a lot of opposition. In that enthusiasm, I also joined the movement, and in my constituency, Hubli, in a public ground, then Congress government, as part of the appeasement program, they opposed the hoisting of the national flag in a municipal ground. You mark my words, in the municipal grounds, they objected the hoisting of the national flag. Then I took it as a challenge, and I went inside. I hoisted the national flag. I was arrested. I was put behind bars, and that flag was removed unceremoniously. Then I said, till the national flag, until it is hoisted honorably in this place, there will going to be agitation. Then I continued the agitation, of course, with the support of the Parivar organization. Then many a times we rushed into the ground and we hoisted the national flag. Ultimately, one fine on 26th August 1994, the then Congress government fired at the agitators. 6 people died. And then ultimately I joined BJP, and in 2004 I became the MP. So this is what I said accidentally.
Okay. You've spoken about Karnataka. So before I talk to you about consumer affairs, a quick question on Karnataka, because recently you called what's happening in Karnataka politics lab of appeasement, given the 4% quota for the minority community in government contracts, and you know what's happening with respect to Waqf, etc., the kind of opposition, the resistance that's coming from that state specifically. How will you like to describe what's happening in Karnataka, today?
See, we should, I'm not against the giving any facility to anybody, but under the name of religion, giving the reservation, it is not accepted. See, how can you give 4% reservation in the contract? Only to a particular religion. This I have questioned. And only to the many of the, as far as Waqf is concerned, do you know the minority minister goes to the district and district? He says, enter more and more property into Waqf. I can say in my constituency and in next to my constituency, a poor farmer who bought the land in 1960, when I was not even born, at that time he purchased a agricultural land. In 2015, it is converted into Waqf, and police goes there, and they evict him forcibly, and he commits suicide. I asked the district commissioner, what is this? तो वो कहते हैं मंत्री जी, माइनॉरिटी मंत्री आया और अदालत किया और हमको आदेश दिया, हम क्या करें, सरकार का आदेश है, चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने नोटिस निकाला है, सर्कुलर निकाला है। ये तो मैंने बहुत बार कर्नाटक सरकार को कन्विंस करने का कोशिश किया। आई ट्राइड माय लेवल बेस्ट एंड आवर पार्टी आल्सो ट्राइड आवर लेवल बेस्ट कि ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि आज के दिन में 2013 के कानून के अनुसार यानी प्रॉपर्टी विथ हैंकी पैंकी सच डॉक्यूमेंट दे कैन डिक्लेयर इट एज द वक्फ, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट मेनी पीपल आर कमिटिंग सुसाइड। देयर आर सम टेम्पल्स along with that, including temple, entire land of the temple as declared of the Waqf. When it was constructed, you know, in 16th century, in 17th century, in 18th century in Bijapur, they were constructed by Chalukyas. All such temples, they are declared as the Waqf. Okay, this is one point. Second point, all these Waqf properties, they are being misused. It is not that only properties of the Hindus are grabbed. Even the most poor Muslim properties are also grabbed. They have also come in the agitation. So this is, I said, this is a lab for the appeasement politics. The Karnataka, they are making it as a lab for the experiment. करने के लिए एक लैब चाहिए, वो लैब कर्नाटक को उन्होंने बना के रखा है.
If you are aware of the problem, what are you doing to solve this? Of course, we know we have Waqf Amendment Bill that is also likely to be tabled in the Parliament after the JPC submitted its report. 1 week is left for this ongoing Parliament session to get over. Are we likely to see that, coming in the Parliament in the next 1 week? What will you say to the kind of opposition that has come, especially for the way in which this Waqf Amendment Bill is being brought by the BJP, as many are calling it, and on the issue of 4% minority quota, since on the basis of that you called Karnataka a lab of appeasement, how do you plan to fight it? Do you plan to, perhaps launch some kind of agitation, take it to the court of law? What is it that you're planning to do as a party?
See, Supreme Court in one of the cases, it is already said that on the basis of the reservation, on the basis of religion is not accepted. This is Supreme Court has said. Legally, we'll fight it. But as far as this Waqf Bill is concerned, when it is going to be passed, I don't know. But I can say this is not against the only Muslim community. Even the Waqf property, it is for the safeguarding the Waqf property also, this bill is there. That we should understand. It is not against the particular community. Let me make it very clear. The many properties which have been, one of the property which I mentioned here just 2-3 minutes back, property belongs to Muslim. वो मुस्लिम आदमी मेरे घर में आके रो रहे थे, साहब मैंने 1962 में खरीदा था, मेरा हड़प लिया प्रॉपर्टी. ये तो एक क्रिएट कर रहे, ये अगेंस्ट मुस्लिम है. एक्चुअली ये मुस्लिम अगेंस्ट नहीं है. You know, many of the properties, one of the committee which was constituted by the government of Karnataka, it has said thousands acres of the Waqf property, तो इसके ऊपर कुछ लोग कब्जा करके रखा है, वो पावरफुल पॉलिटिशियंस है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी से है. And they don't want that it should be investigated. They don't want it should be taken back. They don't want that there should be, इसका हिसाब किताब नहीं रहना चाहिए. ये उनका मत है. हमारा मत इसमें स्पष्ट है. जो वक्त में पहले से है वो रहेगा, इसका उसका सेफगार्डिंग होगा. और जो नया अगर किसी के भी प्रॉपर्टी आपको वक्फ ऐसे लगता है तो इसके लिए कुछ इंक्वायरी होगा, कुछ व्यवस्था होगा. बिना व्यवस्था किसी का प्रॉपर्टी, विंडसर मैनर होटल बेंगलुरु में, नाउ इट हैज फ्यू इयर्स बैक इट हैज बीन डिक्लेयर्ड एज द वक्फ. यू नो इट? You know Windsor Manor Hotel of Bengaluru? It is a star hotel, just nearby Chief Minister's residence. That has been declared as the Waqf. You know that? So this is what is happening. So that's why to safeguard and safeguard the interest of the other people also, safeguard the interest of the Muslim people, and also the safeguard the overall the property of the country, this amendment bill has been brought.
Okay. I also want to talk to you a little bit about consumer affairs because it is an important subject as well. And in terms of enforcement of consumer rights, what kind of initiatives are being taken by the government? I remember a couple of days ago there was something around Jago Grahak Jago, another agreement that you've signed, I believe, with Meta. What is happening on that front?
As far as consumer affairs is concerned, before 2019, we replaced the 1986 law. From 2019, there is a new law. Before to 2019, the consumer option for the consumer was only litigation. Agar mujhe koi dupe liya, I have been duped by some company or some दुकानदार के वजह से मुझे ड्यूप किया गया. What was the option? Go to the district consumer forum. If it is against you, appeal it before the state consumer forum, national consumer forum. The litigation was only the option. What has been done, and subsequently, even very recently, in last 1 year also, what we have done is after 2019 प्री-लिटिगेशन प्रोसेस में ही हम ग्राहकों को जो भी न्याय दिलवाना चाहिए हम दिलवा रहे हैं। जो टूरिस्ट कंपनियां, ट्रैवल कंपनीज ड्यूरिंग कोविड दे बुक्ड द टिकट, देन ऑल गेट बिकॉज ऑफ द फ्लाइट इटसेल्फ गॉट कैंसल्ड। इन लोगों ने बोला फ्लाइट कैंसिल किया है, हम पैसा कहां से देंगे। हमारे मंत्रालय में कुछ कंप्लेंट्स आया, we did not go, you go to the consumer commission because after 2019 there is a consumer commission. हमने ऐसे 3-4 कंप्लेंट आने के बाद हमने पूरा सेंट्रल कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन अथॉरिटी के द्वारा हमने इंक्वायरी किया। हमने देखा हजारों करोड़ रुपए ट्रैवल एजेंट ले लिया है, लेकिन उनको एक्चुअल में वापस रिफंड नहीं मिल रहा है। We talked to the all airlines. We called them and we said them, because they had booked the ticket, flight got cancelled, now it is your duty to pay it. 1,400 crore was paid back to the all consumers. This is what the pre-litigation process I am talking today. This is what pre-litigation process. They need not see क्या होता है, बड़ा कंपनी जब आप कंज्यूमर कोर्ट चले जाते हैं वो बहुत बड़े वकील को लाते हैं, तो ये बेचारा क्या करते हैं, पुअर कंज्यूमर। इसलिए प्री लिटिगेशन प्रोसेस में हम कर रहे हैं डार्क पैटर्न। फॉर एग्जांपल एक बुक माई शो, ये तो इसमें एक ऑनलाइन है, इसमें बुक के स्माइल करके था। वो क्या बुक के स्माइल किसी को पता नहीं था, 2 रुपए काटता था। 2 रुपए अगर कोई प्रश्न पूछता तो डोनेशन नहीं बोलते थे, डोनेशन तो वॉलंटरीली होता है। हमने ये तो देखा, एक आध कंप्लेंट हमारे पास आया था, वी जस्ट सॉ इट। हमने बोला ये 2 रुपए क्यों काट रहे भाई। तब हमको बताया गया सर ये अगर किसी के फेस के ऊपर स्माइल लाना है तो ये 2 रुपए हम काटेंगे, डोनेशन है। हमने बोला आप कौन होता है कंपलसरी करने वाले। हमने नोटिस दिया, वो सब बंद करा दिया। ऐसे बहुत चीजें हमने जो है अभी। और ऑनलाइन में ऑनलाइन कंपनीज क्या करते हैं, वो भी बड़े बड़े ऑनलाइन कंपनी, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूं, मैं किसी के लिए किसी कंपनी मन में रख के मैं इधर तो नहीं आया हूं, क्योंकि मैं ओवरऑल माय इंटेंशन इज टू बैलेंस बिटवीन बोथ कंज्यूमर एंड ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस। व्हाट आई टोल्ड, दे यूज्ड टू से, किसी एक फॉर एग्जांपल कोई एक शर्ट सेल कर रहे हैं, क्या करते थे तो कुछ पर्टिकुलर ब्रांड या कुछ पर्टिकुलर शर्ट प्रमोट करते थे। अगर वो खराब हो गया, डैमेज हो गया, हम तो सिर्फ प्लेटफॉर्म है, तो मैंने बोला ये डार्क पैटर्न है। ऐसे हमने 13 डार्क पैटर्न को आइडेंटिफाई किया। वो डार्क पैटर्न को आइडेंटिफाई करके बोला ये डार्क पैटर्न नहीं चलता है। जैसे मैंने बुक माई शो, ट्रैवल एजेंट का हो, ऐसे बहुत चीजें जो है हमने अपने आप आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं। जहां हमको लगता है इसमें क्लास एक्शन है, क्लास एक्शन बोले तो सम क्लास इज अफेक्टेड बाय दिस टाइप ऑफ बिजनेस, वी कॉल देम। हमने कन्वर्जेंस पार्टनर का एक कंसेप्ट लाया है। ऑल बिग कंपनीज हु आर वर्किंग इन इंडिया, वेदर इट इज इंडियन और मल्टीनेशनल, they have to assign a particular grievances addressal officer and they should convergence with us. हम उनको कन्वर्जेंस पार्टनर बोलते हैं। वो कन्वर्जेंस पार्टनर्स को हम तुरंत भेजते हैं, ऐसे कंप्लेंट आया है, यू हैव टू एड्रेस इट, दे आर एड्रेसिंग इट। मैनी सच प्रोएक्टिव एक्शंस हमने लिया है। एंड अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी, व्हाट वी हैव डन इज वी हैव बैलेंस्ड बोथ as far as consumer and ease of doing business. We are balancing both. Lot of such actions have been initiated. I can only say, without going to the consumer, last resort is going to the court, that is consumer commission. Before to that, pre-litigation process में ही हम लोगों को राहत दे रहे हैं। ये 2019 के बाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बहुत ही बड़ा बदलाव हमने लाया है।
Okay. You've also often spoken about zero tolerance for consumer exploitation. Recently, there was this case of differential pricing that came up in cab services, the cab prices. What is happening in that regard? Because I remember your statement at that point in time. You said that you will be looking at other platforms too and see, if it's a similar case.
No, I had received some complaint on my mail. मैं किसी को इसमें बहुत I was also not expecting that इसको इतना ट्रैक्शन मिलेगा, ये भी मैंने सोचा नहीं था. मुझे 3-4 कंप्लेंट, 3-4 बोले तो एक ही दिन में 3-4 कंप्लेंट ऐसे आया. I received complaint like this, कि if I book my cab through my, on my Apple mobile, मुझे चार्ज ज्यादा होता है. एंड्रॉयड में करते हैं तो कम होता है. ऐसे मुझे मैसेज आया और कुछ उसका वो जो रसीट वगैरह जो भी है उन्होंने मेल पर उसको अटैच किया था. मैंने बोला इसको इंक्वायरी करो और इसमें हम इंक्वायरी करेंगे, ऐसे मैंने एक ट्वीट किया. ये बहुत ट्रैक्शन हो गया. उन्होंने रिप्लाई दिया ऐसे हम नहीं कर रहे हैं. आई हैव आस्क्ड DGBIS to investigate it. If it is being done, it is not correct. We have asked them, we don't want to, unless otherwise, वो अगर रियली करेक्टिव मेजर्स लेते हैं तो और वो रियली नहीं कर रहे तो इस सरकार में किसी को हरासमेंट भी नहीं होगा. इसी समय कंज्यूमर को भी एक्सप्लॉयटेशन के लिए हम अलो नहीं करेंगे.
Okay, so one last question before we let you go. You've been a parliamentary affairs minister as well. Parliament session is underway. Rahul Gandhi many a times has said that he's not allowed to speak. His microphone is switched off. Why do you not let him speak?
See, they are trying to create a narrative. I am telling, I am here in this Lok Sabha from 2004. This is my 5th term. Mic off on जब speaker permission देता है तब भी होता है जी. Your mic will never be on unless speakers give you the permission. Permission के साथ, notice के साथ आप बात करते हैं तो you are allowed. If it is not so, it is not allowed. It is a simple process. और कभी कब तो हम कोई भी नोटिस भी नहीं देते हैं. आप मुझे ये बताओ, शुरुआत के 2 सप्ताह वो सेशन ही नहीं आए हैं. सेशन में लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन, आई हैव सीन मेनी लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन. आई हैव सीन अद्वानी जी, आई हैव सीन सुषमा स्वराज, आई हैव सीन खरगे जी. वो इसका वेस्ट बंगाल का था ना पहले कांग्रेस ग्रुप लीडर अधीर रंजन चौधरी, पूरा दिन भर बैठते थे. जब पार्लियामेंट शुरू होता था हम भी, when I was a first time MLA, I used to cancel all my programs and there sit to be in the parliament to speak. ये कहाँ रहता है? पार्लियामेंट में आता नहीं है, नोटिस देता नहीं है, नोटिस लिखता नहीं है और बाद में बोलता है स्पीकर से परमिशन मांगता नहीं है. बाद में बोलते हैं हमको बोलने के लिए परमिशन नहीं देते हैं. कितने बार बोला है, कितना भाषण आप भी देखे नहीं होंगे. तो लेकिन ये तो नैरेटिव सेट करने का कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन ये बिल्कुल गलत है. सिस्टम यही है, जब स्पीकर या चेयरमैन परमिशन देते हैं तो उसके लिए नोटिस देना पड़ता है. तो कुछ सिस्टम है पार्लियामेंट में, कुछ मर्यादा है, वो मर्यादा तो पालन करना है. तो कल भी क्या हुआ आपने देखा है. इज इट द प्रॉपर बिहेवियर इन द हाउस व्हेन हाउस इज फंक्शनिंग? और बाद में बोलते हैं हमको बाद में बोलने के लिए नहीं दिया. ये क्या बोलने के, इसके लिए जब स्पीकर ने कुछ बोला डेकोरम रखो, उसके लिए मैं रिएक्शन देता हूं ऑन द फ्लोर. हमारा माइक ऑन नहीं हुआ और जब 1 बज रहा था लंच के लिए, माननीय स्पीकर ने उसको एडजर्न कर लिया 1 घंटे के लिए. तो मुझे बात न करने के लिए ही एडजर्न किया. ऐसे बोलने का क्या तरीका है जी? ये तो देयर इज अ चाइल्डिशनेस. आई डोंट वांट टू से एनीथिंग मोर ऑन दिस.
All right, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, thank you very much for speaking with us. Wonderful chatting with you. Thank you so much. But we will be back with some really exciting sessions, so come back soon.
We humbly request all of you to vacate the hall for a short 10-minute break as we have a security scan scheduled before the next session. We kindly request your cooperation in this regard, please.
Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond Who said what? Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present, and the future. Debates that result in new ideas.
Lights, camera, and action, and Bollywood is no longer just a film industry, it's a global phenomenon. In fact, it's breaking barriers and has reached new audiences worldwide with bold storytelling, fresh perspectives, international collaborations. Indian cinema is making waves like never before. And when it comes to our younger stars, there's been a lot of change, and it's not just about Bollywood, it's about Indian cinema that has actually gone to various parts of the country where we're seeing a lot of change. We're seeing a lot of thematic storytelling, technical changes as well as far as our filmmaking is concerned. It'll be interesting to see the perspective of a young film star as far as all of that is concerned, Meghna.
Well, absolutely, Madhav, because after all, Times Now Summit is about keeping Bharat ahead. How do we do that? Because it's not just industries, policy making, but also India's soft power, which is cinema. Cinema, which is something which is recognized across the world, which is being appreciated across the world. It's time to take that next big leap. And Madhav, I found it very fascinating that now stars are not just being made on films, but also on social media. Some of these stars, including the guests whom we have lined up for you next, has massive following on social media. They're just as active, but also, more importantly, interactive.
Absolutely. Interacting on social media across various platforms, and those platforms keep changing every few years in terms of which is the most active, which are the users and the demographics of the users that actually are there in those particular platforms. But what is also very interesting to see is how the next generation of actors, several of them who come from very well-renowned families, will actually be bringing their charm, talent, and unique journey into this entire conversation, Meghna.
It's not an easy industry to be in. There are a lot of struggles. There are a lot of competition. But also there's a lot of scope as well. Because as we are discussing, technology has taken Bollywood to another level. And now bringing her charm, talent, and a very unique journey to this conversation. Please join me in welcoming actor Sara Ali Khan as she talks about crossing Bollywood boundaries with our executive editor of Mirror Now, Shreya Dhondiyal. Over to you, Shreya.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a huge round of applause for one of the most talented, spirited, and articulate stars of our generation. Sara Ali Khan, thank you so much for coming to the Times Now Summit. Great to have you here. Have a seat, please. You want to say Namaste Darshako? That really stuck.
Yeah, it was my little bit of pretending to be a news anchor like you lovely people.
Have you ever wondered why it stuck? I mean, have you ever sat down to think, yeah, how did this work? Come to think of it, it is just Namaskar Darshako. There's nothing brilliant about it. Why has it worked and why has it stuck to me?
You know, I think that in today's times, authenticity is a very diminishing virtue, you know. People don't really, nothing is not curated or not manicured. And I think Namaste Darshako, whether it's the locations, whether it's the lack of hair or makeup, whether it's the lack of thought almost of what I'm going to say, I think there's just so much honesty, spontaneity, and just like direct address to my audience. You know, it's like Namaste Darshako, मैं आपको अपनी दुनिया में ले जाती हूँ अभी. You know, I think that it's very honest.
But is that relatability that you come with, and you do come with a lot of relatability? We don't see you dripped in Dior top to bottom. We don't see you pretending. We don't see you trying to be a snob. Is that something you consciously do, consciously craft, that this is not the person I want to come across as? Because you're someone who does have a royal lineage, you have a foreign degree, you have a degree from Columbia, you're a major film star, and yet there's a certain relatability that comes across every time we see you on our screens.
That's a compliment, firstly, so thank you. And I think the compliment is truly to my mother. I've grown up with a single mom, and I think she's instilled very real values in me. I think that what I'm very, very cognizant of is being an actor is a part of my life. It's my job, but it doesn't really define who I am. I have a full life external to that. And I think that when you start looking at your job, your lineage, your degree, as part of who you are, but not as definitive epithets, I think that that allows you to just keep it real.
When you say keep it real, what do you mean? Do you mean keep it middle class? Because anyone will look at you, Sarah, and look at where you come from and say, middle class to nahi hai. She comes across as someone who's middle class, like in...
You know, ये middle class, Hindu, Muslim, मैं Indian हूँ. मैं एक भारतीय लड़की हूँ, मुझ में भारतीय values हैं. बाकी तो क्या ही है, मतलब I don't really look at it like that. I'm very egalitarian in my thinking. And I don't want to belong to a class, a creed or anything. I think that हमारी भारतीय सभ्यता इतनी inclusive है. We have so many languages, so many religions, so many cultures, so many classes, so many castes. I don't get into that bifurcation.
You know, I was listening to an interview of Varun Dhawan, who you've done some films with, and he says Sarah will not even let her mother buy 2 towels if they are expensive. Is that true?
Well, it's debatable. He's not fully wrong. I'm frugal. I think that, you know, like, I'm aware and mindful about where I spend my money. I don't enjoy spending money frivolously. But yes, of course, I think a little bit of, you know, splurging, a little bit of celebrating, if you want to, why not, you know, like I love traveling. तो मैं उसके लिए अपने पैसे save करती हूँ. You know, I'm not very big on, मुझे शोशा for the sake of शोशा नहीं चाहिए. अगर मुझे कुछ चीज़ अच्छी लगी, and I can afford to buy it, even if it's expensive, maybe I'll buy it. Chances I won't, but I might. But I'm not going to buy, you know, like those inelastic goods that we talk about, the luxury goods that you buy just because they are. No, I seek utility in the things.
You will not buy an Hermes bag if you like it?
I haven't as yet. My mom has, and I borrow it every now and then. I aspire to buy a Chanel bag one day. So it's not like I'm, you know, I judge people that wear brands. I think it's fine. But I think if you can pull off Zara and you're comfortable in it, that's great too.
So who manages your money? Who handles your money? What do you invest in?
So I've learned about the pie. I've learned that छोटी-छोटी चीजें अलग-अलग जगहों में you should invest. So of course one is advised. My mom handles my money entirely. Even my GPay account is linked to her. The OTPs come on her phone.
Now don't tell me you get a pocket money every month.
Forget pocket money. I can't book a ticket without, Mama, can I have the OTP?
No.
So she always knows where I am. And the little bit of discrepancy in where I am, social media ने वो भी erode कर दिया. तो या तो credit card या Instagram पे पता ही चल जाता है सारा कहाँ है. But no, I think real estate, the market, gold bonds, the usual.
So your colleagues are doing all sorts of things, right, with their money. I don't know why I'm talking about money. There's so much else to talk about. But anyhow, since we've gotten started, your colleagues seem to be doing many different things. They are diversifying. Some of them are running a clothes line. Alia has a baby clothes line. Deepika has a wellness brand. There are some, Katrina Kaif has a cosmetic line. Kriti Sanon has a cosmetic line as well. Do you think about that? Do you think about diversifying? Do you think about the future?
I do. I do think about it a lot. I know that there's more for me to do. But right now, I also know that I'm not even at the tip of the iceberg as an actor. I've been given opportunities. I've tried my hand at various, genres of work. Some have worked, some haven't. Some people like some work, some don't. But I think that I have a long, long way to go as an actor. And I'm optimistic about a long journey as an actor and, God willing, a long life. And if that does happen, then yes, whether it's production, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's a certain public life, I'm definitely interested.
Public life mane kya? Politics?
Dekhte hain.
Acha. Just coming to your films, you've been in the films for 7 years now, roughly 7 years?
2018. Where are we? 25.
25. ठीक है. You've had, 5 theatrical releases, out of which 4 have been hits, including Skyforce. Where are you in terms of where your mind is? Are you in a happy space? Are you in a space where you're finally celebrating? Or are you in a phase where you're saying, oh my God, what do I do next?
I love the fact that you use the word celebrating instead of comfortable. Because if you'd asked me, am I finally comfortable? I would have said no. Because one should never be comfortable, one should keep growing. But the fact that you said celebrate, I am celebrating because I think that I forgot to do that, I'm very, very aspirational. I have a lot of dreams, a lot of ambitions, but I've been a hardworking girl my whole life. So ऐसा तो नहीं है कि complacency मुझ में आ जाएगी. But I think it's very important to celebrate each day. I think इस भाग दौड़ में, इस मुझे वहाँ पहुँचना है, मुझे वहाँ पहुँचना है, उस चक्कर में हम सेलिब्रेट करना भूल जाते हैं कि हम कहाँ तक पहुँच गए हैं. 90 किलो की लड़की जो कोलंबिया यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ती थी, वो आज एक अभिनेत्री है, आप लोगों के सामने बैठी है, आप लोगों ने मुझे किसी रीजन के लिए तो बुलाया ही होगा. So without taking myself seriously, which I don't know how to do, celebration is key. But mindful celebration, knowing that it's not हम पहुँच गए, but that base camp वाला कि यहाँ से वहाँ, वहाँ से वहाँ. So yes, the climb is on and there's a long way to go. But I've also come a long way.
Of course you have. My point is that sometimes it is our insecurity as professionals. All of us have it, right? You're an actor, you have it, you're 7 years in the profession, I've been 22 years as a journalist. I still have moments where I'm insecure, where I don't know what I'm doing, where I'm not confident of my craft. Are you now finally, quote unquote, settled in your career, completely secure in your craft, that you know what you're doing, that you're good at what you do?
I do believe I'm good at what I do. But I do believe that I will always be a student, whether I'm studying history or politics or acting. And when I say studying acting, I mean every time I'm on a movie set, I'm a director's actor. I learn, I grow, I unlearn. And I think that that's most important. I don't love the word settled when you talk vis-a-vis professionalism, because it reminds me of like, ruk gaye, Settle nahi chahiye, movement chahiye, growth chahiye, chalte rehna bahut zaruri hai. But in a confident way, not in a aimless, मैं कहाँ हूँ, मैं क्या कर रही हूँ, no. मुझे पता है मैं कहाँ हूँ, मुझे पता है मैं क्या कर रही हूँ, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानती हूँ कि बहुत ज़्यादा करना है, बहुत ज़्यादा सीखना है, लोगों के साथ काम करना है, निर्देशकों के द्वारा बस क्राफ्ट को और जानना है और बस चलते जाना है.
You said you learn from your directors. Do you also give them your input? Say, for example, you have a character that you need to play. So they have something written for you, right? Do you come up with suggestions as well? Because I'm sure if you're playing that character, you will have a point of view on that character. Do you come and say, sir, aise kar lete hain, waise kar lete hain, let's make her this? And are they open to listening to you?
Of course. I've been very lucky that way. I think filmmaking is a very, very collaborative effort. And at all times, you come up with suggestions, you come up with ideas. In fact, Anand Al-Rai is shooting in Delhi right now. I was speaking to him just this morning. And I remember there was a time where he told me, I asked him a question and he told me in Delhi itself, many years ago, that aaj tu Rinku ke kirdar ko shayad mujhse behtar jaan gayi hai. So you don't have to ask me, tum apne dil se karo, and as a director, it's my job to say less, more, no, not. But I think the impulse or the instinct to say, this is coming, you shouldn't curtail that as a human being or as an actor.
Can I just take 2 minutes to speak about your father? You as a family have gone through a lot in the last couple of months. Can I ask you when the stabbing incident took place, how you heard of it and what your first reaction was? Was it fear, because we are so protective about our parents? Was it fear or was it anger? Or was it something else?
I think I shut down. I don't remember much. I think there was a freeze impulse almost, like, I don't know what's happening. And Ibrahim and me just drove straight to the hospital. And I think that we were very lucky in the fact that from the moment that we got to the hospital to the moment that we found out it's not critical was about 15, 20 minutes. So those 15, 20 minutes felt like a lifetime, but I was relieved quite fast, I think.
You were in Bombay when you heard, and you and your brother then drove directly to the hospital. Your father quite literally checked himself in the hospital. He walked into the hospital.
The doctor says he walked in like a tiger or lion. I don't know. Lion.
Yeah. So. And when he's discharged, he walks out smiling and waving to the camera. Is that the person he is, or was it circumstances that the world is watching? More importantly, your children are watching, and at no moment can you be seen as weak. What is it?
I think it's a combination of both. I think my father, is a father of 4 children, 2 of which are very, very young and very impressionable. And of course, he didn't want to, every parent does that. Na, sab theek hai, main theek hu, sab theek hai, main theek hu. I'm not even a parent, I do it to my brother. So I think you have to kind of do that. But more than that, my father has always been a fighter, always in life. And I really, really look up to him for his spirit to just never, ever give up. And I think that that's also the nature of our job. Not that that's related to this particular incident, but I think it's so fungible, like showing somebody ki main theek hu, kahin na kahin, it helps you actually get theek, So he did have to show Taimur that I'm fine. He did have to show Jahangir ki sab theek hai. But he also wanted to show himself that, listen, I am fine, because he is a fighter. And he's much, much better under panic circumstances than anybody else in the family by a very large margin.
Acha.
For sure.
And who scores worst in the category? Who's the one who will panic first?
I think me. I just tend to freeze and then cry and then kya hoga. I think that happens a lot.
Sarah, can I ask you how many times you've been to Kedarnath? Look at us just jumping from one subject to another. But can I ask you how many times you've been to Kedarnath?
7, 6, 7.
What drives you there? Is it some sort of personal belief? Is it any kind of faith? Is it the fact that you shot your first film there? What is it that takes you there?
I think I feel a sense of home there. I feel a sense of discovery there. When I first went to Kedarnath, I wasn't an actor. When I first went to Kedarnath, I don't know if, I studied in New York. I hadn't really been out and about in our country the amount that I had. I think it's one of the first times that I saw those mountains, saw those valleys, felt that energy, the energy in the temple, the energy just in the valley in general. And I think that I can't imagine that there was a whole life, a whole Sarah, 2 decades of her without Kedarnath. Because like today, I can't imagine that. And I think it's a very humbling feeling to go home to Kedarnath. It taught me so much. There's an attachment to it that I really don't know how to explain. I discovered myself as an actor, as an adult, as a working girl, as somebody that's spiritually inclined, as somebody that likes the ekant of the mountains, I can't explain what it means.
And वहाँ पे अब तो everyone must know you because sometimes we see you making Maggie there.
They all know me. The Pandit ji knows me. I promise you, Kuldeep, Himanshu, and Bhuppi are watching this, and they're going to message me being like, "Kab aa rahe ho? Kapat mein khul raha hai. Kab aa rahe ho?" This is going to happen now.
But does it happen that you may be sitting somewhere and there are some pilgrims who are passing by and say, "Madam, wo वहाँ का रास्ता कहाँ है?"
Okay, I'll be honest.
I don't recognize you.
I promise you, usually not. Usually, like, people do recognize me in Kedarnath because a lot of people that have been there have perhaps seen the film. So I do think that there's much more recognition in Kedarnath than anywhere else in the country, firstly. So I really feel very like Mom and me were talking about it because Mom had recently gone to the Golden Temple. And she's like, I forgot, yeah, like people in Punjab really react to me. And I was like, yeah, Ma, people in Kedarnath also really react to me. So we were both sitting and talking about how people in our places react to us. But I was actually this time in a dhaba in Kedarnath, and I was sitting by the ऐसा heater जैसा था और मैं हल्दी का पानी पी रही थी. And a yatri has actually asked me, "Mandir kahan hai?" And I've pointed in that general direction. It's never happened before or after, but it did happen that one time, and I truly felt like, देखा, घर का रास्ता मैं बता रही हूँ इनको.
I have a business idea for you. Kedarnath Travels.
I thought so, Chopra में एक lodge कर लूँ मैं.
Then how do you react to, you get a lot of love for your Kedarnath trips and the fact that you're open and that you speak your mind, etc. But there is also some hate that does come your way, especially being a Muslim going to a Hindu religious site. You get it. How do you react to it?
I was very young in school, and even when my parents were married and we used to immigrate together abroad, I used to always wonder, Amrita Singh, Saif Pataudi, Sara Sultan, Ibrahim Ali Khan, chal kya raha hai? Matlab hai kaun, hum log kya hai? So, and I remember asking my mom, what am I? And she told me, you're Indian. And I'll never forget that. And I said that earlier today, I don't look at it like that. And I don't go to Kedarnath so I get love for it. I did the movie Kedarnath so I got love for it, and I'm really grateful for that love. But my personal trip to Kedarnath, with all due respect to anybody that likes it or hates it, it's not about any of you. It's about me. And I feel comfortable there. I feel peaceful there. I feel happy there.
Sara, we live in the best of times and we live in the worst of times, right? Your mother is a Sikh. Your father is a Muslim.
Which I discovered at immigration because I was like, Singh Sultan, what's happening? So yes, I know this.
How do you navigate the world we live in today with your syncretic culture?
Like I said, I think that we're a secular nation. And I think that all these concepts, all these boundaries are made and manipulated by people, and I don't adhere to them. I just don't give it the ahmiyat that the other person maybe does.
But can you tune out the noise?
See, it depends. If I'm not going to pretend that I'm above trolling. But I think everything in life is relative. As an actor बताओ अगर आप बोलोगे कि आपको मेरे काम में प्रॉब्लम है, तो शायद मैं रुकूंगी, मैं सोचूंगी, मैं वो सीन फिर से देखूंगी और मैं बोलूंगी हाँ, ठीक है, maybe he's like unnecessarily harsh, but okay, maybe as a point, maybe I could have done it differently. And it's food for thought. As an actor, you should be open to criticism about your work. But about my personal beliefs, whether it's religious, whether it's spiritual, whether it's my family, whether it's my friends, whether it's the way I dress, I can tune it out because it's so mine and so pure and so personal that I have to decide that that's not for you to comment on. वो कोई नहीं करेगा. It's a fool's errand to change the way other people think. I have to tune it out.
But what about your mother? Can she tune it out? She's been a single mom. She's brought you and your brother up. Parents are protective about children. उनको गुस्सा नहीं आता क्या बकवास हो रही है?
उनके लिए मुश्किल होता है ना? उनके लिए जरूर मुश्किल होता है और उसी वजह से मुझे दर्द होता है. When I see her, because in today's day and age, in fact, yesterday I was talking about it, so I don't want to repeat myself, but maybe you haven't heard me say this yesterday, so I will. I was recently learning about this concept called parasocialism. जहाँ क्या होता है ना, you think you know somebody because they're a public figure. You see certain aspects of their personality and it becomes an almost one-sided relationship where you start feeling attached or having expectations or think that you know that human being. And in that process, what lands up happening, especially with celebrities, is whether or not there's devotion or disdain or however you see them, there is a dehumanization of them. और उस चक्कर में ना आप भूल जाते हो कि वो भी एक इंसान है. She is not only answerable to you कि उसके कपड़े कैसे हैं, उसका रंग कैसा है, वो कहाँ, like they forget that there's actually a human being with a heart. So when you're ripping somebody apart, you forget that for you it's just a celebrity and आपके दिमाग में you're like, oh, I know her because I know her on Instagram. But you know who actually knows her is her mother. Who actually knows her is her brother. Who actually knows her are her friends and her family, that she feels so sad to see that in their eyes when you're like trolling her for random things. That is none of your business. That is so painful to me because you don't really know me. You don't know my hardships. You don't know where I come from. And I'm not, here to say that मेरी जिंदगी बहुत कठिन है. नहीं, मैं नहीं बोल रही कठिन है या आसान है. मैं ये बोल रही हूँ कि आप नहीं जानते क्या है. जैसे मैं नहीं जानती आपकी जिंदगी क्या है. And I just hate that my mom gets upset when she reads those things because I want to pretend like we're above it. I think I am to a certain degree, but I know that she's not. और उन्हें दर्द होता है क्योंकि वो मेरी माँ है और वो भी एक्टर है, मैं भी एक्टर हूँ, लेकिन माँ बेटी होती है यार.
What was it growing up with a single mother? You have said it wasn't exactly easy, that many people thought that life would have been cushy given the fact that your mother herself was a major film star. Your father, when they got married, was on his way to becoming a major film star. But it wasn't always easy. Now, many people can look at that statement and say, "Mane, tough kya tha? Aisa to nahi tha that, that you didn't know where your next meal was coming from. Aisa to nahi tha that you didn't know how you'd pay your child's fee." But you've said that it wasn't as easy as people think it was. Why is that?
Because everybody has their own hardships in life. Everybody, it's not black or white, in life. And I think that that's where this envy almost comes from. There's where envy comes from? Again, I was talking about this yesterday. But invidia, means blindness. So oftentimes, you're envious of people because there's a blindness that you feel towards them. The richest people, the most good-looking people, the most famous people. You feel an envy because you glorify it without realizing the actual humanity that is behind it. Everybody comes with their hardships. For instance, I think being from an acting family, I have been scrutinized to a very large degree very early in my life. I'm not even talking about after I became an actor. I'm talking about the social media, the eyes, the eyeballs before that. I was given a lot of love, for sure, after Kedarnath and Simba, and I'm so grateful for that. But somewhere along the lines, with that love also came an answerability. There are two sides to every coin. And I don't think that, people that are judgmental about anybody's, what's the right word? Achhi cheeze, privileges, it also comes with its demerits. It comes with its hardships. And I don't want to sit here and actually explain to people what they are because that's fodder for acha, dekha, bakwas, So I'm not going to give it to them. But the truth of the matter is that you'll never really know anybody's whole life. If you think that the richest man in the country today has no problems, or the most famous person in the country today has no problems, I would really urge you to look again because I know both those people and I think they might have problems. So you never know.
Sarah, I hope that doesn't get you into trouble.
No, it won't because it's true. Who doesn't have problems? Who doesn't have emotions? Yeah. Who doesn't feel? Are you trying to tell me money buys all kinds of happiness? I was reading about this, in like East Germany, where there was income equality. फिर तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी ना, सबके पैसे इक्वल थे. Why were they reporting you to the authorities? Why was one East German reporting the other East German? Because he had more books. Even though everybody's income, money was the same, you were being reported because you had more books. So you'll always find a reason to be complaining, or grass will always be greener on the other side. I am saying human emotions are soft, and I don't know if money or fame or success can equalize that.
But where do you get your reality check from? When we look at your life from the outside, chalo, you're saying that not everyone's life is perfect. I agree with you there. But look at it from the outside, right? You've been 7 years in the industry. You've had 5 theatrical releases. 4 of them or 5 of them have been super hits. You come from a filmy family where everyone, your entire family is famous. You'll probably fly business class. You'll stay in a 7-star hotel. Reality check kahan se aa raha hai?
I think that I've started recently more than ever before. And like I said before, there is, of course, a sense of understanding that there's a job and there's a life external to the job. There's a mother that keeps it very, very real.
Like how?
Like, we'll not go to Shankar Market to buy another dupatta because we already have 7. For some, like, this was a conversation we were having today. She's with me in Delhi. I think that it's obviously the values that she's instilled in me. But I think what also actually allows me to keep it real is I've started looking at what I do a little more as an observer. I do it with full intentionality. But uske baad jo hoga, wo hoga. Taking successes and failures, it's not like I haven't seen hardships. It's not the same girl that got all the love after her first 2 films didn't get so much love for the only theatrical flop that I've had. That gave me a good amount of flack, So you realize what's real and what's not. You realize what's there and what's not. Mom was a working actor. She was so busy. Now she doesn't really work that much. So you realize what's, transient and what's permanent. And you start valuing what's permanent more. And that's what allows you to keep it real. After all the noise is done, after I go home today and I take off the kajal and I wear a slightly more comfortable white outfit. This is quite comfortable. Maybe I'll wear it for the rest of the day. But anyway, and I take it out and I go to Bangla Sahib or I go to Nizamuddin, I'll be like, this is my real life. I'm here as an actor to talk to you guys, but there is more to who I am. And I remind myself of that. I read, I meditate, I practice gratitude, I see what's real and what's not. And I keep reminding myself of that. And sorry if I'm going on and on, but I must say, I am just thankful for the love that I get, but I try not to take it too seriously because it can become hate tomorrow, love again, hate again. Don't get attached or comfortable. Just be and have a sense of who you are external to all of that.
Do you think about the future? Again, I know that you'll do many more films. You'll have many more trips to Kedarnath. You'll travel a lot more. But do you think about what you'd be doing 20 years from now? Yeah, are you just in the moment saying, Acha, next film, we'll see how this goes and we'll see where this goes? Are you a planner?
I am a planner. I am a planner, but I'm recently trying to go with the flow. I don't know if that comes to me very easily. I've been overtly intellectual and cerebral in the way that I think in life. But I'm trying to kind of have a little bit of faith and surrender with the right amount of intentionality. I think if I'm just better tomorrow than I was today, 20 years later will take care of itself.
You don't think about diversifying, you don't think about business, you don't think about marriage, you don't think about kids. I'm just asking these questions, of course.
I do. I think about all these things. But I think about them kind of like in the background. Like I have a sense of, maybe I should have an Indian clothing line. I wear it so much. Maybe people will, find it interesting because it's, it's organic to who I am. I do it quite effortlessly. Maybe they'll find it interesting. I'm interested in the idea of maybe having a sports line of my own. I work out a lot. I believe in that. Of course, entrepreneurship is something that interests me. My father had a production company, still does. So maybe getting into that is interesting to me. But right now, like I said, I am trying to focus on just honing the craft and being better at that for now, with very much surety that there's a lot more ahead.
What is it like working with your parents? I know you've done some ads with your father. What is it like? Does he get irritated with you? Is it a smooth professional relationship? What is it like?
Well, I think my father and me, when we're working together, I think we're both professional actors, so that is there. But there is that moment of, you can also try it like this, Sarah. Or, like when I'm fully ready in like hair and makeup, sometimes when I come onto the set, he's like, that's my daughter. Like, what's going on?
Does he say tone it down?
No, never. I'm hardly, who'll tell me to tone it down? You've met me. It's like tone it up a little bit if you can, but no. But yeah, of course, I think that
fathers are like that, right? Kitna makeup kar rakha hai? Why is your, why is your skirt
yeah,
not
exactly
longer?
that. But that's never the problem with me. My skirts are long only. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, but no, I think apart from that, I think we come from a, what I really like about my family, and it's tricky, but there is the right amount of modernity and traditionality, whether it's my grandmother famously wearing that bikini. I think that it's not so black and white. You don't, मतलब हमारी सभ्यता सिर्फ साड़ी या सलवार कमीज में नहीं दर्शाई जाती, वो एक वैल्यू होती है, वो आप पता ही चल जाएगा. Even if I have to wear a short skirt because it's a wheat ad and I endorse hair removal cream, I have to show my legs now because that's what the job is at that moment. But I think agar, you carry your grace in your eyes and your body language. And I've been taught that from an early age, I think.
What about your mother? Because she featured in some of your Namaste Darshako videos and she looked fairly irritated
In the drafts that are not out, so then it's only her. Namaste Darshako dekhiyo ma, and it's like, cut, you're not putting this up. So yeah, no, mom is a bit camera shy, which is interesting to me. I think mom got a lot of love and a lot of adulation in a time where this media, social media, scrutiny, it didn't exist. So I think she doesn't understand it at all.
But do you push her to go out and work a little more? She gave up working when both of you were born. Many mothers did that. Does she regret it in hindsight? And do you push her to do more given the fact that she's a fantastic talent?
I don't think she regrets it at all. I don't think she regrets it at all. And I do try to push her every now and then. Like, she last did Badla. I thought she was lovely in it. I wish that she would work more. But she laughingly says, now it's yours and Ibrahim's time. So I don't know. But one never knows, I think once an actor, always an actor. So hopefully if the right opportunity comes her way, you never know. I really hope that she does work more.
We have exactly 2 minutes left. There are a lot of young women. हाँ, वो देखो timer लगा रखा है हम लोगों के लिए. But there are a lot of young women watching you and saying, Sarah is so pretty, she's so thin, she has such good skin, etc., etc. Is there anything you'd want to say to them? Because you've been someone who's had weight problems, right? And you've come where you've come with a great deal of effort by working a lot on yourself. Is there anything you'd want to say to young girls who are looking at you today and thinking you're perfect?
Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. Like I said in a different answer to a different question, we all come with our own set of insecurities, our own anxieties. And I actually, today more than giving a message, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to all those young girls that look up to me, because I promise you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, you guys are the reason that I keep going on a low day. Because I remember that, you know what, अगर मैं confidence के साथ चल के जाऊंगी तो ये लड़की बोलेगी देखा PCOD के बारे में बात करती है, anxiety के बारे में बात करती है, mental health के बारे में बात करती है, अगर ये अपने सपने को साकार कर सकती है हम भी कर सकते हैं. And not dissimilar to my father, who's pretending or showcasing being a warrior, which actually makes him a warrior. There is something about the stronger you portray yourself to be, the stronger you sometimes become. And I think the nature of my job has made me realize that when I'm out there talking to people like today, right now, when I'm giving you this message, I'm so fully present here that I'm not anxious anymore about what I was maybe in the morning or what I might be after I leave, because that is life. People pleasing is part of our nature, but putting yourself first is so important. Celebrating every day is so important. Just loving yourself is so important, because social media के चलते चलते आज की तारीख में लोग तो होंगे ही to bring you down. But what I'm seeing more and more around me, if I can say so, is that critical voice that's coming up in all of us. We ourselves are sometimes pulling ourselves down. Am I good enough? Am I good enough? Can I do this? Should I have done this? Regret, malal, malal. No. Just keep going, put your head up and dare to dream, learn to excel, which was the motto of my school, and I try to follow that every day.
Wouldn't you advise them to keep it real like you have? We live in the age of social media where everyone wants to portray their life as perfect. It's not, we understand that. But is that something you say to young women you meet as well? Just keep it real. Not everyone wakes up in the morning with 3 kgs of makeup on their face. It's okay to go in front of the camera with the face you have and feel confident about that. Because that, honestly, if you ask me, those are the values you represent.
I definitely think so. I definitely think you should keep it real because the other person that you're trying to copy already exists. You know, I said this maybe in the beginning of our session, and I'll repeat myself. Authenticity is a truly diminishing virtue today. We are all in a rat race trying to be, you know, fit in. Fit in where? Where are we going? There's this constant running, this constant pleasing. You'll never be able to please everyone. Please yourself. And I think the only way that you can really do that, your soul feels at ease when you keep it real. You know, like you asked me when I said, just a random digression, when I said that I know the famous and rich person, you were like, will you get into trouble? It took me about 2 minutes to be like, oh my God, am I actually going to get into trouble? And then I was like, no, why? I spoke from the heart. I said something very honest. I, in fact, humanized the people that we sometimes dehumanize. I kept it real. And actually, there's a sense of solace and ease with that. You want to be easy, keep it real.
Do you have friends? Do you manage, you know, to keep your friends? Because all of you lead very busy lives. You're traveling, you're working all the time. Do you have friends?
Yes, I do. And most of my friends are school friends. And they are part of the reason that I'm able to keep it real. Because to them, I'm not the chakachak girl or the aankh mare girl. To them, I'm Sarah, the girl that is like half the size that they remember her being, but has the same spirit, has the same ambitions, and just wants to keep going. And they allow me to keep it real.
Can I ask you, is our time
I think
over?
they've increased our time.
But I know, I
don't know what's going on. They don't want us to leave.
And then it's 10 minutes and your lady there is saying, chalo, chalo, chalte hain, bahut ho gaya. Can I quickly ask you, have they actually increased our time? I'm not sure. Anyhow, can I just ask you about your little brothers? At one point you said, or someone said, I wish I was as famous as Jay and Taimur. Do you still feel that? Do you feel that there has been a certain overexposure as far as they are concerned? Look, every parent has a choice to make. Your father, Kareena Kapoor, have made that choice. Do you think that they've been overexposed? Or, I mean, I just want your views on that, if at all.
You know, I think in today's day and age, I am overexposed.
Acha.
I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that, you know, social media, for me, I joined social media the same age that I became an actor, in 2017. तो मुझे वो कभी मौका नहीं मिला वो कॉलेज में जो ना बस अपना फिंस्टा आप लगा के बस मजाक वजाक करते रहते हो इंस्टाग्राम पे. I never got that time. So for me, I think understanding that I'm an actor on social media versus I'm just a girl on social media, there was no time in the middle. So I also started taking social media maybe seriously. I started posting too much. And I think that in today's day and age, I don't know, especially, I think that there's too much out there. The mystery is going a little bit. I think that people are getting attached to concepts like Namaste Darshako. I like it, I love it, but there's more to me than that, you know. And sometimes when you only see people on social media, you start reducing them as just that. And that's something I don't like. I don't know if we can change it. Maybe we are in the age of social media. We are in the age of PAPs. But I do miss a little bit of like silence sometimes.
Which is why you go to Kedarnath.
Which is why I go to Kedarnath.
And we have 33 seconds left. So I will thank you, Sara Ali Khan, for being with us on the Times Now Summit, for being so energetic and honest and authentic. What a pleasure it has been speaking to you.
Thank you so much.
I wish you fair winds and following seas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Meghna. In fact, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari is somebody who we all know, we've all seen. He's known for his, very frank speaking, and he's just come from Parliament where he's made a very big announcement about a huge development which could change India's roads, particularly the roads that are two-lane. They will be expanded. Mr. Gadkari, please take us through what you've announced in Parliament today to begin with.
Actually, in our country, we have 146,000 kilometers of national highway. Actually, the majority national highway is 4-lane. Now, we are also making express highway axis control. Lot of green express highway also is in the process. Today, we have taken a decision, we have declared in Parliament, that 2-lane express highway, where their PCUs, traffic density, is more than 10,000 PCUs, we will make them 4-lane. And we have declared that 25,000 kilometers, costing 10 lakh crore, we convert 2-lane road into 4-lane within 2 years.
That's a big announcement. That's a big announcement. Round of applause.
Thank you.
And sir, what has actually spurred this? Was there specific demand from states? What was the idea? What is the thought process behind this? And how do you see this impacting on ground in terms of local connectivity and state-to-state connectivity?
Actually, the most important thing is when the PCU is more than 10,000, we are making 4-lane. Then after 20,000 PCUs, we are making 6-lane. And after 30,000 PCUs, we are making 8-lane. Today the problem is that everywhere there is traffic jam and air pollution, and that is the reason we need more highways. And also we need to increase the width of the highway. So I'm just giving you the example from this hotel. If you can go to Gurgaon, so it's a very busy road. So we have already completed half of the project, Dwarka Express Highway. And also there is a tunnel now, which is going to T3 and UR2. From that peripheral road from Panipat it starts. So from Panipat to Delhi airport presently, the time is 3 hours. But now, after 2 months, it will be only half hour.
Half an hour?
Yes,
from Panipat to Delhi airport.
half hour you can go to airport.
Big development. But sir, you mentioned Delhi, so I'm coming to Delhi. I'll come to the national, developments as well. Delhi is a city that saw a lot of development during Sheila Dikshit's regime. We've seen about 10 years of Arvind Kejriwal's government. As somebody who has been looking at infrastructure, especially road infrastructure, there are several projects, whether it is the Gurgaon Expressway, you mentioned Dwarka, there is, of course, the Meerut Expressway that the central government has urged. Do you feel the last 10 years, Delhi's development and part of the pollution problem has also been that the state government perhaps did not take things as seriously as the previous regimes did when it comes to building infrastructure?
I don't want to, and actually, it's not politically, but factually, in the world, with the maximum pollution, the city who are suffering this problem, Delhi is one of the important cities. So we have already taken a program of making road expansion of 1 lakh crore, out of which 65,000 crore projects are already started, 32,000 crore projects have already completed, and now we have just find out that how we can resolve the problem of traffic jam and air pollution in Delhi. So now we are also making new program. Today the Member of Parliament from Delhi, Rambir Vidudiji, he meet me and he demanding to organize a meeting for resolving the problem of air pollution and traffic jam in Delhi. So I'm calling all the MPs and the Chief Minister, and now also idea in his mind to also take some new NH, new roads, where we can reduce the traffic jam and air pollution problem in Delhi. But one thing I will tell you, the 40% of the air pollution in Delhi is because of transport sector, where we are responsible for that. And most important thing is in Punjab and Haryana, the burning of parali, that is the one of the important reason for air pollution. Today, from last many days, continuously I am trying for that. Now we have 400 units who are in the process. They are making bio-CNG from rice straw, popularly known as parali. And the byproduct is lignant. And now the Central Research Road Organization, with the help of Praj Industries, we have successfully implemented the project in Nagpur-Jabalpur Road by adding 35% lignant into petroleum bitumen, and it is proved to be 50% more superior as compared with the petroleum bitumen. So this, out of these 400 industries, 60 already started. And the most important thing is in Panipat, it is already the industry started from Indian Oil. They are making 1 lakh liter of ethanol from parali, rice straw, and 150 ton of bio-bitumen, and 78,000 ton per year the bio-aviation fuel, Hawaii Indhan. So my always mission is कि किसान केवल अन्नदाता नहीं रहेगा, वो ऊर्जादाता बनेगा, ऊर्जादाता नहीं ईंधन दाता बनेगा, ईंधन दाता नहीं हाइड्रोजन दाता बनेगा, हाइड्रोजन दाता नहीं तो बिटुमिन दाता बनेगा, और बिटुमिन दाता ने हवाई ईंधन दाता बनेगा. तो 5 ही बातें लगभग प्रूव होकर अब पॉपुलर हो रही है. That is to be very important for pollution.
Very interesting.
And the other important thing in Delhi, कि दिल्ली में 4 कचरे के माउंटेन है. एक गाजीपुर है यहाँ. अभी हमने 80 लाख टन कचरा गाजीपुर का दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेस हाईवे और UR2 में यूज किया है. और मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि दिल्ली की चारों भी टेकड़ियां जो है कचरे की, वो आने वाले 2-3 साल में हम खत्म कर देंगे और पूरा रोड के अंदर डाल देंगे.
तो आप सिर्फ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट की जिम्मेदारी नहीं, आप एनवायरमेंट की जिम्मेदारी भी निभा रहे हैं.
नहीं, वी वांट डेवलपमेंट, एट द सेम टाइम वी हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरमेंट. और तीसरी बात, अभी मैं एक एक्ट तैयार कर रहा हूं कि हमारे जो हॉर्न होते हैं, देखो एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन एंड साउंड पोल्यूशन. तो साउंड पोल्यूशन में हॉर्न बजाते हैं, उसकी भी एक तकलीफ है. तो अभी हमने ये तय किया है कि वो जो आवाज आता है वो मिनिमम डेसिमल पर हम लोग हारमोनियम, वायलिन, बांसुरी, तबला, ऐसे छोटे छोटे आवाज इस पर हॉर्न को कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं. क्योंकि मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट मेरे पास है, ताकि हम इससे भी दूर हो. और मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्सेज मंत्री था तो मैंने दिल्ली को 6,000 करोड़ रुपए दिए, और 6,000 करोड़ रुपए दिए, उसमें से एक जायका का भी प्रोजेक्ट है. बीच में वो सब प्रोजेक्ट अधूरे पड़े हैं. तो मेरा ड्रीम था जब मैं वाटर रिसोर्सेज मंत्री था कि यमुना से MPBS सी प्लेन उड़ेगा, 15 मिनट में आगरा ताजमहल के पीछे उतरेगा, 2 घंटा ताजमहल देखकर फिर वापस 15 मिनट में दिल्ली आएंगे. तो अभी उस पर दिल्ली की सरकार भी आई है, और ये 6,000 करोड़ का जो प्रोजेक्ट है ये भी अब प्रोसेस में है. और चौथी इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि 1970 से ये पंजाब, हरियाणा, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, कश्मीर, राजस्थान और पूरे देश में कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र, तमिलनाडु, ये सब राज्यों में पानी के लिए झगड़े थे. तो 17 झगड़े मैंने मिटाए. तो मेरा फार्मूला ये था कि दोनों चीफ मिनिस्टर को बुलाता था और मैं कहता था जब तक झगड़ा नहीं निपटेगा, सोल्यूशन निकलेगा नहीं, तब तक दरवाजा नहीं खोलूंगा. तो 17 झगड़े निपट गए. उसमें से उत्तराखंड और हिमाचल में रेणुका बांध, केशव, ऐसे जो बड़े बड़े बांध है, उसमें से दिल्ली को पानी मिल रहा है. और 2070 तक अब दिल्ली में कोई पानी की समस्या नहीं रहेगी. और मैंने आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी को कहा है कि 24/7 वाटर सप्लाई हमारे देश में एक ही शहर में है, जो मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में नागपुर में. तो मैंने कहा कि आप दिल्ली में आप पानी के लिए 24/7 योजना लाइए, ताकि दिल्ली वालों को 24 घंटे पानी मिलेगा.
बिल्कुल, डेफिनेटली द नीड ऑफ द आवर. पानी को लेकर हमने पॉलिटिक्स भी देखी, लेकिन सर दिल्ली की क्योंकि आप बात कर रहे हैं, एज द मिनिस्टर इन चार्ज ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट, क्या आपको लगता है दिल्ली में जहां तक EVs की बात करते हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक व्हीकल्स इज वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट पेनिट्रेशंस इज बिलीव्ड टू बी दिल्ली अलोंग विद सम अदर स्टेट्स लाइक केरला एंड असम, बट इट्स स्टिल ओनली अबाउट 10-11%. क्या कुछ और ड्रास्टिक करने की जरूरत है शॉर्ट टर्म में, लाइक फॉर इंस्टेंस स्टॉप रजिस्टरिंग डीजल व्हीकल्स व्हिच आर मोर पोल्यूटिंग, और समथिंग ड्रास्टिक टू ब्रिंग डाउन द पोल्यूशन एटलीस्ट फॉर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स टिल द पेनिट्रेशन ऑफ EVs हैपेंस?
सर, इसमें बहुत कुछ हो सकता है. मैं आपको कहूंगा कि आप एक प्रोजेक्ट का अध्ययन करिए, क्योंकि मैं पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट, BOT, हाइब्रिड एन्युटी, कैपिटल मार्केट से फंड खड़ा करके सब करना, ये सक्सेसफुली हमने किया है. दिल्ली में मथुरा में एक मथुरा की 90 mld स्लज थी, और मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्सेज मंत्री था तो हमने एक प्रोजेक्ट किया कि 40% फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट एंड 60% फ्रॉम द इन्वेस्टर, और वो जो पानी शुद्ध होगा स्लज से वो हमने इंडियन ऑयल को, मथुरा रिफाइनरी को बेचा। तो मैंने उनके चेयरमैन को पूछा, आपको पानी कितना लगता है, कितना पैसा देते हैं? तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम यूपी सरकार से पानी लेते हैं और उनको 25 करोड़ साल के देते हैं। मैंने बोला आप 20 करोड़ दीजिए। और हमने ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट डिजाइन किया कि जब वो टेंडर हुआ तो 40% भारत सरकार हमने दिए, 60% इन्वेस्टर ने लाए, और पहली बार ये लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में हमने वो प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुली इंप्लीमेंट किया। त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी ने वो प्रोजेक्ट जीता, और अब 90 mld स्लज तो शुद्ध हो रही है। इधर इंडियन ऑयल को 25 करोड़ के बजाय 20 करोड़ रुपए खर्चा करके पानी मिला, और मथुरा का इतना गंदा पानी शुद्ध हुआ। तो बहुत से जगह पर ये वाटर रिसाइकलिंग के लिए अगर प्रोजेक्ट हम शुरू करेंगे, तो मैंने अपने खुद कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में, नागपुर महानगर पालिका में, हम टॉयलेट का पानी बेचते हैं, सीवेज वाटर का। आप बिलीव नहीं करोगे, हम टॉयलेट का पानी बेचकर 300 करोड़ रुपए साल के कमाते हैं।
That's interesting. Very interesting.
ये हर शहर में ये पानी को रिसाइकलिंग करके अगर इंडस्ट्री के यूज में आएगा तो सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट और लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की एक बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसी बनाने की कोशिश भी हो रही है। और अभी मैं बताता हूं कि जो हाइड्रोजन है ये भविष्य का फ्यूल है। तो ये जो कचरे को सेग्रीगेट करके ग्लास, मेटल, प्लास्टिक का रिसाइकलिंग होगा, और जो ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट है वो बायोडाइजेस्टर में डाल के उससे मीथेन निकलेगा, मीथेन से CO2 अलग करके हाइड्रोजन निकलेगा। और मैं हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी में भी आया हूं, मेरे पास जो हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी है अभी आया उसमें, उसका नाम है मिराई। तो मिराई जापानी वर्ड है, मिराई मीन्स भविष्य, फ्यूचर। तो हाइड्रोजन ये भविष्य का फ्यूल है, और हाइड्रोजन अगर हमने सक्सेसफुली तैयार किया और सस्ता तैयार किया तो हम आज 22 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्चा कर रहे हैं फॉसिल फ्यूल को इंपोर्ट करने के लिए। आज हम ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला देश है, पर अगर वेस्ट टू वेल्थ यही काम अगर हमने किया, कचरे से हाइड्रोजन बनाया, बायोमास से बनाया, तो हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनेंगे। और हाइड्रोजन ये फ्यूल पर बहुत बहुत ये अच्छा काम हुआ है। अभी 20-25 दिन पहले इसी होटल में हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के एक प्रोजेक्ट में टाटा के 2 ट्रक मैंने यहाँ लॉन्च किए। एक ट्रक जो था वो हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पर था, और दूसरा ट्रक जो था IC इंजन पर, उसमें हाइड्रोजन डाल के चलने वाला था। अब जो हाइड्रोजन तैयार हो रहा है वो 4 प्रकार का है। कोयले से बनता है ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन, पानी से बनता है वो ग्रीन, पानी और बायोमास से, और जो पेट्रोलियम का बड़ा प्रोडक्ट है वो ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन। अभी हम लोग जो हाइड्रोजन की कीमत है इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर प्रोसेस में 50 यूनिट पावर लगती है 1 kg हाइड्रोजन के लिए, तो उसकी कॉस्ट बहुत ज्यादा आती है। अभी हमारे यहाँ बहुत रिसर्च हुआ और अनेक स्टार्टअप काम कर रहे हैं। हाइड्रोजन की कीमत $1 पर kg आनी चाहिए। तो ये अगर आएगी तो इलेक्ट्रिक कार से भी सस्ता हाइड्रोजन होगा।
कब तक होगा सर ये? आम आदमी के पास हाइड्रोजन गाड़ी कब तक आ सकती है?
इसमें गाड़ी तो अभी है, मैं गाड़ी में इसीलिए घूमता हूँ क्योंकि लोग विश्वास ही नहीं रखते हैं कि पानी पे हाइड्रोजन निकलेगा और गाड़ी चलेगी। तो एक ने, मेरी ही पत्नी ने एक बार मुझे कहा कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं उसमें मेरा ही विश्वास नहीं तो लोगों का कैसे बैठेगा। तब मैंने कहा कि ये गाड़ी लेके मैं घूमता हूँ, ये देखो हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी, ये देखो फ्लेक्स इंजन 100% इथेनॉल की गाड़ी है। तो मैं आज यही होटल में एक बड़े चैनल के कार्यक्रम में एक पत्रकार ने मुझे प्रश्न पूछा था, ये बहुत पुरानी बात है, जब मैं इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल को हमने शुरुआत की थी, तो उसने पूछा था कि इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी अगर रास्ते में बंद पड़ेगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? अब किसी की गाड़ी बंद पड़ी है? इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर, इलेक्ट्रिक कार, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस पूरी दिल्ली में हो रही। और अब तो मैं धौलाकुआ से मानेसर एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी लाकर हवा में चलने वाली डबल डेकर बस चलाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ।
वाह, दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग।
और अभी अपने नागपुर,
ये कब तक इम्प्लीमेंट करने का प्लान है आपका? ये कब तक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का प्लान है आपका?
अभी प्रोजेक्ट पर काम हो रहा है और अभी उसके लिए इंटरेस्ट के लिए एडवर्टाइजमेंट हुआ, पार्टी आई है, टेक्नोलॉजी सिलेक्ट की है हमने। और नागपुर में हम लोग फ्लैश चार्जिंग बस चला रहे हैं। ये जो डीजल बस है इसके बजाय 135 सीटर बस होगी, बस स्टॉप पर आएगी और आधा मिनट में जो चार्जर नीचे आएगा फ्लैश चार्जिंग होगा, फिर बस 40 किलोमीटर चलेगी। और उसमें 135 सीट होगी, एयर कंडीशन बस होगी, एग्जीक्यूटिव क्लास की चेयर होगी, हवाई जहाज में जैसे एयर होस्टेस ने बस होस्टेस होगी, और बस का किराया डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम होगा।
कम होगा डीजल बस से।
मैं दिल्ली से जयपुर ये बस को शुरू करने का भी प्रोजेक्ट पर काम कर रहा हूं, ताकि 1.25 घंटे में आप अपने लैपटॉप पर काम करते हुए शांति से आप डायरेक्ट उस बस में बैठकर 1.25 घंटे में जयपुर पहुंच जाएंगे।
It sounds like some future science fiction movie that you're describing, but आप कह रहे हैं कि बहुत जल्दी रियलिटी होगी।
देखिए, फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी एंड फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, पर केवल विजन होकर नहीं चलेगा। We need to have a successful plan by which we can implement the futuristic vision for the people. That is very important. भगवान की कृपा से तो आज तक मैं जो बोलता हूँ 100% हुआ है।
कैसे मैनेज करते हैं सर आप? जो बोलते हैं इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे कर पाते हैं? कई बार हम देखते हैं कुछ नेता चीजें प्रॉमिस करते हैं, लेकिन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कहीं ना कहीं चूक हो जाती है। आप क्या करते हैं ऐसे जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी कर पाते हैं?
गलतियां होती है, जब कोई काम करता है तो गलतियां होती है, पर इफ द मिस्टेक्स आर बोनाफाइड माफ करना चाहिए, और मिस्टेक्स आर मैलाफाइड फिर उसको सैक करना चाहिए। जी, अभी मैं बहुत कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को ब्लैक लिस्टेड कर रहा हूँ, किसी को जेल में डालने तक भी मेरा अभी कार्रवाई कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टॉलरेट। जो फ्रॉड करेगा, क्वालिटी खराब करेगा, उसके साथ कुछ नहीं। तो बाय प्रोसेस आदमी सीखते जाता है। तो मुझे लगता है
जो लोग सर आज की डेट में इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल खरीदते हैं, बहुत चैलेंजेस अभी भी हैं, जैसे फॉर इंस्टेंस रेंज की इशू है, चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स की इश्यूज हैं, बड़े शहरों में भी, दिल्ली जैसे शहरों में भी, और एक बहुत बड़ा ड्रॉबैक जो लोग परचेस करते हैं वो कहते हैं कि इंटरसिटी ट्रैवल में दिक्कत होती है। स्टेट हाईवेज पे इसकी चार्जिंग की फैसिलिटीज और इन सब चीजों को कितना आप आगे बढ़ावा देने की सोच है और कब तक ये चीजें इंप्लीमेंट होंगी?
देखिए, मैं आपको नम्रतापूर्वक बता रहा हूँ, आप जितना कुछ कह रहे हो वो बिल्कुल गलत है।
बिल्कुल गलत,
बिल्कुल 100
हाईवेज पे है।
मैं आप लोगों से पूछता हूँ ना, आपको बता दो क्या है। बजाज और टीवीएस ने अध्ययन किया कि एक व्यक्ति एक दिन में कितने किलोमीटर स्कूटर चलाता है, तो बजाज और टीवीएस में 24 और 26 किलोमीटर आया। अब जो स्कूटर आती है वो 120 किलोमीटर के लिए चार्ज होती है, रात को घर में जाते हैं, चार्ज करते हैं, दूसरे दिन फिर चार्ज हो जाती है। गाड़ियों के बारे में भी 450 किलोमीटर तक रेंज गई है, अब 350 की भी है। अनेक गाड़ी, अब वेटिंग लिस्ट है, 36% राइज है इलेक्ट्रिक कार में और इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में, और बसेस तो मिलती नहीं, वेटिंग लिस्ट है। तो वो भी अपने घर में लाकर उसको रात को चार्ज कर सकते हैं। प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है कि दिल्ली से चंडीगढ़ जाना है या दिल्ली से मुंबई जाना है तो चार्जिंग सिस्टम के लिए प्रॉब्लम है। तो पहले जैसे मोबाइल आया था तो हर कंपनी का चार्जर अलग था, अभी वो तकलीफ थी, तो अभी हमने ऐसा किया कि अब चार्जिंग सिस्टम ऐसी बनाई कि गाड़ी कोई भी कंपनी की हो आप चार्ज कर पाएंगे। तो अब हमारे एनएचआई में ही 670 रोड साइड एमिनिटीज बन रही है, उनमें अनेक जगह पर चार्जिंग स्टेशन बन गया है। तो अब बस, ट्रक, अभी इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक आ रहा है, और इसलिए आने वाले समय में चार्जिंग का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। दिल्ली, मुंबई, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई और अपने शहर में जो गाड़ियां चलाते वो तो रात को घर में चार्ज हो जाती है, उनका प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। जो लॉन्ग अभी दिल्ली से आपको 1000 किलोमीटर दूर जाना है तो वही प्रॉब्लम है, तो वो भी अब लगभग अनेक जगह पर चार्जिंग सिस्टम बन गई है। मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कोई दिक्कत।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स पे, एक बैटरी स्वैपिंग टेक्नोलॉजी एक पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी भी बैठी थी, इसको लेकर कुछ दिन पहले आपने भी देखी होगी खबर, चाइना में देयर इज अ कंपनी जो कह रही कि 5 मिनट में काफी हद तक चार्ज कर सकती है बैटरी। व्हाट इज द फ्यूचर स्कोप ऑफ दिस टेक्नोलॉजी? कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी को इंडिया अडॉप्ट करेगी जहां तक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की बात अगर हम करें? देखिए,
इसमें रोज चेंज हो रहा है। अभी बैटरी केमिस्ट्री में लिथियम आयन बैटरी, सोडियम आयन बैटरी, एल्यूमिनियम आयन बैटरी, जिंक आयन बैटरी केमिस्ट्री डेवलप हो रही है, अलग अलग प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है। फिर लोग पूछते थे कि अगर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की बैटरी खत्म हो गई तो कितना पोल्यूशन होगा, इस पे चर्चा हुई। और हमारे लोगों ने शुरू किया है कि सोलर पावर जब तैयार होती है तो ये जो 3 साल 4 साल आपने यूज की हुई लिथियम आयन बैटरी है, इसमें हम पावर स्टोरेज कर सकते हैं, तो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया, तो उसका आप कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगा। सेकंड थिंग इंपॉर्टेंट ये कि हमारे देश में अभी जम्मू में जो लिथियम आयन का स्टॉक मिला है वो वर्ल्ड का 6% स्टॉक है, उससे 60 करोड़ व्हीकल हम इलेक्ट्रिक के बना सकते हैं, और ये बनेगा तो हम इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में हम एक्सपोर्ट करने में आगे जाएंगे। अब एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज आपको बताता हूँ, मैं ये मिनिस्ट्री भी, हम कानून बनाने का अधिकार और बाकी हमारे पास है मेरे मिनिस्ट्री में। मैं जब मंत्री बना तो हमारे ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्रीज का साइज 14 लाख करोड़ था। अभी हम 7वें नंबर पे थे। अभी 4 महीने पहले हमने जापान को पीछे डाला है। अब वर्ल्ड में हमारा नंबर 3रा है और जापान 4थे नंबर पे गया है। हमारा साइज है 22 लाख करोड़। चाइना का सेकंड नंबर साइज है 47 लाख करोड़ और यूएसए फर्स्ट नंबर पर 79 लाख करोड़। और हम जिस प्रकार से हमारे 2 व्हीलर जितने हैं, ये बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो, होंडा, 50% प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट हुआ है। अब आने वाले समय में हम इलेक्ट्रिक, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का केंद्र बने हुए हैं। यही इंडस्ट्री है कि जो सबसे ज्यादा जीएसटी के रूप में टैक्स रेवेन्यू भारत सरकार और महाराष्ट्र अपना राज्य सरकार को देती है। और यही इंडस्ट्री है कि जिसने 4.5 करोड़ जॉब क्रिएट किए हैं और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने में इसकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। और मेरा विश्वास है, ये मेरा डिक्लेरेशन नहीं है, कमिटमेंट नहीं है, ये हमने टारगेट निश्चित किया है कि 5 साल के अंदर हम वर्ल्ड में पहले नंबर पर जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और इतना पोटेंशियल हमारे पास है और हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है। और जो हमारे कॉम्पिटिटर थे उनके साथ अब दुनिया डील करना नहीं चाहती।
सर, क्योंकि आपने ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात कही, तो पिछले कुछ दिनों में वी हैव सीन व्हाट प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप हैज सेड। ही हैज सेड दैट इंडिया चार्जेस वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट टैरिफ्स इन द वर्ल्ड एंड वन सेक्टर दैट ही हैज फोकस्ड ऑन और स्पोकन अबाउट, एटलीस्ट यूएस हैज, इज ऑटोमोबाइल्स, बिकॉज दे से दैट इंडिया हैज वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट टैरिफ्स इन द वर्ल्ड। यदि आने वाले दिनों में कुछ एरियाज में हमने देखे हैं जहां पे हमने कुछ कंसेशंस भी दिए हैं यूएस को, क्या ये टैरिफ्स हट सकते हैं? और अगर हटते हैं, विल दे हर्ट आवर इंडस्ट्री? बिकॉज देयर इज अ चार्ज दैट वी हैव बीन वेरी प्रोटेक्शनिस्ट अबाउट आवर ऑटो manufacturers. Is that charge correct or is it false?
सर, ये अभी जैसे लिथियम आयन बैटरी है, टाटा है, हुंडई है, टोयोटा है, सुजुकी है, करीब 7-8 कंपनियां अब उसका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू कर रहे हैं। सेमीकंडक्टर जो इसका बिल्कुल आत्मा है, अब बड़े प्रमाण पर सरकार ने ऐसी योजनाएं बनाई है कि इसमें बड़े प्रमाण पर काम हो रहा है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि ऐसी कोई समस्या है। और ये हायर टैरिफ वगैरह की बात करते हैं, देखो राइस कितने 30%, 40%, हम तो लगातार बढ़ ही रहे। अभी इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर बन रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक बन रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस तो वेटिंग लिस्ट है, मिलती नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें स्काई इज द लिमिट। और हम लोग धीरे धीरे जो क्वालिटी बना रहे हैं, जो डिजाइनिंग हमने किया, अभी हमारे इंडियन कंपनी ने, आपने देखा कि नहीं मुझे मालूम नहीं, ये जो फॉरेन ब्रांड्स है उनके तो अच्छे डिजाइन है, पर हमारे टाटा और महिंद्रा ने भी सुंदर गाड़ियां बनाई है। और हमारी ये छोटे छोटे कानपुर, लखनऊ जैसे शहरों में जो स्टार्टअप थे, उन्होंने वो होशियार है कि 120 किलोमीटर की स्कूटर बड़े कंपनी ने बनाया, उन्होंने 60 किलोमीटर की बनाई, जो बैटरी का कॉस्ट कम हो गया। वो 60 और 70 हजार में अब वो स्कूटर बेच रहे हैं। तो छोटे छोटे लोग वो स्कूटर ले रहे हैं। इलेक्ट्रिक साइकिल भी आ गई है। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इतना पोटेंशियल है। और सरकार ने ये जो विशेष सेमीकंडक्टर है, लिथियम आयन बैटरी है, जो क्रूशियल पार्ट्स है, इसके लिए काफी कंसेशंस दिए हैं। और ये जो स्क्रैपिंग इंडस्ट्री है हमारी, जो हमने शुरू की है, उसमें 15 साल के ऊपर की गाड़ियों का स्क्रैपिंग हो रहा है, जिसके कारण ये एल्यूमिनियम, कॉपर, स्टील, रबर, प्लास्टिक सब रिसाइकलिंग होगा। और ऑटोमोबाइल कंपोनेंट की कॉस्ट 30% कम होगी और विल बी मोर कॉम्पिटिटिव इन द वर्ल्ड मार्केट। दूसरी बात, जो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट है, जो हमारे देश में 14 से 16% है, चाइना में 8% है, यूरोपियन और अमेरिका में वो 12% है। मैं आपको बताता हूं कि निश्चित रूप से 2 साल के अंदर हमने ऐसे रोड बनाए हैं और फ्यूल में इतनी अल्टरनेटिव और बायोफ्यूल में संशोधन किया है कि 2 साल के अंदर हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट सिंगल डिजिट यानी 9% होगी और हमारा एक्सपोर्ट 1.5 गुना बढ़ेगा।
जी सर, एक आखिरी सवाल। गृह मंत्री जी ने अनाउंस की है सहकार टैक्सी, जो ओला और उबर के लाइंस पे होगी। और ये देखा गया है कि कंपटीशन की जो बॉडीज है, सीपीए वगैरह, उन्होंने कहा है कि देयर इज सॉर्ट ऑफ नॉन ट्रांसपेरेंट मॉडल्स ऑफ प्राइसिंग, जो ये डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे, चाहे एंड्रॉयड हो चाहे आईफोन हो, उन सब में अलग अलग प्राइसिंग के मॉडल्स आए हैं। क्या आप मानते हैं कि इस तरह के नए मॉडल्स कंज्यूमर्स को और प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे जहां तक प्राइसिंग की बात?
2 चीजें होती है। देखो, आप जब एयरलाइंस में 5-5, 6-6 कंपनियां थी, तो दिल्ली से मुंबई का टिकट 5,000 में मिलता था। जैसे कंपनियां बंद हो गई तो टिकट रेट बढ़ गए। अब जैसे जितनी ज्यादा कंपटीशन होगी, उतनी अच्छी क्वालिटी, उतना डिजाइनिंग अच्छा मिलेगा और प्राइस सस्ती होगी। तो ये अनेक प्रयोग है और ये प्रयोग होने के कारण आखिर कंज्यूमर का फायदा ही होगा। अभी हमने भारत रेटिंग, भारत एनकैप करके लाया है, जिसमें ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में सब सुधार किए वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के आधार पर। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ब्रेक सिस्टम लाई है और मुझे लगता है कि क्वालिटी में अब हम बेस्ट है। अभी हमारे भारत इनकैम पे गाड़ियों का टेस्टिंग करने के लिए इंडियन मॉडल्स नहीं, फॉरेन के मॉडल्स हमारे यहाँ टेस्टिंग के लिए आ रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में जितने ये अलग अलग नई नई बातें आएगी उसमें कंपटीशन होगी, क्वालिटी अच्छी होगी, कॉस्ट रिजनेबल रहेगी और लोगों का कंज्यूमर का फायदा होगा।
जी।
तो ओवरऑल ये प्रयोग करने में कोई अड़चन नहीं।
जी, गडकरी जी, एक आखिरी सवाल। मैं जानता हूं आपने कहा है कि आप पॉलिटिकल सवालों का जवाब नहीं देंगे, लेकिन कुछ अनफॉर्चुनेट घटनाएं हुई आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में। 100 साल बाद हमने राइट्स देखे वहां पे, इसके बारे में आप क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, ये तो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, पर अभी शांत है स्थिति है। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि हमारे देश में हमने सबने मिलकर हम जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाना चाहते हैं और ये देश को आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं, उसमें गरीब गरीब होता है, कोई जात पंथ धर्म भाषा के आधार पर नहीं होता। जो गैस का सिलेंडर हिंदू को जिस भाव में मिलता है वही मुसलमान को मिलता है। गरीबी, भूखमरी, बेरोजगारी हमारी मूलभूत समस्या है। तो हम पूरे समाज को इस समय इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट की तरफ लेके जाए, रोजगार की निर्मित करने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था लाए और सब लोग एजुकेशन का उपयोग करके, स्किल का उपयोग करके हम देश को भी आगे ले जाए और अपना भी भला करें। तो बड़े प्रमाण पर चल रहा है। अब कभी कभी कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबल लोग थोड़ा बहुत गड़बड़ियां करते रहती है, पर दैट इज नॉट ए रिएक्शन ऑफ कंप्लीट, उनके समाज की रिएक्शन नहीं है। अब तो ऐसी घटना होनी नहीं चाहिए, हो गई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण, पर अब सभी तरफ शांति है और सद्भाव का वातावरण है।
गडकरी जी, हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस एंड
थैंक यू वेरी मच
योर विजन एंड फ्यूचर प्लान्स फॉर इंडिया व्हेन इट कम्स टू ट्रांसपोर्ट। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
Absolutely. When we talk about Incredible India, it's incomplete without one defining factor, the empowerment of women. Women empowerment is not just about participation, it's about breaking stereotypes, dismantling barriers and realizing that they are critical for a nation's economic, social and political change. Meghna.
Absolutely, Madhav. In fact, someone who's always been a national figure representing this factor has been a leader who has consistently fought for women's rights and representation through both policy as well as action. So please join me in welcoming Srimati Smriti Irani, the former cabinet minister, as well as our group editor at Times Network and editor-in-chief of Times Now Navbharat, Navika Kumar. The two of them are going to be coming up here on the stage and they will be speaking about empowering women and the most critical consistency. In fact, this is one of the much awaited sessions because that has been barely a month, Madhav, since we celebrated Women's Day, and that's when we talked about breaking the shackles, breaking the glass ceiling. But at the end of it, it shouldn't be about empty words. It should be about action, policy-wise as well.
Absolutely. Implementation on ground, very, very important. As you rightly said, earlier this month was International Women's Day, and perhaps the right time to reflect upon this most important constituency, that is, of course, women. And round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Srimati Smriti Irani and Navika Kumar, requesting them to come over on stage. And over to you, Navika, for this particular session as far as empowering women is concerned. And before we begin the session, if I can request you, Navika, to felicitate Srimati Smriti Irani.
Well, here's a small token of our appreciation from Times Now. Big round of applause for the Honourable. Well, Navika, will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Meghna. Thank you, Madhav. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting you Smriti Irani tonight, can we have a little more enthusiasm and a big round of applause? It's always a pleasure to have you at the Times Now Summit, Smriti Irani.
Thank you.
And as they say, from one woman to another, you are quite a packet. What is Smriti 3.0 all about?
I don't know why you presume that a woman who you presumably think is formidable has to keep repackaging herself, as though we in the public service or in public spaces have to redefine ourselves. I have never seen this question asked of a man. Normally men don't do this to each other. I believe that life is a plethora of opportunities, and each opportunity either ordains you with success or failure. It depends on you how long a journey would you like to undertake. I love every moment, every opportunity. So this new redefined Smriti that you possibly think will break shackles of the old systems or old memories that I've been a part of is just the same old Smriti.
So let me ask you, how does it work for a politician? You know, you've been in the thick of things, in the thick of politics, taking on probably the biggest opponent over the last decade or so. And now that, and you know, wins and losses in elections as in matches actually continue. For politicians, how is it different from it is for sportsmen? Because they also win matches, lose matches, depending on who's the best team that day.
I think that to genuinely answer your question, I'll have to refer to a journalist who's not a part of your group, but in fact retired from journalism and started podcasts. There's this gentleman known as Kamlesh Singh. He speaks in Hindi. It's called Tau. And he did this piece where he referred to my style of politics. And he spoke about the fact that kuch zyada hi kaam kar diya. I actually called him to say thank you, and he got a bit frightened because he thought that I'll give him a piece of my mind. But I told him that for the first time in 2 decades of me being in Indian politics, somebody gave me a new perspective. I led my whole 2 decades in BJP and in Indian politics, looking at politics as an opportunity to serve. If I was a quintessential politician, I would be more bothered about how to win elections from safe seats. If I was the quintessential politician, I would have reduced myself to a social media army, to a great publicity unit, to take amiable journalists to dinners and lunches. I unfortunately behaved more in the service of people, in ideology, in Sangathan, than look at myself only as a politician. If I was a politician who had a celebrity past, I would have possibly gotten a snook at, difficult assignments and tasks. And I think Kamlesh's intervention gave me a whole understanding of what I was doing in Indian politics.
Working too hard.
I thought it was a great privilege to have 5 years of service in a constituency where I could help build homes for 1 lakh poor families. It was my life's greatest privilege to help build something like a toilet in 3.5 lakh families. The fact that those 3.5 lakh families could begin each day with dignity, for me, was my political achievement. And if you look at politics from that perspective, and don't look at politics from a perspective of strategy, much changes with regards to your journey. So you're right that in sports, it's about individual achievements. In politics too, some presume that if you're individualistic in your achievements, then you've truly arrived. But those who look at politics as a medium of genuine service, you will see that they will forever be in the public eye. They will forever work for communities. They will forever work for their ideologies and their organizations. So that possibly makes me a bit different.
You are very different because from what one sees of you on social media, your presence hasn't decreased. You're pushing new boundaries. You're on some international fora. You're in Davos. You are all over the place. What are these new alliances that you're working on? And is this a break away from politics, or is this an extension of the political work that you already have behind you?
I came into Indian politics because as a civilian, I wanted to contribute in strengthening my country, in contributing to a resilient economy, in bringing about changes in societal rules or certain enigmas that needed responses legislatively. That's what drove me into politics. So today, if you see me on the international fora creating alliances, I have created, mercifully, an amalgam of 10,000 international companies in a network partnership with the World Economic Forum, and ensured that the CII, which is the Confederation of Indian Industries, again, that's a cohort of 435,000 Indian companies. I have said that in terms of gender equity, we will create the first secretariat within our own country, within our own industry bodies, which we successfully did in the past 1 year. We took our templates about women and enterprise and found a resonance with Commonwealth nations. 56 countries want to emulate what we are trying to do in India with regards to gender justice, provide opportunities for women in businesses. We have created the same template today as Alliance participants. We now have a B20 co-chair appointed by South Africa on digital transformation. So our contribution is the Indian contribution. It is apolitical, but at the same time, like Prime Minister Modi says, हम अपने लिए भी कर रहे हैं और दूसरों के लिए मार्ग प्रशस्त कर रहे हैं कि हिंदुस्तानी अब global good के लिए क्या-क्या कर सकते हैं. What can we contribute for global good while we set those examples in India so that they can be emulated across the world.
Is this fulfilling? Is this so time-consuming? Are you enjoying this as a break away from politics? Or
no, I'll go to London and have those meetings. I will go to New York and do meetings with the UN and come back for the Delhi campaign and go to Bhawana and Seelampuri. So my life is pretty sorted that way.
And Bihar?
Of course.
Bihar elections coming up?
Any election that comes up, not essentially only legislative assembly elections, but any time the organization calls me for an assignment, I'm always available, I'm always present.
So Smriti Irani, I want to ask you, how do women, you talk about gender equity, you talk about, women and how they chart their way. Is there a different yardstick on measuring the success of women?
I think that we should not confine ourselves to pleadings which have forever defined how we speak about women and the cause of gender. I think the new realities that we are confronted with is the disruption technology will bring, especially in the lives of nations which do not own the technology, which do not own the enterprise, but who are limited by only building applications on top of enterprises. And I say this with earnestness, Navika, because today around 85% of the world does not own the technology, is just consumers of technology. Our country, our part of the world, is a part of that particular confluence. The other issue which has frighteningly come up, especially in the US, is that 70% of the jobs that women hold in that country are actually going to be obsolete when automation sets in. So I was there at the World Economic Forum when there was a conversation about AI agents and how that will shake up the world. And 3 days later, DeepSeek comes and the US loses $1 trillion. So to see disruption up close, what you as an Indian can do is, how do I facilitate people within my own country against these disruptions? So this year, we have decided we will reach out to 300 of the most populous cities in India, reach out to 1 lakh women-owned businesses who have not had the capacity to cross the 1 crore threshold, go to them with banks, with insurance companies, with knowledge bases on certification and compliance, get together with global supply chains. We already have, as a part of our cohort, 2,000 international companies which have a yearly consumption and expenditure power of $4 trillion. To teach these women how can they be a part of the global supply chain. One of the biggest challenges women, especially those who have worked, let's say, in self-help groups or FPOs or in SMEs, is the challenge of language. So we are in conversation with skill givers who will certify, especially if the British Council is kind enough to accept that, to certify the English language skill so that that can be used by women in business, especially those in the smallest of towns in our country. That is my ambition for this year. And I think you know me enough by now to know that once the standard and the goal is set, we will achieve it.
Yes, you will achieve it, Smriti Irani, I have no doubt. But you know something, I'm having problems adjusting to this conversation with you.
Because I'm not ranting about somebody politically.
Yes, because for the last 10 years, I've asked you all the questions that I wanted to about Rahul Gandhi. Can I still ask you those questions? But even
it's a free country, you can ask me anything. But I think that the single sign of maturity is when you evolve and don't stagnate. So you may see me from a limited perspective of that one guy I defeated, but my life is not just that one chapter.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It is, I understand. I understand for you as a journalist that's of historical import, given that the sitting president of the Indian National Congress was never defeated before that. But it's time to get over it.
To move on? Have you moved on? I want to ask you, when you look at
Rahul Gandhi... I think you
Gandhi,
met me a day after my results were declared.
Yes.
And I didn't seem particularly jubilant. I was very, very stoic. And you were disturbed even then.
That's true. You always surprise everybody by coming up.
Because if you're not to be bogged down by failure, why should you be so ecstatic about success?
That's true. But there are people who are even ecstatic with failures.
They are, and it is their democratic right to be delusional.
So I want to ask you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been complaining that there's no longer any democracy even inside Parliament. As leader of opposition, he's not being given his chance to speak.
Isn't that an old complaint?
पहले तो बाहर का था, अब अंदर का है.
I think that there's a very old adage, old saying, that you can never demand respect, you need to command it. And for you to command respect enough to have Parliament come together and listen to you, irrespective of your politics, that's the hallmark of a true leader. I've been in opposition, and I did not have the privilege of being the leader when I was in opposition. In fact, I was one of the youngest when Jaitley sir was the leader of my party. And at that time, when I spoke on issues like sexual harassment at workplace bill, or when I spoke about the Nirbhaya issue, irrespective of which political ideology was represented in the House at that time, irrespective of the seniority of the parliamentarian, I had a rapt, attentive audience within Parliament. So I think that it is more a reflection on the aptitude of the individual than to blame Parliament. Parliament runs by certain standards and rules. It is a privilege to serve there, and if you have not created that respect for yourself, you cannot blame the Parliament or the Constitution.
But they say that the way Parliament functioned was fairer earlier than it is today, in the regime of...
when they were throwing out MPs when they agitated for Telangana, was that fair? When journalists were hiding tapes on cash for votes, was that fair?
Well, Smriti Irani hasn't lost her punch, so ladies and gentlemen, I think...
Why would you think I'd lose my punch?
No, certainly not. That's why I just feel that...
father who had a Maratha mother and a Bengali parentage as well.
How come?
I mean, if there is anything which is explosive, it's that combination.
Talking about Marathas, there is this huge controversy that is going on about Shivaji, Sambhaji, Aurangzeb. Do you think going back into history and discussing whose mazar should be there or thrown out is really the way to take India forward?
Do you think not recognizing challenges of the past can prepare you better for the future? Do you think denying atrocity can prepare you better? The true essence of democracy is when every side has a voice. The true vibrancy of democracy is felt when even if you don't agree with somebody, you do not stifle their voice. Which also means, especially with regards to those who are from the Hindutva fold, for them not to be denied their space to speak. Now, not many may have spoken on this, and dare I push that envelope, but India has, when it was at the threshold of independence, seen three kinds of Hindus fight against the British. One who spoke about non-violence, which was Mahatma Gandhi. One who took up arms against the British, that was Bose. And the other who stood by the Constitution to bring the country together, that was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. So you choose how you respond to a certain challenge. But do not say that only those who turn the other cheek are to be accepted.
Okay, today's day and age, I don't think anybody is turning the other cheek for sure.
There are still some. It is, you cannot deny it. Because when you look at outrage, which makes headlines at 9 in the night, it is bereft at times of voices. When a journalist, a female journalist, is dragged to a police station in Punjab by the Aam Aadmi Party and made to release herself and go to a loo where she's watched by men in the police station. That journalist happened to be your journalist. How many were speaking up for her?
It's a lone battle sometimes.
It is. So you cannot be selective about outrage. You cannot be selective about when you want to stand up for freedom. There are people whose hands and legs were chopped off in Kerala because they belong to a particular ideology. 6 months ago, in the state of Telangana, you had students and journalists jailed because they had an opinion on social media. Where is the outrage? There are youngsters who are hung out publicly in villages in West Bengal. Women who are dragged by their hair, raped because they had the audacity to sit for a political party at the polling table. Who outraged?
But everybody outraged about the vandalism that happened after Kunal Kamra, who's just a stand.
Are people arrested? Most definitely so. If
but
they were not
let out on bail one day later.
If that is the law. Even those arrested in Telangana were arrested, but they were arrested for making a political point against the Congress party. What was the sin done by your journalist? Please explain to me. What happened to her? Please explain to the audience. A female young journalist dragged to a police station because she's trying to report something, and the humiliation heaped upon her is go to the loo and let the men watch her. Tell me which one of the audience members saw anybody shouting from the rooftops about freedom then?
We did, and the court stepped in, and thankfully for us, the ordeal of 3 days came to an end.
And that is not the only state. You faced it in Bengal as well. Who stood up? Who wrote a guilt letter? Nobody. So if you stand for freedom and the privilege of that freedom that you enjoy, stand for everybody.
But then just dragging people to court, hauling them to police stations. For example, Beer Biceps, Ranbir Alabadia, podcaster.
Well, I've been to court. 2012, Gujarat state elections. I was on live TV. A congressman abused me on live TV. I've been going to court from 2012 to 2025, even when I was cabinet minister, stood in Patiala House with rapists and murderers, only waiting for justice.
But that individual is now part of a political party who's in alliance with your party.
Absolutely.
So how do you accept
You
that?
don't. You still go to court. They tell you it'll take another 20 years. Fine, I will keep going to court. But the question is, every time I'm abused, can I keep filing FIRs and keep going to court? Then how do I build my life? So it's an individual struggle. It's an individual life journey. You need to stand for your principles, and it'll cost you for sure. But I go to court, and I stand there.
But Ranbir Alabadia, you've been on his podcast, I think, a couple of times. And
just once.
Okay,
Yes.
once. And, he made
Abhorrent.
a statement.
Absolutely. Distasteful.
Distasteful.
Yes.
But being dragged to police stations to answer questions.
That's the system. That's the law. Nobody questioned when I'm standing in court. I had 3 drunk men accost me while I was cabinet minister. I was in a car alone. It's a case which is currently in Patiala House for 10 years. They thought I was alone in the car. They couldn't see my face, they said. So for them, they said, if we had only realized that she was Smriti Irani, we wouldn't have done it. Which means these 3 drunk men, for a normal female, would have done God knows what. But they stopped because they suddenly realized it's Smriti Irani. So I went to court. And in court, as cabinet minister, I sat there while 3 men who were drunk actually had their lawyers stand in front of me and completely assassinate my character. I didn't wield the baton that I'm cabinet minister. I stood there, humiliated, deposed between the judge, the lawyer that was questioning me. I was questioned for 2 days in court. I didn't call any journalist to cover. You didn't know this.
And you have something to say about the justice system in our country, the manner it works, and
my responsibility as a politician is to keep hope alive in the judiciary. On these 2 cases, I speak from personal experience. I went to fight for my self-respect, and I'm still fighting. 13 years in court.
But you are...
So those who think people in positions of power and constitutionality have this little button they can press, and instantly all the gods from heavens will descend on people like me and give me fair justice, need a reality check. It is my responsibility to still, irrespective of what happened to me, keep people's hope alive in the 4 pillars of our democracy.
So you're saying it's a long, arduous journey for women?
Yes. I mean, if I was a quintessential politician, I would have taken those journalists who have been known to be extortionists, fed them a nice little meal, in some way made sure that I have friendships with them, done a friendly fire with the opposition in parliament so that I make the completely right noises, but go out for an evening dinner in Khan Market with them. I don't live that dichotomy.
You're not part of the Khan Market gang?
I am not part of any gang. If I was a quintessential politician, I would be a part of some gang or some camp.
Are you saying other people in your party do that?
No.
So who does this? Who are you referring to when you say extortionist journalists are with them?
Wouldn't you love me to name the person?
Yes, I would.
No.
I would.
Go investigate.
And Smriti Irani speaks her mind. Why should
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
So please
tell me which
at least give us a hint.
Tell me which journalist has spent time for extortion. Come on, start naming.
The interview is by me, of you, so you please respond.
This is a democracy. It is by me, for you, of
I'm
us.
the journalist here and you're the politician.
So why don't we throw this thing open? Let the journalists get questions from the audience. Name the journalist.
No.
No?
I'm not allowing this because
See,
I
she's
will.
stifling voices. She's against freedom of expression.
No, I'm not against freedom of expression. I just don't want to pick up the tab for libel.
See?
So you think it will be libelous? What you may want to say?
I will only say this. No, I don't care about it being libel. If truth is libel, if truth has to stand in court for 13 years for justice, I'd rather be true, even if it's libelous. That's not the problem. The realities that we live in have to be reflected upon. And that's my statement. If Navika Kumar doesn't want to name them, why would you expect politicians to name them?
Well, the day I only have a YouTube channel to run, maybe. I'm not taking the bait today, but let me ask you, Smriti Irani, how do you define yourself?
I don't.
You don't?
No. Because definitions will restrain you to a silo. Don't make that mistake.
You started your life at the Miss India pageant.
No, my life started in 1976. Thank you very much.
No, as in your work.
No.
Okay, what did you do before that?
When I was 17 years old, in Janpat, I sold cosmetics on the street for $200 a day. When I was 18 years old, I joined a courier company where my job was 4 o'clock at Palam Hawai Adda, then go to Nai Delhi railway station, then go and check the Golda Khana, and then come back to east of Kailash above Sapna Cinema and write a roster. That was me at 18. At 19, I decided I wanted to own a part of the logistics company, so I went to Bombay and tried to buy out, and I didn't have the money. At 22, when I went to Miss India, I had to borrow money. But after being a Miss India finalist, I had no job, so I went to the first McDonald's ever opened as Smriti Malhotra, that was my maiden name. And I used to sweep floors there and wash the dishes for $1,800 a month after being a Miss India finalist.
But you could have been a model, you could have walked the ramp.
Yeah, that was easy, I guess.
You didn't want to do that?
No, because I never wanted to be known for my physicality.
But then you went for the...
I didn't want to be... I went to Miss India because that was the only space my father could not pull strings.
The other places he could?
Yes. Media was the only sector where he knew nobody. So I went to the one space where the success or the failure would be mine.
Okay.
So what Times of India gave me at that time was a shot at freedom.
And you started setting your own rules from then on?
No, I think I started at 17. When you are judged at 17 for $200, that is more harsh. By the time you're 22 and you're a finalist, you're supposed to be a so-called beauty, which makes it worse, but still, it's better than being on the roads for $200 a day.
So you didn't, after McDonald's, you didn't ever think that, the money would be better in modeling or films or something?
I was very clear I couldn't run around trees. I was very clear. I could not stand behind a hero who did a banyan ad. That was not me.
So then what?
I got a shot at Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi because the paycheck per day was more than what I made in a month. So I was not interested in being a star. When I walked in, the male actor got 10 times more than I did. And I was very conscious of the fact that I could not afford to not have that job. But I knew that by the first year when my contract ended, I could negotiate a pay scale better than the man. So they had to change 4 male actors, 4 Mihir, but there was only 1 Tulsi. And by the time I left, I had the highest paycheck Indian television ever gave out to an actor.
and then you said, "Ab ye bhi nahi karna hai, politics karna hai."
I was BJP's Yuva Morcha Vice President in Maharashtra, and Devendra Fadnavis was Yuva Morcha Vice President with me in Maharashtra when Dharmendra Pradhan was President in India, the Indian organization, in 2003. Prime Minister Modi is the second Prime Minister I'm working with. I had the privilege of working both with Prime Minister Vajpayee and Prime Minister Modi. I was in the national executive of the BJP when our party leadership had Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani ji at the helm. I've been the BJP national secretary twice, once with Rajnath Singh ji as president, once with Nitin Gadkari ji as president. I was Nitin Gadkari ji's, was Maharashtra president, I was secretary there. Then I was the BJP women's wing president. So been there, done that. I've been in BJP organizational positions for 2 decades. People discovered me in 2014, that's another issue altogether.
People discovered you even before that, Smriti.
No, I think the HRD...
Don't they remind you about some of your statements from before?
I think that many people thought that I was of some importance when I became the HRD minister. It's as though the life before 2014 didn't exist. So I still meet a lot of people who go, oh, hey. So...
Do you have, I want you to speak candidly. Do you have batchmates?
I mean, is there any room left for me? I mean, am I not candid enough?
No, but do you have
batchmates?
Here. Do people, do you have friends in the party politically?
No.
No?
No, because I don't think you come to politics to make friends. You come to politics to serve people. I didn't go to media to make friends. I'm very clear. I take that word friends very, very seriously. If you are my friend, I will literally go to war for you. I will defend you. I will literally push all boundaries.
So colleagues, they're just colleagues?
Yes, and that's not a bad word.
But you're a team.
So you've been, you have possibly reported, at least on my experience as a minister for a decade. I've never gone to any political parties, evening get-togethers. You've never seen me. Those who've seen me in media would never see me in media get-togethers. I never socialized. It's a miracle I have a career of 2 decades without socializing.
Do you think it's because we are women and we have to bring up kids? No?
Come on, women socialize.
No.
No, I mean, give me a break. Do women socialize?
Of course they do.
Of course
but women who have careers like yours and commitments like yours between a minister's job and family.
No, people still socialize. But I don't. I never socialized, like I said, in the media or in politics. I was very clear that, Navika, nobody's... It's a very filmy line, I guess. मैं ना कुर्सी के लिए जाने चाहती हूँ, तमगे के लिए नहीं, कद के लिए नहीं, काम के लिए people should know me. I have no such delusions that I suffer from. That people that I meet in politics when I'm in a position of power are going to be friends for life. Delhi is a great leveler for anybody who has even half a measure of sense. Nobody is friends with you here. Everybody is transactional. You have to be completely out of your mind if you believe people are here to make you a great friend of theirs. Media in itself, people who struggle through media, they tend to come together in times of strife. I was a union worker when I was in the media business. So we would come together when resources were limited. But our coming together was also dependent on the fact that we were stretched for resources. It did not come from a sense of celebration. I mean, none of us had homes, none of us had, mobility issues. We didn't have cars. We were all, sharing autos in the first year of Kyunki. So that struggle brought you together. But both in media and in politics, there is a huge sense of competition. Friends can't compete with each other. Friends
Very
don't.
well said. What next for Smriti Irani?
Oh, if you're asking my schedule,
no,
then
I'm asking
April is what? I've been privileged to be invited on a lecture series in Ivy League colleges. I will be looking at a semiconductor unit in the US. I will also be in LA talking to some studios. So, I mean, there's a plethora of
Studios,
things.
are you going back and
You
doing...
talk about it as though, you know, it's a very disdainful word.
No, I'm just wanting to know, get the mystery out, and what's Smriti Irani going to do next? If she's going to the studios, I better ask her.
No, I mean, I can go to studios as a producer, you know.
Oh, so...
I mean, I was one.
And now...
I was a writer as well. I'm a published author. Don't do and haw with me right now.
No. Okay, so are we seeing Smriti Irani in a producer, actor, some sort of a role coming up
Who
soon?
knows? Let the story write itself. But at least you'll be interested enough to come back.
Okay, yes, you piqued our interest. Smriti Irani, as I say, is always full of beans. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for the conversation.
And ladies and gentlemen, it has to be louder than that. Thank you very much, Smriti. Thank you very much, Meghna, and thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Union Commerce Industry Minister, with us this evening. And the question on everybody's mind, पहले होता था March 31st to register taxes, profits. These days, March 31st is gone and April 2nd has become the headline. Mr. Piyush Goyal, it would be amiss if I don't begin this interview by asking you, the American team is here. What's going to happen on the 2nd of April? Tariff, 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 tariff is the most used word on internet right now.
2nd April, we have Parliament in session. We'll all be busy in Parliament. And after Parliament gets over, we'll have our regular meetings. We have public representatives. We'll be represented our point of view both in Parliament and outside. And making sure that Viksit Bharat is a reality and working towards our mission, our collective goal, protecting India's interests and working to make every citizen's life better and better in the years to come.
But as I said, and I'm not joking when I say that tariff is the most often used word on internet, is there something that would worry you at this stage on the eve of the deadline that has been given by the American president? or should I just ask you कि सब control में है?
Well, I think trade negotiations are going on for a bilateral trade agreement. It's a matter that's known to everybody ever since we saw the joint press conference with President Trump and Prime Minister Modi both announcing the beginning or the start of negotiations to be concluded by fall 2025 for a mutually beneficial, balanced bilateral trade agreement. And the discussions are ongoing. They're progressing well and will be for the good of both the United States and India. I am in regular and constant dialogue with industry from every section of industry, from different organizations related to agriculture exports, different organizations related to engineering, electronic, textiles, various interest groups are in regular dialogue with the government, and all are very excited about a potential bilateral trade agreement with the United States.
This is when a minister uses a lot of words and says nothing in the answer that he gives, it's very clear that you're not in a mood to give out the details of the negotiations. And I get your point, and I get where you're coming from, Mr. Piyush Goyal. So let me ask you, the theme of the Times Now Summit this year, as we enter our 20th year, is keeping Bharat ahead. And that's an agenda that the Prime Minister and the entire team has been working on. I want to ask you, what's the blueprint for keeping Bharat ahead, and how do you look at that blueprint and convert it into action and reality?
To make India a developed nation, Viksit Bharat, by 2047, we are targeting that the Indian GDP, our economy size, should grow by about 8 times by 2047. We are at about $4 trillion now. Our expectation is that by 2047, India will be a $35 trillion economy. Estimates peg it at about $32 trillion. In order to achieve that, there were 3 important pillars on which Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the last 11 years has dedicated his entire day and night, his 24-hour effort. One was to strengthen the macroeconomic condition of India. Every fundamental of the economy has been strengthened in the last 11 years. Second was to look at inclusive and sustainable growth so that the person at the bottom of the pyramid, the marginalized sections of societies, जो देश के गरीब हैं, पीड़ित हैं, वंचित हैं, शोषित हैं, उन सभी को आगे देश में अपना भविष्य भी उज्जवल दिखे, बड़ी आशा, अपेक्षा और आकांक्षा के साथ वो आगे काम करें, उनके बच्चों को एक उज्जवल भविष्य मिले, उस दिशा में, towards inclusive growth, this government has dedicated its 11 years. And third, we are today the world's fastest growing economy. That rests on 2 pillars: public welfare, which has led to substantially increased consumer demand. So we are looking at consumption-led growth, and infrastructure focus, where we are spending huge amounts of money, both in the public sector and private sector, for investment-led growth. And when a nation is combining both investment and consumption-led growth, we naturally become the envy of the world. We become an attractive place to invest in. We become an attractive country to trade with. And today that is the situation in which we are engaging with the developed nations of the world. If India wants to become a developed nation, we can only aspire for that when we engage with the world, with the developed world, from a position of strength, with self-confidence. It cannot happen if we continue to have the old mindset inherited from years of Congress misrule. The old socialist mindset, which really kept India away from world markets. The old thinking, where rent-seeking and corruption was the order of the day. The style of working, where government would control the factors of production. I think Prime Minister Modi has truly developed the Indian mindset, whether it's the Make in India program, whether it's Atmanirbhar Bharat program, whether it's the Startup India vision, whether it's promoting innovation, research and development, whether it's taking digital connectivity to the last man at the remotest corner of India, whether it's our effort to bring down logistics costs to PM Gati Shakti, and the massive growth in our infrastructure spending, all of these collectively is the recipe which is navigating the India growth story towards greater heights, and global trade will be also an integral part of our journey towards Viksit Bharat.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, when you continue in your 11th year in Modi 3.0, when you continue to lament on the missed buses during the Congress regime. Many people, critics of your party, your government, ask the question, how long will you continue to blame the past and the Congress for it? Isn't it time you set up your own benchmarks?
Blame ki baat nahi hai. This is about reality. I think those who don't learn lessons from history do so at their own peril. And it is important that, and particularly when we have a large section of the millennia population who does not remember, does not know much about what it was like before 2014, what it is like to have a government ridden with lakhs of crores of scandals tumbling out of the closet every month, what it is like to have a country which has reconciled itself to a nominal 4-5% Hindu rate of growth, what it is like to have double-digit inflation for years on end, what it is like to live in a country where your fundamental rights and freedoms are snatched away. I'm talking about the emergency. Now, all of these are lessons of history, which is important for the next generation also to learn from. Just today in Parliament, there was a bill that we had, that Honorable Home Minister had introduced, in which the DMK from Tamil Nadu raised a point about certain provisions of the law and said you are not taking care of the Tamil people who have come and taken shelter in India, Tamil Sharnarthis. The Honorable Home Minister said, but I have not changed the law at all from what prevailed when you were in government 10 years ago, 11 years ago. That same provision continues today. And we thought you were in government, you must have protected the interests of the Tamil people. To which Honorable Member of Parliament, former Union Minister, Mr. T.R. Balu says, if that was wrong, you could have corrected it. So Honorable Home Minister very rightly said, thank God at least you now realize how wrong all your policies and all your laws were. And give us a proposal. Then he also pointed out, you've met me so many times. You've never once raised the issue of Tamil Sharnarthis or Tamil refugees in India. Suddenly what has happened to you? And even now if you have a proposal, come and meet me. We'll work it out. We'll see what needs to be done. History is very important. We have to learn lessons from history. And any nation that does not respect and recognize these lessons of history can never ever prosper, will always be doomed to suffer, and therefore it's very important that we always keep reminding people about the historical wrongs.
You just reminded our audiences about emergency between 1975 and 77. The opposition...
My mother was in jail during the emergency also.
The opposition says there's an undeclared emergency even today. Rahul Gandhi says as leader of opposition, he has no voice. He doesn't get permission to speak. Now, is that not emergency, he asks?
Well, I'm sure the very erudite audience of Times Now will appreciate that house has to run under certain rules and procedures. Obviously, you cannot have a house where anybody and everybody will all the time keep disturbing the proceedings of the house. We respect the fact that the leader of the opposition has certain rights and privileges, but when a certain particular item of business is going on, every time if the leader of the opposition would disrupt the proceedings of the house, then obviously speaker will have to take a stand sometime at least. By and large, I think the very fact that he is in a position to speak his mind.
Outside Parliament, not inside.
No, even inside the House. Haven't you heard of all the gaffes that he has made inside the House? All the ridiculous statements that have been made inside the House. हमारे लिए तो it suits us. The more he speaks is music to our ears. He is our best campaigner. So हमारी तरफ से कोई रोक नहीं है. जितना बोले उनको स्वागत है. हम तो चाहते हैं वो और बात करें. In the House, outside the House, Oxford University में जाके जिधर जाके बोलना है उनको बोले. But दुर्भाग्य ये है कि देश को बड़ा नुकसान होता है इससे.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, let me also ask you about freedom of speech. You said after the emergency, people should know that freedom of speech is a very important right. What happens to the freedom of speech? And you come from Mumbai, so I'm asking you this question. What happens to the freedom of speech of a stand-up comedian if he takes political potshots at individuals?
Well, I think taking political potshots and alleging things like a traitor to a constitutional authority are two different things. Nowhere in the world can any legal system, particularly in a democracy, be allowed to function in a manner where even constitutional authorities are called traitor in a public program. Now look at
your entire Maharashtra
look at the
election.
comedy that you see even in America today, where there's so much happening. Even I watch so many shows, even in the United States of America. People may take pot shots, and in India, you take pot shots on us all the time. But I don't think calling a high constitutional authority a traitor falls within the freedom of expression and speech. I'm sure you are...
Your entire Maharashtra campaign from both sides was about Gaddari. You said to Uddhav Thackeray that he was a Gaddar who went out of the BJP alliance. Uddhav Thackeray called the Shiv Sena on your side as the Gaddar. You know, it was throughout the politics.
Asli Shiv Sena, you mean?
You call it Asli, they don't, you know, so... But I'm saying Gaddari was the theme of the campaign. How can that word become unconstitutional because a comedian says it?
I don't think any of us has used the word Gaddar for high constitutional authorities. I suspect we would have attacked each other politically. We would have certainly raised political issues. We do feel we were stabbed in the back by the Uddhav Thackeray faction despite having won the 2019 election
उसको क्या कहते हैं हिंदी
together.
में?
But we have
उसको क्या कहते हैं?
But we have never said that
गद्दार नहीं था.
Because that really is a word that has seditious tendencies or seditious meanings.
It's not a banned word.
Well, there's so many words which are not banned.
Backstabber को क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में?
नहीं, मुझे हिंदी में बोलते हैं जिन्होंने हमें हमारे साथ धोखा किया.
धोखेबाज is better than गद्दार.
That is a much more serious word. हिंदी की डिक्शनरी को गूगल कर लीजिए. दोनों में आपको जमीन आसमान.
Are you saying धोखेबाज is better than गद्दार? Comedians can use धोखेबाज.
राजनीतिक ईमानदारी उन्होंने जो नहीं दिखाई वो एक परिप्रेक्ष्य है और जिस प्रकार का शब्दावली इस्तेमाल की गई है और उसके ऊपर जो स्वाभाविक रूप से जो आलोचना हुई है उसका दोनों का मेल नहीं है. I mean, you can try and connect. the
Alochna
dots.
is one thing. I have no problem with criticism. But vandalism, where does that stop? Or just because the vandals are part of a political party, they should be given a free run?
Well, I'm sure the law will take its own course.
बुलडोजर नागपुर में तो आपने भेज दिया, शिव सैनिक्स पर कब भेजेंगे? असली शिव सैनिक्स पर
हमने नहीं करना है, वो कानून उसका अपना रास्ता
नहीं.
निकाले.
कानून ने तो आज बोला है कि आप बुलडोजर नहीं भेज सकते. बुलडोजर तो परसों चले गए थे.
नहीं, वो अलग विषय था, वो इसका संबंध नहीं है.
नहीं है, पर
वो उन्होंने अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन की थी.
अच्छा.
अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन के ऊपर जिस प्रकार से उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार ने कार्रवाई की थी अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन पर,
उसी दिन हुई जिस दिन औरंगजेब वाला बवाल हुआ. उसी दिन यू डिस्कवर्ड अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन. मिस्टर पीयूष गोयल,
हम तभी कभी गए नहीं है उस तरफ. वो तो कानून के लोग,
आप नागपुर नहीं गए?
अथॉरिटी के लोग हैं, वो ही गए होंगे.
आप नागपुर नहीं गए?
नागपुर तो हमारा जीवनी है वहाँ पर.
तो फिर नागपुर में इतनी अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रही थी, आपको पता ही नहीं चला?
अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन तो मेरे भी एरिया में मलाड में एक एमएलए कर रहा है, उस पे भी हम अथॉरिटीज के साथ लगे हुए हैं. वहाँ पे
अलायंस पार्टी से है कि ऑपोजिशन से?
जिस भी पार्टी से है, जो कर रहे हैं मिस्टर असलम शेख, उसके एरिया में कार्रवाई
तो
करवा रहे
बुलडोजर
हैं.
चलेगा.
उसके एरिया में हम कार्रवाई करवा रहे हैं.
हाँ, तो असलम शेख है तो बुलडोजर चलेगा. दिस इज वाई
जो भी अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन करेगा उधर हम कार्रवाई.
इसीलिए तो वो AIM, PLB और सारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज अब खड़ी हो गई हैं और कह रही हैं आप मुसलमानों को दबा रहे हैं, ये वक्फ रिफॉर्म्स जो आप कर रहे हैं.
देखिए, पहली बात तो सब लोग के ध्यान में आए इसके लिए मैं बताऊं कि वक्फ और वक्फ बोर्ड दो अलग अलग चीजें हैं. वक्फ बोर्ड इज ओनली एडमिनिस्ट्रिंग द वेरियस ट्रस्ट दैट पीपल हैव मेड. जो ट्रस्ट कोई मुस्लिम व्यक्ति बनाता है फॉर हिज प्रॉपर्टीज, उसको वक्फ कहते हैं, वो ट्रस्ट है. और जो वक्फ बोर्ड है वो एक प्रकार से चैरिटी कमिश्नर का काम करता है. जो काम चैरिटी कमिश्नर करता है, उसी प्रकार से वक्फ बोर्ड इन सब ट्रस्ट को एडमिनिस्टर करता है. तो मुझे लगता है ट्रस्ट की एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में सुधार लाना, ये मांग मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी से ही उठी थी, क्योंकि कई लोगों की प्रॉपर्टी अनाप शनाप तरीके से लोगों ने कब्जा कर लिया था. 2013 के कानून में तो दिल्ली की कई सारी प्रॉपर्टीज को हड़पने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया था. वक्फ बोर्ड को मिसयूज किया गया था. और मैं समझता हूं कि एक प्रकार से बहुत राहत मिलेगी हजारों लोगों को जिनके साथ अन्याय हुआ है. और ये सिर्फ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, इसमें कोई भी मुस्लिम व्यक्ति के ऊपर या मुस्लिम व्यक्ति के कारोबार में या उनके कामकाज में या उनके दिनचर्या में किसी भी प्रकार का दखल अंदाजी नहीं है. पर वक्फ बोर्ड का काम है, जो वक्फ बने हैं, जो ट्रस्ट बने हैं, वो ठीक से एडमिनिस्टर हो, उतना काम वक्फ बोर्ड करता है.
So Waqf bill will be amended on one side and Saugate Modi will be sent on the other side.
Will be sent?
Saugate Modi, the Eid gift.
नहीं, वो तो बड़े अच्छी खुशखबरी है कि ईद पे हमारे मुस्लिम भाई बहनों को, हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता है उन सबको हम ईदी भेज रहे हैं. तो
सिर्फ कार्यकर्ताओं को तो नहीं है, वो कह रहे हैं कि गरीब मुस्लिम. होली पर तो कुछ नहीं भेजा आपने गरीब हिंदुओं को.
चलिए अगले साल आपको होली पे,
दिवाली आने वाली है, दिवाली पे भी
रंग के त्योहार पे आपको रंग
दिवाली भी आने वाली है. दिवाली की मिठाई.
देखिए, पर्सनली जहां तक मैंने अभी आपने दिया, मैंने आपको भी बताया कि मैं छोड़ के जाने वाला हूं. मैं कोई लेता नहीं हूं गिफ्ट. तो मेरे बारे में तो आपको मालूम है, नाइदर डू आई गिव अ गिफ्ट नॉर डू आई एक्सेप्ट एनी गिफ्ट फ्रॉम एनीबॉडी. वो हमने 13 साल पहले निर्णय ले लिया था. कोई लेना नहीं है किसी से, देना नहीं.
ना लेना ना देना.
ना लेना ना देना.
और दिवाली का मतलब इसी में आपने रफा दफा कर दिया.
इससे आपको भी हमको दिवाली पे भेजते नहीं.
नहीं, this is about the messaging, and I'm asking you about the messaging because social harmony has a very direct linkage with the development of a country, with the growth of the economy, and many people. You talk about the professional class. They say, in our society, there is too much of conversation on Hindu-Muslim. As the Commerce and Industry Minister, does this worry you, or is this a political compulsion?
मुझे लगता है कि I personally think that there's a very small section of people who are making this narrative a centerpiece of attention. The country is peace-loving. I don't think anywhere in the country today there is any discord. The minorities in India are respected the most compared to any other part of the world. I think every minority in India gets respect. Every minority in India has equal opportunity. But if a certain small section of society tries to glorify that the tomb of Aurangzeb, for example, is something that they're going to glorify or to make it larger than life, then there will be a reaction, counter-reaction. So I think it's important that we all maintain peace and harmony, but certainly nobody has the business of glorifying invaders in this country, of celebrating a cricket match that we lose and somebody else wins, just on the basis of religion. Jitna tolerant as Indians are, I don't think you will find any other part of the world that level of tolerance.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, I also want to ask you, are you satisfied with the pace of growth that you see in terms of investment, in terms of the GDP, and in terms of the various efforts that you're making in the direction of manufacturing to make India an alternative to China?
Prime Minister Modi has always taught us never to be satisfied and always to be aspirational for bigger and bigger targets and bigger goals. So while our Indian economy has grown from the 10th or 11th largest to the 5th largest already, and in the next 2.5, 3 years will become the world's 3rd largest economy, something which Mr. Chidambaram had said will take 30 years, we will be doing in 13 years. Look at the drastic difference. What we inherited from Mr. Chidambaram and Manmohan Singh, the UPA government, a fragile economy, fragile five, one of the 5 weakest economies in the world. In 10 years, we've converted to the top 5 economies of the world. What we had inherited as low growth, high inflation, low foreign exchange reserves, hardly any confidence in the economy, low foreign investment, low private sector investments, a broken banking system, all of that has changed the perception of the world towards India, the desire of the world to trade and invest in India, the confidence that the Indian people have today, which is demonstrated in the way we have become the world's fastest growing economy, the fact that our forex reserves are at record levels amongst the top 4 or 5 in the world, the fact that our growth is high, our inflation is low, our passport today in the world carries more respect than ever before. All of these are a matter of satisfaction. But should we rest on our laurels? Prime Minister Modi never allows us to do that. He always wants us to look for more and more work, to aspire for a much faster pace of growth, aspire to attract more investments, aspire for a better quality of life for every Indian, do steps for ease of doing business, ensure that innovation gets space in India, startups get space in India, manufacturing grows faster. So it's going to be a continuous journey of growth. And in that, we will perpetually be in a state of greater aspirations and permanently dissatisfaction with what we've achieved, so that we can spur even more effort. Prime Minister Modi had said when the people of India elected him for the 3rd time, and a record 3rd time, only paralleled by what Jawaharlal Nehru ji had got, that he will work with 3 times more speed, he'll put in 3 times more effort, the work that he will do will have 3 times more impact on the lives of the people of India. And that's what is driving all of us to do more work.
Always very good with words. Before I let you go, Mr. Piyush Goyal, one last question. Should we tie our seat belts? Are we expecting turbulence on 2nd of April, or do you think it's going to be a smooth flight for India?
Well, for that you will have to either consult an astrologer or look up the chronicles of Nostradamus. I am neither an astrologer nor do I believe in it, but I can only tell you one thing. We have the courage of conviction to say that the India growth story will be intact. India will continue to power global economy. India under Prime Minister Narendra Modi will continue to steer its economy with our motto of India first. And we are very, very committed and confident that we will take India in the Amrit Kal to become a global superpower. Viksit Bharat is our collective commitment of 1.4 billion Indians. ये 140 करोड़ लोगों का संकल्प है भारत को विकसित भारत बनाना 2047 तक, और इसमें बाधाएं कितनी भी आए हम हर बाधा का सामना करेंगे, हर तकलीफ से अच्छा उभरेंगे. Turbulence may come on the flight, but the pilot and the commander has complete control of the situation, and the flight will not only land safely, but will have many, many more journeys of successful growth, of successful flights, and we will reach our destination of Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
Well, on that note, thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Big round of applause. Always adept at answering any question.
Honorable Minister, and thank you so much, Navika, as well. 2nd of April, the deadline's nearing, but already we have an assurance of a safe landing. Well, that's a close one that we are going to be watching right here on Times Now. After all, the summit's entire theme is keeping Bharat ahead. So trade, and after that, another common thread that does connect the nations of the world is none other than music. Well, the past year alone, remember, has seen some of the world's biggest artists take the stage in India. But is this a sudden shift, or has India always been the global stage for music? Has that always been our soft power? Well, to decode the metamorphosis of India's concert revolution, we have with us an artist whose voice has captured the hearts of generations. But all good things will take some time. Yes, you'll have to wait a little bit longer before you hear the voice that the entire nation, or should I say the entire world, has come to love. But you can connect with Times Now Summit. We are glad that you're here, but we also want to hear from you. So do let us know what you think about the summit. And of course, TNS 2025, you can tweet with that hashtag. You can connect with us on all our social media accounts as well. We'd love to hear from you what you thought about the sessions. But of course, tomorrow is going to be another power-packed session. We'd love to hear what it is that you're looking forward to. Of course, we've had amazing sessions today, earlier through the day. Some of the favorites, of course, have been that of the union ministers that we've had. We've had the pleasure of hearing Ashwini Vaishnav. We've just heard Piyush Goyal. He was telling us about the trade wars. After all, that is the biggest talking point across the entire globe, isn't it? What happens next? The trade tariff war? Well, we'll have to watch out for that. But as we were just discussing, it's not just trade, but also India's superpower has been that of our culture, our tradition, and our cinema, which has made India's presence felt all across the globe. And also a quick reminder for all the sponsors who supported us here on Times Now and ensured that we've had this wonderful get-together of all of you guys, but also all the thought-provoking leaders who've been telling us as to what is their roadmap for keeping Bharat ahead. You've heard some of the voices, and it's not just politicians. You've also had artists who are coming in from different fields as well. You just heard Sara Ali Khan, that is going to be the Gen Next after all, who's going to be taking Indian cinema ahead. But another soft power is going to be that of music, something that transcends all borders, India's soft power, because all of us know that India, all along, and this is from decades back, has always been known for its culture, the music, as well as Bollywood. Which is why here on Times Now, we are very clear. Keeping Bharat ahead. The very theme of this entire summit is to encompass what India's superpower has been. Of course, demography is one of them. So is our trade, our economy, but also our soft power, which is that of culture. So there you have it. Let's, without much ado, call upon stage an artist who has, of course, traversed indie, Bollywood, and global music landscapes with effortless grace. In fact, I'm going to be welcoming on stage. Please put your hands together for legendary singer Mohit Chauhan as he unpacks how India's concert scene is now evolving into a global phenomenon. And he will be in conversation with Navika Kumar. And as you can all hear, the song's begun, the music's begun. Big round of applause. Let's put it all together for the closing session of Times Now Summit. None other than Mohit Chauhan.
जाने किस के लिए कभी मिलोगे कहीं तो क्या कहोगे यही हाय
Gentlemen, lovely to have you here with us, Mohit. And I mean, Mongolian production with Mongolian artists, this folk song. What are these new international boundaries that you're pushing now?
Okay. Namaskar, everyone. So I was honored to be declared the cultural envoy of Mongolia to India. So I went
हमारा
to
इंडियन अब मंगोलियन हो गया है
हाँ जी
हमारा इंडियन अब मंगोलियन हो गया
मैं दोनों साइड हूँ मतलब So I went to Mongolia a couple of times. In fact, the last time I went there, when the relics of Bhagwan Buddha were being taken over there, so the delegation from India, we traveled in a C-17 Globemaster Air Force plane, and Kiranji was heading the delegation.
Okay.
And so I've been to Mongolia like 3 times now, and so I collaborated with Mongolian musicians over there. And I think it's the first time in the history of both the countries that artists have collaborated. And this song that you just heard is called Shokhiyan. And it's my composition. Lyrics were done by Prarthana, my wife.
Your wife?
My wife, yeah. And the music that you hear in the song is all Mongolian instruments, folk music. There's a thing called long song that they do, which is a very important part of their folk music. And they have these folk instruments called morinkhor and beautiful instruments. So it was great to be in Mongolia and to collaborate with them. It's very exciting to explore.
Music truly has no boundaries.
It has no boundaries, definitely, yeah. Definitely.
And amazing for Prarthana to be a journalist. We were colleagues at one stage in my previous organization, right. and to now turn lyricist. Mohit, does that come easily? You know, I mean, music, bonding with foreign musicians, a culture, I don't know how much of the Mongolian culture you knew or appreciated before that, and then to come up with an album of this kind. How does it work?
See, I'd heard about Mongolia, I'd read about Mongolia in history, in school, college, and we have all heard about Genghis Khan, who came from Mongolia. And anybody I talk to and I tell them that I've been to Mongolia, everybody says, oh, Mongolia, that's on my bucket list. So everybody knows about Mongolia. It's a really, really beautiful place, but not many people have been there. But as far as music is concerned, music was not a problem. The problem was the language. Because, you know, many of them don't speak Hindi or English, but you can find interpreters over there who speak English and Hindi. Many people from Mongolia come to India to learn Hindi in institutes over here. So if you hire an interpreter over there, you can have somebody who can speak Hindi and English, and then they come with you. And so music, telling the music director or the arranger wasn't a problem, but the language was the problem. So for that, the interpreter was there. Otherwise, it was really cool.
So please sing Shokhiyan for us. Yes? Okay, come on.
No, I'll sing something else.
Why? This is your...
I think they should hear the song first, you know. Then they'll be able to sort of zero in.
Okay. Yeah?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Just sing it once.
2 lines?
2 lines.
हमको के चले जिंदगी धुआं हुई जाने किस के लिए. Something like that.
Oh God, amazing. Goosebumps.
I'll sing with you.
I can't, come on, sitting with you. But just that one is my all-time favorite. I have at least a list of 20 all-time favorites.
I can't sing all of them, yeah? It'll become a Chitrahar over here then.
But
seriously, I thought we're going to chat and, you know, I'm going
we're
to
chatting,
talk
but we'll
some
do a
serious
little.
stuff. Don't make me sing that much.
You want me to ask you a political question?
No.
No? So, okay. No, okay, jab we met.
Okay, ask me a political question if you want.
Yeah? Okay. So what do you think about the political climate today?
In the country?
In the country, yes. Not in Mongolia, certainly not.
Things are good. Things are progressing. We are a huge country. I think we have the biggest population in the world right now. So there's bound to be some ups and downs, but I think we are on the right path. You know, I see a lot of stuff. I'm interested in world politics also. I like to watch, I like to read. And somehow I realize that India is a really cool place to be in right now, you know. Not because it's my home, but I think we are moving in the right direction. Just a few things need to be sort of fixed here and there.
Like what?
I think people, like for example, basic things, you know. Basic things, like there needs to be, you know, places need to be more clean, some places. Like I'm from Himachal, and many tourist places have a lot of trash lying around here and there. Stuff like that. It's basic
somebody
stuff,
will
you
turn
know.
around and tell you,
Sorry?
अच्छा, you are a right-winger, तुम भक्त टाइप के सिंगर हो, कांग्रेस की सरकार है तो कह रहे हो हिमाचल गंदा है.
नहीं, वो तो पहले से है वैसा वहाँ
पहले
पर.
से है.
हमेशा होता है वहाँ पर. तो मैं जब भी घूमता हूँ मैं हमेशा कंप्लेन करता हूँ, यार देखो ये थोड़ा साफ होना चाहिए, इतने लोग आते हैं, पूरी दुनिया से आते हैं. एंड तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि वो छोटी मोटी चीजें हैं, बट अदरवाइज आवर कंट्री इज अ रियली cool place to be, and it's moving in the right direction. That's what I think.
Amazing. Well, yes, India is great, Bharat is great. And do you think this India and Bharat controversy means something to you?
No.
No?
It means the same thing, you know.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. हम इंडियंस हैं, हम भारतीय हैं, हम हिंदुस्तानी भी हैं.
पर अगर भारत है तो एक कल्चरल रेनेसॉन्स है and a pride of our cultural roots. Does that signify something to you?
See, I think we are
making too much of it.
No, I think we are one of the oldest civilizations in the world, and many people will interpret things in their own ways. But the basic thing is that we are all these three things. We are Indians, we are Bharatiya, we are Hindustani, whatever you want to call it. But we are what we are, and we are all together.
Absolutely, and proud to be an Indian.
Absolutely.
अब तुमसे ही
तो कौन सी फिल्म का गाना है?
जब वी मेट
का ना? आप लोगों ने सुना है? आप लोग गाएंगे साथ में थोड़ा सा? अरे वाह. ना खोना ही है तेरा ना होना. Come on. And I was doing my schooling like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th from Kulu. So my house was in a place from where I could see the Beas River down there. अब कुल्लू में क्या होता है, पहाड़ों में लकड़ी के घर होते हैं और so in my house I would come back from school and मुझे लगता था मैं थोड़ा गाना गा लेता हूँ बैठ के थोड़ा अपने कमरे में जाके. लेकिन मुझे थोड़ा वो लगता था, एम्बैरेसिंग लगता था कि मेरे पड़ोसी सुन लेंगे मुझे और मैं क्या गा रहा हूँ, कैसे गा रहा हूँ. और मैं उस 9th क्लास में 8th 9th क्लास में था. तो एक दिन मुझे ये आइडिया आया that I should maybe walk down to the river because Beas is young over there, in Kulu. It just comes down from Rohtang Pass, from the Beas Kund. So it's pretty young. So it makes a whole lot of noise and is gushing down. तो वो उसका जो शोर होता है नदी का. So I would go and sit down next to the river and I would feel very pleased with myself because now my voice could get lost in the sound of the river and I could sing as loud as possible without anybody else hearing me. And somehow in that shore of the river, I would find a little note somewhere, like something. And then I would catch that and I would just sing along with it. I think वो भगवान ने वो ब्यास जो नदी है, माता है, रिवर है, उन्होंने वो मुझे सिंथेसाइजर डाल दिया मेरी आवाज में, वो ब्लेस कर दिया. हाँ, तो और पहाड़ों में क्या होता है, they are very conducive for creative people, creativity. There's solitude, there's beauty. You can walk in the mountains. And I love that kind of thing. So I think that does something to the soul and to the voice. And that's the only explanation I can give you. There's nothing in the mic over here.
Actually, it comes from the soul.
Ji.
It actually, I mean, I can feel it in the notes, in the songs that you've sung. It actually comes from the soul. Mohit, did you train in music? कि ये नदी के पास बैठते बैठते ही सुर, ताल. I mean, it's creation. Did you have any formal training in music?
Unfortunately, not. Because
So you do this without any formal training?
No, I've not had any formal training because, you know, everyone.
Oh my
thank you so much.
God.
Thank
oh
you.
My.
Because
मतलब
everyone.
कोई राग भैरवी, यमन कल्याण, कुछ नहीं, खमाज.
कुछ नहीं.
कुछ नहीं.
Because, you know, everyone in my family was a bureaucrat working for the government. My father, my elder brother, the civil servants. So everybody thought, you know, that मैं भी कुछ वैसा ही करूँगा. I also wanted to join the army at one point of time. तो घर में बोला कि साइंस पढ़ लो, साइंस अच्छी रहेगी, you know, आगे कुछ काम आएगी.
इंजीनियर बन जाओ.
हाँ, क्योंकि ये होता था कि आर्ट्स में क्या करेंगे आप, you know, तो और and I used to love zoology and animals and botany, you know. तो मैंने साइंस ले लिया. So I did my BSc. BSc पूरा करते करते मैं बॉटनी से बहुत परेशान हो गया.
बहुत परेशान करने वाला सब्जेक्ट है.
तो मैं थक गया, तो मैंने बॉटनी चेंज करके जियोलॉजी ले लिया. जियोलॉजी इज द स्टडी ऑफ रॉक्स एंड अर्थ. सो जब वो हो गया, BSc हो गया, ठीक नंबर में हुआ. हालांकि मेरा पूरा ध्यान गाने में और थिएटर में रहता था. सो देन माय फादर सेड ग्रेजुएशन से क्या होता है, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन भी करना चाहिए, यू नो, आदमी को और पढ़ाई करनी चाहिए. So then I joined the master's degree, MSc in geology. तो म्यूजिक सीखने का कुछ मौका नहीं मिला मुझे कभी भी. जो भी मैंने सीखा है वो खुद ही गा के and listening to a whole lot of music on the radio in Himachal, you know, and listening to old Hindi film songs, listening to Western music, listening to the bands of the 60s and the 70s, singing along. And in Hindi music, film music, I always thought that Kishore Kumar Saab was a guru for me. Because I think playback singing in Hindi films is not an easy job, you know, for any musician. Because you have to cater to a whole lot of different emotions. जैसे अगर आप blues गाते हैं तो blues singers blues गाते हैं, jazz वाले jazz गाते हैं, rock वाले rock गाते हैं. Hindi playback जब आप करते हो, so one day you'll be singing blues, the other day you'll be singing a qawwali, the third day you'll be singing a Punjabi kind of a song, fourth day you'll be singing a love song. So you have to dabble in all these genres, you know, because of the film story and everything. So Kishore Kumar Saab, I thought, was the perfect textbook example of a singer, a playback singer. उनका pronunciation, उनका वॉइस का थ्रो जो होता है, उनका कहाँ पर कंट्रोल करना है, कहाँ पर सैडनेस कैसे आता है. So when you listen to the music, you absorb all that. So that was my education basically in music. No formal training as such. And a lot of folk music, because I grew up with a whole lot of folk music in Himachal Pradesh. So वो कान में हमेशा पड़ता रहता है. तो
Can you yodel like Kishore Kumar?
Yodel?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh. And some more. मैं हूँ झुम 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 झुम.
नहीं वो अभी नहीं करते वो.
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा और लूडल करते हैं. क्योंकि आप किशोर कुमार जिसका गुरु हो
जी,
और उसने इतना किशोर कुमार सुना. Which is your favorite song of Kishore Kumar that stirs up your soul?
बड़ी सुनी सुनी है
easy because you say you come from a non-Bollywood bureaucratic family. How did life take you that route?
Okay, so music was part of my soul since I was born. And once I got into college, I also started doing a whole lot of theater. A lot of my friends were doing plays and, workshops. So I also did NSD theater workshops for a while. But music was always...
You wanted to be an actor?
At one point of time, है. तो मैंने FTI है पुणे में, वहाँ का prospectus भी मंगाया. I thought I'll join FTI because बहुत सारे हमारे जो film जगत के बड़े stars हैं, वो सब FTI से आए, तो मुझे लगा मैं वहाँ जाऊँगा. लेकिन उन्होंने बहुत साल तक वो course बंद कर दिया था acting का. And in fact, I was laughing with Preetham Dada because Preetham also did geology in college, the same subject that I had. और उन्होंने भी FTI में prospectus मंगाया और उन्होंने sound designing join कर लिया वहाँ पर. मैं acting ढूंढता रहा कि acting का course कहाँ पर है. तो acting का course सब बंद हो गया था, सिर्फ production, direction, ये सब चीजें वहाँ पर, script writing, ये सब courses थे. Anyways, तो वो सब हुआ तो मैंने जब पढ़ाई किया उसके बाद, but by that time I started composing my own songs in Himachal. तो पुराना एक गिटार पे लेके जंगलों में घूमना, अपना गाना बनाना और मस्ती करनी. तो after I finished my MSc, my parents on the dinner table would sometimes tell me, भाई आगे क्या करना है जिंदगी में, कुछ करो. बाकी
ये गिटार ही बजाते रहोगे.
हाँ, गिटार बजाते रहोगे. हाँ, everybody in my family, कोई सिविल सर्वेंट बन गया, कोई आर्मी में चला गया, ऐसा वैसा. तो उसके बाद मैं दिल्ली आ गया. फिर मैंने सोचा दिल्ली में अपनी किस्मत, I wanted to do something creative, हिमाचल में मुझे लगा अभी मैंने बहुत चिल कर लिया. I need to go to a city and find my footing. So when I came to Delhi, I bumped into a friend of mine who used to be working with an advertising agency in Delhi, a very big advertising agency, and he was at a very senior position. So we were having a party. So he said, and he was my close friend's elder brother. So he said, हाँ भाई क्या हो रहा है आजकल? मैं भाई मेरे को तो काम नहीं है कुछ भी, मैं तो पहाड़ से आया हूँ, and I'm looking for a job, looking for work. He said, okay. He said, तू म्यूजिक क्यों नहीं बनाता? मैंने बोला यार म्यूजिक कहता, मैंने सुना यार मैं पहाड़ों में जैसे जैम करते थे, we used to record it on a cassette. So he said, I heard a cassette and you guys were jamming, it sounded good. So why don't you make music? So I said, I haven't even seen a studio from inside, I've been singing in the forest and everything. So I don't know if I can do it or not. He said, if I get you a job to make a jingle, would you be able to compose like 30-second jingle, 40-second jingle? I said, okay, I'll try. So we went to a advertising agency and he had really good connections because he was already there. So there was this lady over there and he said, hey, they were pally and everything. And he said, क्या तेरे पास काम है यार, ये मोहित आया हुआ है पहाड़ों से, तो ये अच्छा संगीत बनाएगा, तो कुछ जिंगल विंगल है तो दे दे हमको कुछ. So that lady said, okay, ये चावल का जिंगल है, ऐसा कुछ है, तो बना दो तुम, scratch बना के दे दो, and from that we're going to select. So he said, how many scratches do you require? She said, I don't know, 8-9 बना दो, 5-6 बना दो, 10 बना दो. So we went home, तो वहाँ 30-30 सेकंड के हमने 10 जिंगल बना दिए और उनको प्रेजेंट कर दिए, स्क्रैच रफ एकदम, सिर्फ गिटार पे और गाना. And lo and behold, all the 10 scratches got approved.
All 10?
All 10. That was my first ever job.
ये कौन सा चावल था जो आपने?
Sorry?
ये कौन सा? You said चावल का कोई?
चावल का, हाँ.
तो कौन सा चावल था ये?
I don't think I should take the name of the चावल over here, yeah.
कि जिंगल बनाया था ना?
जिंगल बनाया था.
तो अपना जिंगल ही सुना दो.
There was some basmati rice.
हाँ, तो अपना जिंगल सुना दो.
नहीं, जिंगल याद नहीं है, बहुत पुराना हो गया. ये तो मैं कुछ भी बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे को बोलती गा के सुना दो कुछ भी.
तो अब मोहित चौहान से मैं गाना नहीं सुनूंगी तो क्या सुनूंगी?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. तो क्या हुआ, वो जिंगल अप्रूव हो गए. So I was, hanging out with my cousin over here in Delhi. तो जैसे ही वो जिंगल अप्रूव हो गया, मैंने फटाफट एक बरसाती ले ली. वो गराज के ऊपर एक कमरा होता है ना छोटा सा,
हाँ, बिल्कुल,
वो किराए पे ले लिया और उसमें एक पंखा था, जैसे ट्रेन में पंखा होता है ना, ऐसा हाँ, दीवार में लगा होता है. एंड देयर वाज नो फ्रिज, सो 45 डिग्रीज में कोई ठंडा पानी नहीं है, तो आई यूज्ड टू कीप अ बिग मटका ऑफ वाटर and I used to drink it like spill the water on my face over it, just cool myself.
वैसे कहते हैं अच्छे गाने वाले को ठंडा पानी फ्रिज का पीना भी नहीं चाहिए.
नहीं पीना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, मटके के पानी से ही इतनी अच्छी आवाज।
हाँ, वो सही कहा आपने। आप जानती हैं काफी।
हाँ।
तो वैसे शुरू हुआ। अच्छा, फिर वो जब जिंगल बनने शुरू हो गए, तो वो जो मेरे दो मित्र थे, एक हिमाचल का था, एक यहाँ पर लड़का था, अतुल हिमाचल से था, मंडी से, और कैम त्रिवेदी दिल्ली में रह रहा था। तो वो दोनों से मेरी मित्रता कैम से हो गई, अतुल से पहले से थी। एंड वी स्टार्टेड हैंगिंग आउट टुगेदर एंड प्लेइंग म्यूजिक टुगेदर। और रात रात को म्यूजिक बनाते थे, एंड वी यूज्ड टू रियलाइज कि समथिंग न्यू इज हैपनिंग, बिकॉज वी वर प्लेइंग ओरिजिनल म्यूजिक, वी वर सिंगिंग सॉन्ग्स लाइक डूबा डूबा, ठंडा पानी, गंगा नहा ले, ऑल बूंदे। फिर वो सिल्क रूट बैंड बन गया, और हमारे एक मैनेजर साहब बन गए। शुभा जी को हमने गाने दिखाए थे सबसे पहले, तो शुभा जी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड अस टू अ जेंटलमैन कॉल्ड, जी हाँ जी। तो शी हर्ड आवर स्क्रैचेस एंड शी सेड, यार ये तो बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, दिस इज अ न्यू साउंड एंड साउंड्स ब्यूटीफुल, दिस आर ओरिजिनल सॉन्ग्स। तो हमने बोला जी क्या करें इसका, क्या कहाँ लेके जाएं? तो उन्होंने कहा, आई विल इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू अ जेंटलमैन, हिज नेम इज परम सिंह, एंड वो ही वुड लव टू हेल्प यू गाइस। तो ही बिकेम अ मैनेजर। उन्होंने हमको डील दिलाया, दिल्ली में हम रहे, वो बॉम्बे गए, और हमारा फर्स्ट एल्बम के लिए डील साइन हो गया। सो वी वेंट टू बॉम्बे, रिकॉर्डेड द फर्स्ट एल्बम। That's how it all started.
I still remember that one. It was amongst मतलब हमारी generation जब western music effect को थोड़ा appreciate, उससे पहले R.D. Burman was डूबा डूबा एक बार हो जाए for old time's sake.
But I think a lot of you will remember that underwater video of Duba Duba.
It was amazing, yes, and those bubbles coming up.
And when Boonde got released in 98 April, तो अभी मुझे 27 years हो गए हैं संगीत करते हुए, और 98 नवंबर में बहुत बड़े अवार्ड्स हुए थे, नॉन फिल्म अवार्ड्स दिल्ली में ही। उसमें we swept the awards, so we got the best band of the year, best song of the year, best debut of the year, ना ऐसे करके। That's how the thing started. And okay, I'll tell you one little interesting thing about that. तो उस award में रहमान साहब भी थे। So I met Rahman Saab for the first time, and Rahman Saab was a huge star at that point of time. उन्होंने रोजा किया था, और ये सब गाने किए थे, वंदे मातरम गाना किया था.
Yes.
So for us, Rahman Saab was like a hero, an icon. So I saw him over there when I came down from the stage. So I went up to him and said, "Namaskar, how are you doing, sir?" He said, "Oh, I like your sound. It sounds really nice, and आपकी आवाज़ और ये सब करके." And he said, "आपने कभी फिल्मों में गाया है?" तो मैंने बोला, जी नहीं, अभी तो नहीं गाया. He said, "Okay, okay." He doesn't speak much, no?
Yeah.
पहले बिल्कुल नहीं, अभी थोड़ा फिर भी बोलते हैं, पहले नहीं बोलते थे ज्यादा. तो मैंने बोला ठीक है. तो मुझे लगा कि अभी रहमान साहब ने मुझसे पूछ लिया है कि तुमने फिल्मों में गाया है नहीं गाया है, तो मुझे लगा अब शायद कॉल आ जाएगा मुझे 6 महीने में. आ ही जाएगा, 8 महीने में आ जाएगा, 1 साल में आ जाएगा. वो कॉल मुझे आया 6 साल के बाद, और रात को आया 1-2 बजे और कहा अगले दिन चेन्नई आओ सुबह. And that's when I sang a song called Khoon Chala for Rang De Basanti. And that was my first song with Rahman Saab.
Amazing, amazing.
तो वो सिल्क रूट से जो जर्नी शुरू हुआ, वो ऐसा बना. और उससे पहले मैंने कुछ गाना गा दिया था राम गोपाल वर्मा साहब की फिल्म के लिए. मनोज बाजपेयी साहब पे फिल्माया गया था, रोड पिक्चर का गाना. फिर गुंचा करके गाना गाया, ऐसे बहुत सारे. लेकिन फिर वो रहमान साहब के साथ पहला, फिर उसके बाद तुमसे ही आया. फिर
You actually from Duba Duba, and you tried to avoid singing Duba Duba. I will still come back to that. पहले Duba Duba सुना दीजिए, फिर कहानी आगे बढ़ेगी.
तो पहले सुना दूं?
पहले सुना दीजिए.
अच्छा.
हाँ, आपको तो गाने में इंटरेस्ट
तो आप जर्नलिस्ट हैं, आपको गाने में इतना इंटरेस्ट कैसे हो गया है?
क्योंकि हम पूरा दिन बेसुरा काम करते हैं तो शाम को लगता है कि थोड़ा सुर के साथ अगर हमारा तारुफ हो जाए
नहीं,
तो
आपका
कोई बुरी
काम
बात
भी
नहीं है।
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट काम है, बहुत अच्छा काम करते
हाँ,
हैं।
पर थोड़ा बेसुरा है।
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं।
तो ये सुर जो है ना, इट इज एज दे से बाम ऑन द सोल।
जी।
और आप सोल से गा रहे हैं, मैं बाम के तलाश में हूँ, तो बड़ा अच्छा ये हमारी जुगलबंदी चल रही है। तो थोड़ा फर्स्ट बॉलीवुड सॉन्ग सुना दीजिए। और मेरे सवालों से पॉलिटिशियन भी अक्सर निकल नहीं पाते, तो
आपकी बातों से क्या?
पॉलिटिशियंस भी अक्सर निकल नहीं पाते, तो आपको मैं निकलने नहीं दूंगी। थोड़ा डरा भी रही हूँ, धमका भी रही हूँ कि गाना तो सुना दीजिए।
पहला बॉलीवुड गाना तो गाना बहुत मुश्किल है अभी। मैं कुछ और गा दूंगा ना, लेट्स टॉक, फिर मैं अगला कुछ गा दूंगा गाना।
अच्छा, मसक कर ली।
मसक के लिए बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा।
क्यों? I mean, these are songs. Does everybody remember Masak Kali or not? And do you think Mohit Chauhan's stamp on that song is, it transcends our memory of Bollywood songs? Does it or not? हाँ, ये बड़ा ढीला सा बोला है यार. If you feel yes, raise your hands who want him to sing Masak Kali. ये देखो.
कैमरा लगाओ, सबको दिखाओ.
नहीं गाना था तो कहाँ गाना था?
जी बिल्कुल.
दिल्ली
Sorry, my throat got a little dry.
ओके, हाँ भाई, कोई मिश्री लाएगा, इलायची लाएगा?
नहीं, पानी बहुत है।
हुजूर को
पानी
अभी
है ना,
बहुत कुछ गाना है, बहुत कुछ कहना है।
नहीं, आप खाइए थोड़ा मिश्री।
So how was it, to record your first number with A.R. Rahman?
Okay. So because I'd never been to Rahman Saab's studio before, that song, तो मुझे लगा कि मैं जब स्टूडियो में जाऊंगा तो वहाँ बहुत सारे लोग होंगे, साउंड इंजीनियर्स होंगे, टेक्नीशियंस होंगे, रहमान साहब अपने ऑफिस में बैठे होंगे और मुझे वहाँ गाना गाना पड़ेगा और बहुत टेंशन का काम है, इतने बड़े म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर हैं। ये सब सोच के मैं हवाई जहाज से वहाँ पहुँचा। लेकिन टू माई सरप्राइज देयर वॉज नो वन इन द स्टूडियो. Studio was absolutely empty except for Rahman Saab, and Prasoon was there because he had done the lyrics for Kunchala and this song Masak Kali. और दोनों टाइम पे वैसे ही था और रहमान साहब खुद रिकॉर्ड कर रहे थे. So he was sitting on the console. There was no sound engineer and तो कुछ भी गड़बड़ मुझसे गाते गाते होता था तो बहुत घबराहट होती थी. पर रहमान साहब was really kind, he's really cool. He would say, okay, let's do it again, quickly, But it's really amazing to work with him, and in his studio, there's always a very delicate feeling of like a little spiritual kind of feel. मतलब शांति है, solitude है, gentleness है, and he's got a great sense of humor. So he puts you at ease, he makes you laugh. And it was really amazing working with him. And of course, after Kunchala, Rang De Basanti, then Masak Kali. Masak Kali also got me my first Filmfare Award for the best male playback. Yeah. And then after that, I did a whole lot of songs with him. Of course, it culminated And Tamasha also. Tamasha was Chamkila was my last songs with him. 2 songs in Chamkila. But Masakali got me a first Filmfare, and Rockstar got me my second. And Rockstar mein I got to sing 13 songs in that film. So I always say that Rahman Sahab was, and Imtiaz was really kind to allow me to sing and be the voice of Jordan, for that film. That was really, really.
You're on the stage, Times Group, Filmfare, history that you're associated with. And may I also tell you that last year at the Times Now Summit, we had A.R. Rahman sitting right where you are.
Wow.
And we played his number in the Ajay Devgan film Maidan. Maidan, right here. So as you're saying, all of that history is coming back just last year.
Yeah.
So, Rang De Basanti ka ek ho jaye.
क्या हो जाए?
रंग दे बसंती का जो आपका फेवरेट गाना, देखो कितनी चॉइस दे रही हूँ कि आप अपनी फेवरेट को गा लीजिए।
थोड़े वो बड़े सैड गाना है, वो बहुत पैशनेट सा गाना है, वो नहीं, और कुछ गा लेंगे।
रॉक स्टार। I mean that film and your music actually gave me.
अच्छा कुछ बात कर लेते हैं फिर गा दूंगा।
ये क्या है? ये बात कर लो फिर गा लूंगा।
अच्छा देखो ये भी ना ऑपोजिट्स का सीन होता है हमेशा कि वो मैं गाता हूँ तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कुछ बात कर लेते हैं वो बात करती हैं बोल रही है कुछ गाना गा लेते हैं है ना बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है ये
हाँ बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है जुगलबंदी एज दे से गाने आप गाइए मैं
तो ऐसा करते हैं दोनों अपना अपना थोड़ा थोड़ा काम करते रहते हैं आप थोड़ी बात करते रहिएगा बीच बीच में मैं थोड़ा गाता रहूंगा
आप अपने आप गा ही नहीं ना रहे
मैं
को क्यों देना
मैं पक्का गा नहीं मैं पक्का गा दूंगा
so tell me how does Bollywood work you know you're a very talented singer you don't do quantity you do quality is that a choice or is that you know problems for so-called outsiders who come into Bollywood how's your experience been
see I started my journey with my own music you know with the band और अब जब आप बैंड में गाने करते हैं वो आपके गाने होते हैं आपका एक्सप्रेशन होता है उसमें कोई कहानी नहीं है कोई हीरो हीरोइन नहीं है कोई प्रोड्यूसर नहीं है आपका अपना इमोशन से आप गाना बनाते हैं एंड यू प्रेजेंट इट टू द वर्ल्ड वी गॉट अ होल लॉट ऑफ लव फॉर दैट यू नो एंड दैट स्टार्टेड माय जर्नी इन द फिल्म्स एंड आई गॉट अ होल लॉट ऑफ लव फ्रॉम द फिल्म्स and the film industry also you know this is the 27th year that I'm singing for the films now and also doing my own albums so I think I had a very interesting run
interesting is a nice choice of word
Hindi film industry I got the opportunity to work some of the best music directors best technicians and लेकिन मैं क्या करता हूँ मैं गाना थोड़ा चूज करता हूँ not with everyone but जैसे अननोन कुछ लोग होते हैं यंग कोई म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर्स होते हैं पर मैं उनसे गाना पहले बुलाता हूँ सुनने के लिए क्योंकि मैं कोई भी गाना मैं वैसा नहीं गाना चाहता हूँ जिसमें जैसे डबल मीनिंग कुछ होता है या उस टाइप का होता है तो अगर वैसा कुछ होता है देन आई सॉर्ट ऑफ पतली गली से आई एम आउट यू नो आई डोंट वांट टू डू दैट काइंड ऑफ स्टफ
राइट सब कर
why should I don't need to why should I do that
yeah. You're happy in the place you have
of course I mean I'm doing a whole lot of stuff so I don't need to do that kind of stuff you know because मैं चाहता हूँ मेरे गाने जो हैं क्योंकि मेरे गाने 14-15 साल 10 साल के बच्चे से लेकर 60-70-80 तक लोग अब मसकली गाना है वो बच्चे भी सुनते हैं बड़े लॉन्ग शेल्फ लाइफ आज भी मैं डूबड़बा स्टेज पे गाता हूँ तुमसे ही को कितने साल हो गए हैं
हाँ.
कोई 15-20 साल हो गए हैं आज भी मैं उसको गाता हूँ तो 20,000 की ऑडियंस होती है 25,000 की होती है दे ऑल सिंग द सॉन्ग विद मी यू नो दे ऑल सिंग रॉकस्टार सॉन्ग्स विद मी दे ऑल सिंग पीलू विद मी दे सिंग मसक दे डांस ऑन मसकली सो आई डोंट वांट टू सिंग एनीथिंग जो जिससे किसी को भी कुछ कनेक्ट बने और अनकंफर्टेबल ना लगे बिकॉज डबल मीनिंग क्यों वो डबल मीनिंग क्या होता है वो फिल्म का रिक्वायरमेंट होता है किसी फिल्म में दे वांट टू डू इट लाइक दैट but उसमें मेरा इंटरेस्ट नहीं होता है उतना basically that but otherwise you know I'm cool you know to sing songs for new music directors young music directors एकदम जो नए हैं डेब्यू करें उनके साथ मेरे को प्रॉब्लम नहीं है you know मैं करता हूँ सबके साथ काम करता हूँ मैं
amazing how many films have you done so far how many songs have you sung in films
I don't know maybe about 700-800 songs In all languages.
In all languages?
Yeah, I've sung so many songs in Tamil, Kannada, Bangla, Gujarati, Marathi, Nepali, Odia, Konkani. I've also sung a couple songs in Konkani, Punjabi, Hindi, and yeah.
And you speak these languages? How do you get the emotion?
Like Punjabi I can speak a bit, Nepali I can speak a little bit, but Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, these are really difficult languages, and so usme you have to have somebody to guide you in the studio to get the right pronunciation.
Pronunciation and emotion.
Emotion आप खुद कर सकते हैं.
नहीं, पर वो समझाएगा कोई आपको.
नहीं, वो जैसे मालूम है रोमांटिक गाना है और तारीफ कर रहे हैं किसी की, you're very beautiful और मौसम बहुत अच्छा है और मैं तुमसे मिलूंगा, लेकिन वो तमिल के words हैं, तो I'm not very familiar with all that. So to get the pronunciation right, you need somebody to guide you in the studio. लेकिन वो बोल रहे हैं मुझे कि ये रोमांटिक चीज है, तो वो तो इमोशन में डाल दूंगा क्योंकि वो तो मेरा काम है डालना और मैं जानता हूँ कैसे डालना है, लेकिन pronunciation में somebody needs to guide you. So that's how you do all the songs.
तारीफ कर रहे हैं, किसी के बालों की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, किसी की आंखों की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, तो समझना पड़ेगा ना.
हाँ, तो वो मालूम है ना, वो बताते हैं सब ऐसा हो रहा है. हाँ, सब बताते हैं, लेकिन उसमें इमोशन डालना वो तो फिर मैं डाल दूंगा उसमें.
True. And आपकी आवाज में जो इमोशन है, वाह, उसके तो क्या कहने. A lot of musical stuff now happens in concerts. Do you think that is the way for singers to be in concerts, where you get a reaction on the spot? What makes you tick?
What makes
you tick? A studio song, a studio recording, or a concert?
See, studio and live concerts, they are two sides of the same coin. You're a musician. In the studio, you manufacture a song. So in a studio, you might take 2 hours, you might take 3 hours, you might take 5 days to manufacture a song till you get it the way you want it. But once you've done it, you get up on the stage. There are no retakes over there. You get up on stage and you do your song. And that's also the litmus test. If people love your song, they will sing with you. If they can't sing with you, but they still love your song, they'll quietly listen to your song, So on stage, it's a live thing and it's electrifying, And when you're on stage, you can be whoever you want to be. You sing a romantic song, you can become that. You sing a qawwali, you become that. You sing a rock song, you become like that. So it's like a stage, it's theater on stage, That's how I believe it should be. But studio is meditative, and you manufacture, you think, you pull out things, you put in things. So you're making it basically.
Fantastic. I mean, have you tried, you do instruments, guitar and instruments and recording and making your own music. Have you thought about also writing lyrics? Because the way you express yourself in itself, you don't need any training in writing as well. Pratna is doing it. Are you going to now become a lyricist as well?
No, she writes beautifully. Pratna has the knack for it and the imagination. I have written a few songs, but I take a long time. It's hard work for me. But Pratna really gets it quick, and so that's it. If I can, then I write something on my own. Otherwise, she helps me with that. Yeah.
How do you see your journey from here on? What next for Mohit Chauhan?
Oh, one of these collaborations that I'm doing, international collaborations. And apart from films, I'm working my own music. I also did a small cameo in a film called Chamkila.
I remember that one.
Yeah, so I'm playing Sardarji in the film, who lives in the gully where Chamkila goes. And
how was that experience?
Oh, beautiful. Because, like I told you, I used to do a lot of theater in college, university, and at one point of time I thought मैं acting भी कुछ करूँगा. और मुंबई में गपशप में बातचीत होती है भाई, ऐसा करके. तो इम्तियाज जो हैं, very kindly he said, यार उन दिनों I had this huge beard, you know. So he said, you will look really good in the film. It's a film on Punjab and this singer called Chamkila and everything. So, and I was already singing 2 songs. So in one of the songs, he dressed me up as a Sikh, and I'm a Sutradhar, you know, I'm singing about Chamkila. So then he said, would you like to do a little dialogue in the film with Diljit? So I said, okay. So 2-3 lines hai usme. I'm sitting in the gully having a drink, and Diljit is crossing me, and I say something to him. He retorts,
yes,
you know.
Yes.
So that was interesting. And interestingly, I've been getting some offers to, you know, act, yeah. So let me see, you know, if I find something.
Cameos or substantial roles?
Some are substantial, yeah. But
okay, so we are going to see Mohit Chauhan in a new avatar.
I don't know. I'll have to sort of, if I find something that really suits me, and you know, basically, first and foremost, I'm a musician, so that's my main thing, you know. But if I get something interesting, maybe.
Another album, private album coming up?
Yes, I'm already working on it. So there's an album called Musafir that I've just sort of releasing now. So उसके अभी गाने आने शुरू हो जाएंगे next month से.
Okay.
And there are a couple of singles that are coming now. There are a couple of Mongolian collaborations. So I've done 2 now. There are 4 more coming out. There are a couple of songs, and then an album called Musafir will come out now. All my original songs.
Lots of music lined up, ladies and gentlemen. Mohit Chauhan is pushing the boundaries internationally and also in the genres that he's working, film music, singles, albums, what have you. But let's go back to square one and let's end with Rockstar.
Okay. So I just want to add a couple of things, you know, because apart from music, during COVID times, I started looking after a whole lot of stray animals close to my house. So it's been 5 years now, 5-6 years. I feed about 400 plus stray animals every single day. And I take care of their medical, their neutering, their dogs, their cows, their nilgais. You know, next to my house there's a huge forest. And that takes a whole lot of time and money, which I'm happy to spend from my own pocket. And मैंने एक वो भी बनाया animal welfare thing called Animals Are People Too. उसके तहत हम लोग
I saw that on social media.
उसके तहत हम करते हैं.
Yes.
और I'm just telling in a nutshell, you know, a couple of things that, apart from music, that I like to do. And I've done about 7-8 concerts for the Army and SSB, absolutely free of cost.
Amazing.
On the eastern borders. And I told the Army brass, you know, that I will only go to the forward post. तो मैंने concerts किए शेरेथांग में, गैंगटॉक से ऊपर जो है, नाथुला पास से ऊपर. That's about 11-12,000 feet. Or 14,000 feet, 16,000 feet. And finally, there's a place called Kupup. That's about 17,000 feet. And I was singing all my songs, Sadda Hak and everything over there.
Sadda
फिर मैंने नॉर्थ वेस्ट सिक्किम में SSB के लिए किए बहुत सारे shows.
The man with the golden voice and the man with the golden heart.
You know,
big round of applause.
Thank you so much. Because I believe that, you know, I've got so much of love, you know, from हमारे देश के जो लोग हैं, they listen to my music and everything. और मैं फौज में नहीं जा पाया, armed forces में नहीं जा पाया, so that's my way of sort of giving my contributing to them, to their happiness, and I sing with them and I dance with them.
What a great gesture. I mean,
thank you so
truly
much.
Appreciate from each and every citizen of India to you, for doing this for our brave soldiers who actually protect this country, so that all of us can sit here. You can sing, make your music, and we can hear your music, which we are waiting to hear.
Gee. Oh, you're waiting to hear a song? Okay, all right. Okay, I'll sing a song. वो मेरी एल्बम का गाना है जो लास्ट मेरा सोलो एल्बम आया था, उसका नाम था फितूर एल्बम का. उसमें 10 गाने थे, उसमें से एक ही गाना है which has become really, really, really famous, you know. So wherever I go, लोग मुझे, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, लोगों ने शायद गाना ये.
Mohit Chauhan, all the very best for your music and all the other stuff that you do besides music, which
Thank you, sir.
really, I think, is an ode to the defense services in our
Ji,
country
bilkul.
and to those living beings, those stray animals that you
Ji.
take care of.
Ji.
As I said, man with the golden voice and a golden heart. Very rarely do you see both of them together in one person, Mohit Chauhan. Thank you so very much for joining us at the Times Now Summit.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
अजीम बादलों में
Whole lot coming for you tomorrow, but I'll see you on the other side. Tomorrow early morning we begin. However, do join us for dinner today.